Those of you just waking up with us, we do want to send you out the door this morning, whether you're headed to work or perhaps to drop off the kids at school. It is yet another weekday. We do want to make sure that you're heading out the door with a look at all of the top stories that we are going to be monitoring throughout the day today. And we are going to, of course, keep you up to date on the very latest when it comes to the Artemis 1 launch that has officially been rescheduled for this Saturday. That is the new update by NASA. We will, of course, play you the latest details that are coming into our newsroom. We also do want to let you know that today is the anniversary of Princess Diana's death. We are going to be touching base with our reporters throughout the day as we mark 25 years since that tragic accident in Paris. We also are live, raw, and unfiltered at the Tomatina festival in Spain. This, of course, is that famous tomato throwing festival. We're going to walk you through the latest details from there as well. But we do first and foremost want to get you up to date with the Artemis 1 launch. That, of course, is going to happen now on Saturday. That is the very latest details coming into our newsroom. And we do actually have an update for you to play from NASA where they kind of walk us through what exactly the details are of this rescheduled launch date. We'll bring you up to speed on that in just a moment. But we do first and foremost want to get you out the door this morning with a look at the top stories coming out of the nation's capital. Let's head out to a live look at the White House today, and we are monitoring the very latest when it comes to President Joe Biden, who plans to deliver a campaign speech Thursday night to talk about what he perceives as threats to the nation. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy reports.
Just simple dignity.
Not everybody.
I respect conservative Republicans. I don't respect these MAGA Republicans.
Now President Biden is accusing Trump loyalists of encouraging violence.
Did any of you think, even as old as I am, you've ever been in an election where we talk about it's appropriate to use force, political violence in America?
He appears to be responding to Senator Lindsey Graham, who warned that a Trump indictment could lead to riots in the streets, before clarifying a day later that he is not calling for violence.
It's never appropriate. Never, period. Never, never, never. No one should be encouraged to use political violence.
Within the last week, the president has also referred to Republican policies as semi-fascism.
What do you mean by semi-fascism, sir?
In December,
You know what I mean.
That line is too much for Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat, who says, quote, "I have concerns that some people seem to think that violence is an appropriate way of resolving disputes in our democracy, but I think President Biden's comments just painted with way too broad a brush." But the president plans to double down Thursday night in Philadelphia.
He will speak about how the core values of this nation, our standing in the world, our democracy, are at stake.
It's a far cry from Biden 2020.
To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans.
Now he's appealing to both Republican lawmakers and Republican voters.
For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on?
Compare the volume there with this measured line from the inaugural address. The president said we can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. The president, who said on his first day he thinks unity is the path forward, is now telling people instead to pick a side. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
And back out live to the White House we go. We, of course, will continue to monitor that campaign speech that is set for Thursday. We do want to recap yesterday as President Joe Biden was in the swing state of Pennsylvania, hoping to give Democrats a boost on an issue that has been deemed a political vulnerability for them, crime. Our Fox's Madeline Rivera, she has more details from the nation's capital.
As summer winds down, the campaign trail is heating up. With just 10 weeks to go before Election Day, President Biden is focusing on the alarming spike in crime.
When it comes to public safety in this nation? The answer is not defund the police, it's fund the police.
The president laid out his Safer America plan, a $37 billion proposal aimed at boosting law enforcement and reducing crime, which includes hiring and training 100,000 police officers over 5 years. And he sharpened his attacks on Republicans, criticizing them for some of their rhetoric against the FBI, following the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
It's sickening to see the new attacks on the FBI, threatening the life of law enforcement agents and their families for simply carrying out the law and doing their job.
A Fox News poll shows 54% of voters see Republicans doing a better job on crime than Democrats.
The American people know that the Democrat Party is the party of defund the police.
Tuesday's speech is just one of 3 stops that the president is expected to make in Pennsylvania over the next week. The battleground state is holding competitive gubernatorial and Senate races, the latter crucial in deciding control of Congress in November.
He needs Trump. He needs Trump to be the villain in his play.
President Biden is set to return to Pennsylvania Thursday to deliver a primetime speech invoking his 2020 campaign theme about the battle for the soul of the nation. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
And here is a different vantage point of the nation's capital this morning as the sun is beginning to rise on this Wednesday morning. We do want to look ahead to those midterm elections. President Biden again traveling to Pennsylvania to speak on his plan to reduce gun violence in the U.S. And it does happen as the Democratic Party is picking up momentum ahead of the midterm elections. Our Fox reporter Caroline Shively has more details from the nation's capital. Let's listen in.
Defund the police, give that money to community.
President Biden is trying to flip the script of some liberals in his party when it comes to policing.
The answer isn't to defund the police, it's to fund the police.
Mr. Biden will deliver that message in a speech in Pennsylvania this afternoon and talk about his proposed plan for 100,000 new police officers over 5 years, more attorneys in DA's offices, increased mental health services, and a 13% boost to the ATF's budget to go after illegal guns. An ABC News poll this month found that Republicans still have an 11-point advantage over Democrats when it comes to crime, and the president himself is underwater in most polls. Those low numbers had many Democrats downplaying their Biden connections for months. But with recent legislative wins and a slight uptick in popularity, the president is now hitting the campaign trail.
There are major issues that are going to affect all these races, but the one thing that is going to be most determinative is this is an election about Biden.
President Biden will also make a stop in the battleground state of Wisconsin on Monday.
President Biden's coming here to celebrate Labor Day. There's nothing to celebrate here. I mean, his policies have been a disaster.
A new CBS poll predicts Republicans will take back the House in the midterm elections, but by a smaller margin than once thought. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline. We did bring you those remarks from the President of the United States live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday. I do want to play back a portion of those remarks right now here on LiveNOW for Fox.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Wait. Before you walk down, I wanted the Caseys to come up with me because where I come from, Scranton's Casey's country. We got raised in the same neighborhood in Greenridge, not far from 2 of the best little candy shops in the whole country. And I just wanted to they can't deny me. That's why I wanted them up here. I want them to know. And by the way, this guy has more integrity in his little finger than most people have in their whole body. That's why I love working with him.
Welcome home.
And like me, he married way up. Way up. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. As my mother, Jean Finnegan Biden from Greenridge would say, please excuse my back when I'm speaking. I apologize. And by the way, You know, one of the best things of all being President of the United States is the Marine Band. They're the best in the world. Stand up, guys. They are the very, 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 very best. They can not only play, they know how to fight too. God love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. How are you, baby? How old are you? How old are you? Almost double figures. Well, look, folks, it's great to be here in Wilkes-Barre. I mean that sincerely. Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much. Mayor Brown, thank you for the introduction and the passport into this great city. And Mayor Cognetti, we're almost in heaven. We're almost in Scranton. Almost. Being raised in Scranton, they used to say, you're going down the line. Any rate, you know, and what a leadership lineup you have here in Pennsylvania. I want to thank your outstanding governor, Tom Wolf. Tom and I have been friends a long time. He's truly one of the best governors in the United States of America. Not a joke. Not a joke. And a stand-up guy. A stand-up guy. And Josh Shapiro is a champion for the rule of law as your Attorney General. And he's going to make one hell of a governor. I really mean it. And by the way, he couldn't be here today. We spoke, Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. When I say he's a powerful voice, I used to be in the old days a pretty good athlete, and if someone was really big and tough, you say, I wouldn't screw with him if I had a sledgehammer. Well, I tell you what, Fetterman's a hell of a guy, a powerful voice for working people, and he's going to make a great United States Senator. He's going to make a great United States Senator. And as I said, Bobby Casey is one of my closest friends, one of our great United States Senators. And your Congressman, Matt Cartwright, is the real reason I'm here. I'm in Cartwright country. He knows how to deliver for this district, which is so close to my heart. Look, I especially want to thank all the members of law enforcement that are here, many of whom are behind me, for always being there for us. And we should always be there for them. And by the way, also a group that you need badly, you don't really appreciate till you need them, is the firefighters. The firefighters have been with me my whole career, and let me tell you something. There's an old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters, because you got to be crazy to be a firefighter. By the way, please sit down. I'm sorry. Please sit down. I keep forgetting. Thank you. But look, when I ran for president, I said I looked at the world the way I looked at it growing up in Scranton, and that wasn't hyperbole. I meant that. What families wanted was in Scranton when I was growing up, and my mom and dad and my grandpa was the basic as it is today. A decent job, the opportunity to be treated with dignity. Everyone, my dad would say, everybody's entitled to be treated with dignity. Just simple dignity. The fact is that they want to be able to go to good schools, in safe neighborhoods, a decent place to live, and just a fair shot for their kids. You know, a peace of mind knowing your kids can go to school or the playground or the movies or the high school game and come home safely and not have to think about it. But for too long, too many families haven't had that peace of mind. They watch the news and they see kids being gunned down in schools and on the streets. Almost every single night you turn the news on, that's what you see. They see their neighbors lose their loved ones to drugs like fentanyl, which is a flat killer. They see hate and anger and violence just walking the streets of America. And they just want to feel safe again. They want to feel a sense of security. And that's what my crime plan is all about. You know, I call it the Safer America's Plan, and both your members of Congress voted for it. It's based on a simple notion. When it comes to public safety in this nation, the answer is not defund the police, it's fund the police. Fund the police. And give them, we expect them to do everything. We expect them to protect us, to be psychologists, and to be sociologists. I mean, we expect you to do everything. I'm not joking. Everything. You realize more police officers are killed dealing with domestic violence than anything else? You realize that? The point is, we ask so much of you. So much of you. I've not met a cop who likes a bad cop. There's bad in everything. There's lousy senators, there's lousy presidents, there's lousy doctors, there's lousy lawyers. No, I'm serious. But I don't know any police officer that feels good about the fact that there may be a lousy cop. And I'm tired of not giving the kind of help they need. Folks, look, we're in a situation in this country where we have to give them additional resources they need to get their job done. Matt gets it, Matt Cartwright, and this is not hyperbole. Matt's the chair of the powerful subcommittee that controls the funding for public safety. He knows what it means investing in effective and accountable community policing that builds public trust and strengthens public safety. I'm old enough to remember when cops used to walk the beat in Wilmington and in Scranton because they knew everybody. They knew the kid. They knew if something was trouble. They knew whose house to go and knock on the door and say, "Mom, your son just did." I'm not being facetious. They knew the neighborhoods. As part of the American Rescue Plan, I signed into law last year, which they voted for, we set aside $350 billion, with a B, $billion for state and local governments all across America and urge them to use it like your governor did to make communities safer. Here in Pennsylvania, Governor Wolf is using $250 million of that money to reduce crime and violence across this state. And Mayor Brown just described how it's helping fund community policing here in Wilkes-Barre. But guess what? Every single Republican member of Congress, every single one in this state, every single one voted against the support for law enforcement. They talk about how much they love it. They voted against the funding. Flat out. Flat out. Every Republican in the House, every Republican in the Senate, every single one. I know we expect so much from our law enforcement officers, so we need to support them. That's why my crime plan to help communities recruit, hire, and train nationwide more than 100,000 additional officers, accountable officers, for community policing. And I mean it. Folks, when it comes to fighting crime, we know it works. Officers on the street who know the neighborhood, not a joke, who know the neighborhood, who know the families they're protecting, who get the training they need to be able to do their jobs well, who work to earn the community's trust. And as we hire more police officers, there should be more training, more help, and more accountability. Without public trust, law enforcement can't do its job serving and protecting all the communities. If I can just interject for a moment, my deceased son, Bo, he was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. And what he used to do is go down in the east side, what's called the Bucket, highest crime rate in the country. There's a place where I was the only white guy that worked as a lifeguard down in that area, on the east side. And you know you can always tell where the best basketball in the state is and the best basketball in the city is. It's where everybody shows up. He'd go down and hang out and sit on a bench with my grandson, who's now 17 years old. And the police used to be in the car, the local city police. And he'd walk up and bang on the window. Say, "Get out of the car, damn it, meet these people. Let them see you. Let them know you. Let them know who you are." Well, the truth was, remember what happened to community policing? We went from having enough cops on the street to cities doing well and then deciding they don't need more police officers. So they reduced the police forces. So you didn't have 2 cops in every vehicle. You had 1 cop in every vehicle. And I don't blame 1 cop for not getting out in some certain neighborhoods, not getting out of the car. And what happens is, it used to be, I can remember that when my son was the Attorney General, he'd go around in the tougher neighborhoods, and he would ensure that every single cop gave his cell phone number to the local liquor store owner, the local church, the local grocery store, the local hamburger joint. So if there's a problem, they pick up the phone and call. Because what do people not want to do in tough neighborhoods? They don't want to be the one identified as turning so-and-so in. I remember going on the east side in Wilmington in one of those old Victorian 2-3-story apartment buildings and going up to see a woman whose name she's passed away but won't mention her name now. And stand in that rotunda, that part that stuck out around the building, and she'd say, Joey, I know what's going on. They all plan it downstairs. I can hear them, but I'm afraid to tell anybody. I'm afraid to tell anybody. The gangs. And so I got her so that I got a phone number for the local cops. She'd call. They promised not to identify her because they knew there'd be retribution. And the crime rate began to drop for real, not a joke. You got to know people. You got to know, and you got to be able to trust the police. The police have to be able to trust the community. But we slipped away from that. We have a hell of a lot fewer cops today than we did when I wrote that initial crime bill. But now we got to get back to it. And by the way, I'm not making the case there aren't bad cops. There's some really lousy cops. There's some really lousy doctors. There's really lousy lawyers. I mean it. But here's the point. As we've seen too often, public trust is frayed and is broken. And it undermines public safety when it gets frayed. It literally undermines safety. Families across the country have to ask, why in this nation, for example, so many black Americans wake up knowing they could lose their life just by living their lives? If you come from neighborhoods like I come from and down in Delaware, if you have a 16 or 17-year-old son and you get your driver's license, you sit down and say, look, if you get stopped, put your hands on the wheel. Don't do anything. Yes, I mean, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. But here's the point. Simply jogging, sleeping on their homes. You know, they made headlines or not, they've a lot of lost souls. Increased trust makes policing more effective, and it strengthens public safety. And the communities, by the way, that want the police more than any other community are the tough, poor communities. Black, white, immigrants. They need the help. They want the help. It's not they don't want it. They want the help. Without that, victims don't call for help. Witnesses don't step forward. Crimes go unsolved. Justice isn't served. I took executive action, which I'm allowed to do as president. I always admired governors can take executive action. But all kidding aside, to make some of these reforms for federal officers, I couldn't do it for state officers. One, no federal officer is allowed to use a chokehold. No federal officer can there's restricted no-knock warrants. We created a national database for officers who have misbehaved and been held accountable so they can't hide. My plan will help make sure that state and local governments adopt these same reforms. And my plan does something else really important. It addresses the opioid epidemic. You know how many people are dying of opioid overdoses now? And by the way, laced with fentanyl? The Attorney General Shapiro can tell you more about that you never want to know for a fact, for real. He's been such a strong leader on this. But we're going to impose tougher penalties for deadly fentanyl trafficking. That's poisoning communities across this country. This is a key part of the unity agenda I'm announcing that I announced in my State of the Union address. We can do this. We have to do this. We'll make America safer. My plan also takes common sense action to reduce gun violence and violence overall. It builds on the progress we made this summer when I signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun safety law we passed in 30 years. It took 30 years. And we beat the NRA. We took them on and we beat the NRA straight up. You have no idea how intimidating they are to elected officials. The NRA was against it, which means the vast majority of Republicans in Congress couldn't even stand up and vote for it because they're afraid of the NRA. It's not unusual. Every Democrats, Republicans, senators, they get afraid of certain interest groups. They voted against it. Law enforcement supported it. Faith leaders and teachers supported it. Victims of gun violence and their families supported it. Young people in this country, like the students of this great university, supported it. And the NRA and the vast majority of congressional Republicans voted against it, saving lives and keeping America safe. But guess what? We took on the NRA, and we're going to take them on again, and we won, and we will win again. But we're not stopping here. I'm determined to ban assault weapons in this country. Determined. I did it once before, and I'll do it again. For many of you home, I want to be clear. It's not about taking away anybody's guns. In fact, we should be treating responsible gun owners as examples how every gun owner should behave. I have 2 shotguns at home. It's a long story, but I'm not opposed to guns. But I support the Second Amendment, and I support the Second Amendment. But the Second Amendment, as one of the most conservative justices in history, Justice Scalia once wrote, quote, like most rights, the rights granted by the Second Amendment are not unlimited. They're not unlimited. Right now, you can't go out and buy an automatic weapon. You can't go out and buy a cannon. And for those brave right-wing Americans who say it's all about keeping America's independent and safe, if you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15. You need something a little more than a gun. No, I'm not joking. Think about this. Think about the rationale that's used to provide this. And who are they shooting at? Shooting at these guys behind me. Folks, look. I went to every major school shooting and around in the country since I was a chairman of the Judiciary Committee all the way through as vice president and president. Over 48,000 people died from gunshot wounds in 2021 in the United States of America. Over 26,000 by suicide. When guns are the #1 killer, listen to this now, the guns are the #1 killer of children in America. Of children, and #1. More children die from guns than active duty police and active duty military personnel combined. Hear that again? More children in America die from guns than active duty police and active duty military in the United States combined. We have to act. We have to act for those families in Buffalo, Uvalde, Newtown, El Paso, Parkland, Charleston, Las Vegas, Orlando. I've been to every one of those sites. Sit down with those parents. I spent 4 hours last time. Met with every single one of the parents and families that lost someone. See the looks in their faces. Think about it. Think about the devastation that's occurred. We have to act for all those kids gunned down on our streets every single day that never make the news. There's a mass shooting every single day in this country, in the streets of America, every single day. You have to act so our kids can learn to read in school instead of learning to duck and cover. Literally.
Powerful words there from the President of the United States as he outlines the gun reform that he would like to see in this country. Just yesterday, during a trip to Pennsylvania, we do know that the president will be back in that state on Thursday for a campaign speech in the evening, and we'll have that, of course, for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears and take you out to this event happening in Spain in full here. We are getting live images of Spain's Tomatina festival. For those of you that are asking yourselves this morning, what am I watching on my screen? This is an annual festival that is held on the last Wednesday of August. This year, it does fall today, August 31st. The festival started at noon, and it is a tomato battle. There you are seeing precisely what it is. The festival is held in Buñol, a small town of just 10,000 people in the province of Valencia in Spain. It takes place in the town's main square. 130,000 kilos of tomatoes are used. Originally, this regional festival was a regional. It was very small, and now it has become an international occasion. There you are seeing that we even here and live now from Fox are getting in feeds of this Tomatina festival that is currently happening live, raw, and unfiltered on your screen. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this as the morning progresses, but just some perspective on what is happening around the world today. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some other top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we do want to get you out the door this morning with your latest international headlines. Former Soviet Union leader Mikhail Gorbachev has died. He was 91 years old. The ex-president and last leader of the Soviet Union was reportedly undergoing treatment at a hospital before he passed away. His death was announced by Russian news agencies, but no further details were revealed. Gorbachev is credited with helping end the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union. He is a leader that has been studied and really revered around the world for his work in the 20th century. Our Fox News chief political anchor, Brett Baer, has a closer look back on Mikhail Gorbachev's life. Let's take a listen.
Gorbachev was born on March 2, 1931, in a southern Russian village. By age 21, he was a full member of the Communist Party, and in June 1955, he graduated from law school at Moscow State University. While there, he met a philosophy student, Raisa Titarenko. The two married a year after Mikhail graduated. Preparing for a life in the party, Gorbachev worked his way up the ladder, serving a number of posts, including positions in propaganda and agriculture. He served as Konstantin Chernenko's second in command for a year. When Chernenko died on March 10, 1985, Gorbachev was elected General Secretary of the Soviet Union the following day. He was perhaps one of the most influential reformers in his time. His policies of perestroika, or economic and political restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, served as a hinge on the door for major changes in the former Soviet Union. "We need a revolution of the mind," he said, as he opened the floodgates to staggering social and economic reforms, which ranged from anti-alcohol laws to higher salaries for engineers and research scientists. In the spirit of glasnost, the famous dissident Andrei Sakharov was freed from exile during Gorbachev's first year in power. Also, critiques of Gorbachev's policies were published in the media, a drastic departure from the past. By 1988, Gorbachev had restructured the government. He shifted power from the central government and the Communist Party to the local level. In the spring of 1989, a new parliament was formed, called the People's Deputies. Gorbachev was elected president in October. The new roadmap Gorbachev drew up extended into international politics. In 1987, during a trip to Washington, D.C., he signed the historic treaty limiting intermediate-range nuclear forces. In 1990, Gorbachev received the Nobel Peace Prize. Margaret Thatcher was one of the first internationally who backed the Soviet leader, saying she could do business with him. But with Gorbachev's reforms came more changes in the Soviet Union. In August 1991, there was an attempted coup, and the Gorbachevs were under house arrest for 3 days. He denounced the coup as illegal, but soon realized the former Soviet Union was falling apart. Gorbachev resigned as president on Christmas Day, 1991. Gorbachev's wife of 43 years, Raisa, died of leukemia in September 1999. Gorbachev spent his later years in the lecture circuit and as a strong supporter of protecting the environment. And though retired from politics, Gorbachev remained vocal, occasionally criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mikhail Gorbachev, former president of the Soviet Union. Brett Baer, Fox News.
An excellent piece there from Brett Baer, who encompassed and kind of summarized the impact that this individual had on world politics. Mikhail Gorbachev dying at the age of just 91 years old. Our Live Now from Fox Phoenix's Andrew Kraft broke down the impact that this world leader had with Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. Let's listen in.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. This is Andrew Kraft, and we're looking at just some file video that you probably have seen of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev there. We learned just moments ago he has died at a Moscow hospital at the age of 91. We have a live look, and what we're being told from the Associated Press is outside of that hospital. Also a Live Now look there in Red Square. You can see the community and Russians across the country reacting to this news. Let's bring in Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin, who joins us live at the Pentagon with more reaction. Jennifer, good to see you. You know, this I don't think came as a shock to many people. He was 91 years old, but his life and legacy is something to remember, especially from the latter half of the 20th century and the fall of the Soviet Union. What were your first reactions when you heard the news today?
Well, Andrew, it's notable that on the anniversary of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan that we learned that the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died. He, of course, oversaw the breakup of the Soviet Union 2 years after he pulled Russian troops out of Afghanistan in 1989, after a costly 10-year war that helped hasten the economic collapse of the Soviet Empire. What's interesting is that Gorbachev ended the Cold War without bloodshed, without the loss of life that would typically mark such a cataclysmic moment. It's ironic that he has died while his successor, Russian President Vladimir Putin, pursues the exact opposite ambition, to reunite the Soviet Union by invading Ukraine and attempting to bring it back under Moscow's iron fist. Gorbachev helped remove the Iron Curtain that divided Europe. Putin has mobilized the West, and Europeans united them for the first time in decades in the face of his authoritarian, expansionist delusion about reestablishing the Soviet Union. Unlike Putin, Gorbachev did not send tanks in to quell the pro-democracy protesters in Eastern Europe when the Soviet Union was beginning to collapse, unlike previous Kremlin leaders who crushed the uprisings in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968 with Russian tanks and troops. Gorbachev's approach could not stand in greater contrast to Putin's violent attempt to usurp Ukraine. Putin issued a statement moments ago through his spokesman expressing his deepest condolences. It will be interesting to see if Vladimir Putin allows a state funeral or any sort of significant memorialization of Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev may have been a hero in the West and received the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the Cold War. For Putin and many Russian people, he is a villain who led to the humiliating collapse of their empire. From his deathbed, he told a Russian journalist that Putin is reversing his entire legacy by invading Ukraine. 15 Soviet republics sought autonomy when Gorbachev was president as he tried to navigate the transformation of the Soviet Union away from communism, which was bankrupting it. Ukraine was one of those republics. It gained its independence in 1991 while Gorbachev was still president. The independence of those 15 republics resulted from his reforms, from glasnost and perestroika, which Gorbachev had hoped would keep the Soviet Union together. Those countries, as we see in Ukraine, do not want to return to Soviet rule. Gorbachev was vilified by most Russians when we lived in Moscow at the end of the 90s. At that time, Russians faced economic hardship due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, which many Russians to this day, including Putin, view as the humiliating defeat of Russia. That humiliation, Andrew, is one of the reasons many Russians are willing to turn a blind eye to Putin's bloody invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, Jennifer, we're just seeing some video from the late 80s, early 90s of George H.W. Bush and Gorbachev, of Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev. Of course, Gorbachev's iconic birthmark there on his forehead. We're also getting reaction in from other leaders here stateside. This tweet we want to put up from Condoleezza Rice. She says, "I'm saddened to hear of the passing of Mikhail Gorbachev. He was a man who tried to deliver a better life for his people. His life was consequential because without him and his courage, it would not have been possible to end the Cold War peacefully." Jennifer, that's kind of one of my questions today. How are everyday Russians going to be reacting to this? Many kind of chalk up and give responsibility to him for the fall of the Soviet Union. Is that going to be on the minds of many of these everyday Russians who are reacting to the news? We have a live now look there in Moscow. It's about 1:30 on a very early Wednesday morning.
I think it will be very interesting, Andrew. I think if you talk about your average Russian, Gorbachev was not held in high esteem because of the propaganda from Putin and others over the years blaming him for the collapse of the Soviet Union. But now, at this moment in time, when it's impossible to speak out against Putin's war in Ukraine, or very difficult given the media censorship, given the punishment of 15 years in prison for speaking out against the war, it will be interesting if some of those people, those Russians who do want to protest the war in Ukraine, use this as an opportunity to step up and perhaps use Mikhail Gorbachev's death as a way to criticize Putin and to contrast to Putin previous leaders like Gorbachev who tried to peacefully save the Russia and who did not try to send tanks and troops into the former Soviet republics. The contrast to Putin couldn't be sharper, and it'll be very interesting to me to see if Russians use this as an opportunity to protest against Putin.
Yeah, and Jennifer, just to follow up on that, I don't know if you can offer, what was the relationship like between Putin and between Gorbachev? And maybe you can offer some details as well about what he did after he left office in his later years. Did he write? Was he an author? Did he appear on TV? Things like that, where we really have not heard from him in some time. Many, didn't know he was in the hospital either. So what has he been doing since leaving power 30 years ago?
Well, he was 91 years old. I remember interviewing him back in the late 90s when I was living in Moscow as a reporter for Fox News. And in those days, remember, Russia was going through a terrible, cataclysmic sort of economic change. The ruble had crashed, people had lost their livelihoods, and they were looking for someone to blame. Vladimir Putin sort of moved in 1999 after Boris Yeltsin stepped aside and became the next president. And again, Gorbachev would have been an easy scapegoat for him. Gorbachev and Putin never had a close relationship. In fact, they are complete opposites. Putin wanted to revive the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire, And again, that's why he's set his sights on Ukraine. He's been plotting for 20 years of how to try and reestablish the Soviet Union. We're seeing in Ukraine that he may come to a full stop there because the Ukrainian military and the Baltics and other countries don't want him to send Russian troops back in. But I would not say that Gorbachev and Putin had any sort of warm relationship. In fact, I was surprised to see that Putin had put out a statement of condolences upon hearing about his death. That was through his spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. It'll be interesting to see what Putin says publicly and whether he allows a state funeral, as I mentioned. So I think we are in a period of time. You asked about what Gorbachev had done since he left office. You know, he was very quiet in those initial years after he was was no longer president, because again, Russians were going through tumultuous turmoil at home. They didn't view him the way the West viewed him. So he did spend a lot of time traveling in those initial years in the West, teaching at universities, speaking publicly, writing his memoirs. But I think, you know, he was not given the kind of appreciation at home that you would have expected for such a historic figure.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the reaction on Twitter. C-SPAN just posted a video of him appearing in the Capitol Rotunda in Statuary Hall, paying his respects to then late President Ronald Reagan upon his passing back in 2004. But it's so interesting. Just lastly, you noted how history is really circular. You know, back in the 90s, glasnost and perestroika, words that we really haven't heard a lot about recently. And that was the kind of foray, the opening into the West, you know, ultimately led to the fall of the Soviet Union. But you're seeing, like you mentioned, the exact opposite, where now Russia has become a very insular place, a global pariah, if you will. And so I just was commenting, noting on those kind of historical patterns there. We also have a tweet in we just want to put up as well. This is from the Ronald Reagan Foundation with a picture of Reagan and Gorbachev. It says, the Reagan Foundation and Institute mourns the loss of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, a man who once was a political adversary of Reagan's, who ended up becoming a friend. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Gorbachev family and the people of Russia. Jennifer, just lastly, I'll be on the lookout to see, you know, how everyday Russians, how the Russian state leaders there commemorate this loss.
I agree, Andrew. It will be very interesting. And again, I think this is a moment, and as you mentioned, Vladimir Putin and his policies and his invasion of Ukraine could not be further from. They are the opposite of glasnost and perestroika. Russia is going back into its xenophobic, historic past, and it is not open, it is not reforming. And Mikhail Gorbachev was the opposite of Vladimir Putin. He will be remembered as such in the history books, but it will be very interesting to see how he's memorialized in Russia at this very moment in time.
All right, Fox News senior affairs correspondent Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon for us. Jennifer, thanks so much for offering your thoughts today. Welcome back.
Excellent insight there from Jennifer Griffin and also from our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We do want to continue with the latest international headlines, and this next one takes us out to London. Here is a live look at London on this Wednesday morning, and millions around the world are expected to remember the life of Princess Diana today, 25 years after she was killed in a car accident. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has details on her legacy and how her life of service is still being honored.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I hope we can remember my mother's legacy by recommitting to those that we serve.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. We will continue to monitor any tributes coming into our newsroom today, once again, as the world does mourn the 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you're just waking up with us, thanks for choosing to begin your Wednesday morning here with us on the show. We're just a couple of minutes shy of the 7 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to continue to monitor all of the top stories, not only stateside but worldwide as well. Let's take you out to our triple box view of some of those top stories that we are going to be monitoring as the day progresses. We are live, raw, and unfiltered in Bunal, Spain, as Spain's Tomatina festival is currently happening. It did begin at noon their time, so it began at 6 a.m. our time, and it is expected to only last an hour. I'll actually bring this shot up for you in full so that you can really take in this madness. For those of you very confused as to what you are waking up to watching this morning, this is an annual festival that was actually put on hold because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has returned this year. It is the annual Tomatina Festival held the last Wednesday of August. The festival once again starts at noon, and the tomato battle lasts only an hour. So 130,000 kilos of tomatoes are used. They are thrown at one another. That's why these individuals are quite literally swimming in tomato sauce. This is really quite the scene on a Wednesday morning, but this is what we do here on the show. We bring you out to any live, raw, and unfiltered events happening around the world, regardless of how let's just say interesting they may be, but quite the scene here. And it is an annual festival that once upon a time was just a regional activity, and now it has turned into an international affair. And these individuals do know that the time is wrapping up and that the festival has officially come to a close, and now they are celebrating head to toe covered in tomatoes. So that is a bit of what's happening around the world this morning. We'll take you back out to our triple box view to also let you know that NASA has officially set a new launch date for the Artemis 1 moon mission that is set to launch on Saturday, September 3rd. The window does open at 2:17 p.m. Eastern time. So join us right here on Live Now for Fox for full coverage of that launch. And of course, we are honoring the 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. We are going to be keeping a very close eye on any tributes that pour in from around the world. We do have a live shot of London this morning that I can actually bring up for you here on the show as well. And so once again, any tributes that do come into our newsroom, we'll be sure to take you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do want to get you up to speed, though, on some domestic stories that we have been following for quite some time, beginning, of course, with the latest when it comes to Donald Trump and the Department of Justice. New legal documents have emerged overnight detailing the search of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home and what FBI agents say they found there. As Douglas Zader reports from Washington this morning, the Justice Department's case against Trump is coming into sharper focus. Let's listen in.
Now, this is all part of a legal battle over whether a third party should be brought in to examine the documents taken from the former president's home. But this filing overnight goes well beyond that, and it includes a startling photo. The picture provided to a federal court overnight shows what the Justice Department says are just some of the documents found during the raid of former President Trump's Florida estate earlier this month. There are redactions, but some of the labels are clearly visible. Top secret and SCI, an even higher level of classification. Now, some see this as clear evidence that former President Trump did not comply with the law.
That photo, I think, is so damning for anyone watching. When you see that classification of top secret SCI, that special compartmentalized rating for these documents, these are documents that should never leave the confines of the White House, the Pentagon, or a secure area.
The president has maintained that he had the authority to declassify documents. But the Justice Department has also argued that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. And at the heart of the filing, the DOJ opposes a Trump request for a special master to look through the documents.
I would understand why they would be questioning whether the agent should be looking in all of these boxes when there could be materials in there that shouldn't be provided to law enforcement.
And tomorrow, a federal judge is scheduled to hear arguments on that question of appointing a special master to sift through these documents. In Washington, Doug Zader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that update. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft takes a closer look at that photograph that was referenced in Doug Zader's piece. Let's listen in.
We have one more update to this story we brought you about 25 minutes ago. In the latest twist in the legal saga having to do with the fallout from the FBI raid at former President Trump's residence at Mar-a-Lago, August the 8th. Included in this filing by the Department of Justice that just happened, this 36-page filing, they included a photo of some of these classified documents. Take a look at this. Okay, this was what was included, like I said, in this filing. You can see there, this is a photo of some of the documents and some of the classified markings that you can see here. So we're going to get more context. So in the photo, this is known as Attachment F. You can clearly see top secret SCI in some of those forms on the carpet there, right by that box in Mar-a-Lago. So they're spread out on the floor, but it's unclear at this point, so where and when this photo was taken. A senior DOJ official is only confirming to Fox News that the photo is of some of the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago on August the 8th. This is the first time, if you've been following this story very closely, very granularly, like we have here at Live Now from Fox, this is the first time we've seen some of the documents themselves in question. So it also contains a letter from the National Archives back to Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney. Remember, she's the chairwoman of the House Oversight, looking into this as well at the congressional level, discussing the allegations that former President Trump had torn up documents. Also part of this seems to be a letter from an unnamed Trump representative claiming there had been a, quote, diligent search for the documents. So this is quite interesting. The filing also notes that of most significant concern was that highly classified records were unfolded, intermixed with other records, and otherwise improperly identified. The National Archives referral was made on two bases: evidence that classified records had been stored at the premises until mid-January this year, and evidence that certain pages of presidential records had been torn up. This is quite significant. So the Department of Justice issuing this, filing this motion just moments ago. The DOJ meeting this federal judge's deadline with this late night filing, saying that Trump's motion for a special master, quote, fails for multiple reasons. The filing says former President Trump's request for the master and the return of seized items, quote, fails for multiple independent reasons.
Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft there breaking down this DOJ filing live, raw, and unfiltered last night. You also did hear him walk you through why that image was so significant. And to recap, the U.S. Justice Department says it had evidence that classified documents were deliberately concealed from the FBI when it tried to initially retrieve them in June. Former President Donald Trump had these documents, these classified top secret materials at his Mar-a-Lago estate, prompting the unprecedented search of his home that we have been covering now for quite a few weeks. It was a 54-page filing, prosecutors on Tuesday laying out their evidence of obstruction of justice, alleging publicly for the first time that Trump aides both falsely certified in June that the former president had returned all of the government records he had stored in his home after leaving the White House January 2021. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, she also reports on the very latest details in this investigation. Let's listen in.
Trump has a new lawyer. Former Florida Solicitor General Chris Kise joins the Trump team 3 weeks after the government's seizure of classified material at Mar-a-Lago. Mr. Trump says he's done nothing wrong, and now his attorneys want a judge to appoint a special master to review the seized documents to see if they're protected by legal privilege.
They've had eyes on these documents that should have been protected with attorney-client privilege.
A hearing on the matter is set for Thursday, an important legal step. The Democrats say the focus should remain on Trump's actions.
It doesn't take away from the underlying questions that we have about why all these classified documents were carted away, hundreds, including ones related to clandestine sources, and why Donald Trump didn't just return them when he was asked repeatedly.
The FBI recovered 11 sets of classified records earlier this month at Mar-a-Lago and 184 documents with classified markings in a January search.
What they did here may have been legal, but it was unprecedented, and I think they owe the country an explanation of why it was an appropriate thing to do.
It's unclear if President Trump will ever be charged, but the DOJ is investigating potential violations of the Espionage Act. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
With the current president of the United States, President Joe Biden, yesterday he outlined gun crime and his plans to combat it in Pennsylvania. Our reporters were covering this story today. Our Fox reporter Caroline Shively also reports on the latest when it comes to President Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Defund the police, give that money to community.
President Biden is trying to flip the script of some liberals in his party when it comes to policing.
The answer isn't to defund the police, it's to fund the police.
Mr. Biden will deliver that message in a speech in Pennsylvania this afternoon and talk about his proposed plan for 100,000 new police officers over 5 years, more attorneys in DA's offices, increased mental health services, and a 13% boost to the ATF's budget to go after illegal guns. An ABC News poll this month found that Republicans still have an 11-point advantage over Democrats when it comes to crime, and the president himself is underwater in most polls. Those low numbers had many Democrats downplaying their Biden connections for months. But with recent legislative wins and a slight uptick in popularity, the president is now hitting the campaign trail.
There are major issues that are going to affect all these races, but the one thing that is going to be most determinative is this is an election about Biden.
President Biden will also make a stop in the battleground state of Wisconsin on Monday.
President Biden's coming here to celebrate Labor Day. There's nothing to celebrate here. I mean, his policies have been a disaster.
A new CBS poll predicts Republicans will take back the House in the midterm elections, but by a smaller margin than once thought. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And here is a different vantage point of the nation's capital. We also are looking ahead to President Joe Biden's second visit to Pennsylvania that is expected to come tomorrow. He plans to deliver a campaign speech Thursday night. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more on what we can expect to hear from the president.
Everybody's entitled to be treated with dignity, just simple dignity.
Not everybody.
I respect conservative Republicans. I don't respect these MAGA Republicans.
Now President Biden is accusing Trump loyalists of encouraging violence.
Did any of you think, even as old as I am, you've ever been in an election where we talk about it's appropriate to use force, political violence in America?
He appears to be responding to Senator Lindsey Graham, who warned that a Trump indictment could lead to riots in the streets, before clarifying a day later that he is not calling for violence.
It's never appropriate. Never, period. Never, never, never. No one should be encouraged to use political violence.
Within the last week, the president has also referred to Republican policies as semi-fascism.
What do you mean by semi-fascism, sir?
In December, you will...
You know what I mean.
That line is too much for Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat, who says, quote, I have concerns that some people seem to think that violence is an appropriate way of resolving disputes in our democracy, but I think President Biden's comments just painted with way too broad a brush. But the president plans to double down Thursday night in Philadelphia.
He will speak about how the core values of this nation, our standing in the world, our democracy, are at stake.
It's a far cry from Biden 2020.
To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans.
Now he's appealing to both Republican lawmakers and Republican voters.
For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on?
Compare the volume there with this measured line from the inaugural address. The president said we can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. The president, who said on his first day he thinks unity is the path forward, is now telling people instead to pick a side. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Thank you to Peter for that report. Join us on Live Now from Fox tomorrow as we cover the President of the United States' second speech of the week in Pennsylvania. We do want to continue with the latest when it comes to monkeypox. More than 18,000 monkeypox cases have been reported nationwide since the outbreak started in the spring. Over the last few weeks, the number of new cases has been declining, and the White House is making a bigger push to prevent an outbreak. Our Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has this story.
Texas health officials on Monday announcing they're investigating what could be the first monkeypox death in the U.S. Doctors saying the severely immunocompromised patient who died Sunday was presumed positive for monkeypox. Still, they don't yet know the exact cause of death.
Additional investigation is needed to know what role monkeypox may or may not have played in their deaths.
This as the pace of new monkeypox cases reported across the U.S. has started to slow in recent weeks. According to the CDC, the number of cases last week dropped roughly 24% from 2 weeks earlier. That's about 100 cases a day. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky pointing to factors including vaccinations, testing, and behavior changes to help bend the curve. But health experts warn it may be too early to know if the downward trend will last.
Our focus every day is making sure that those most at risk for monkeypox have the information and resources they need. Vaccines, tests, treatment, to keep themselves and their loved ones safe.
The White House monkeypox response team now making a stronger push to get vaccines, testing sites, and increased information to communities most at risk for contracting the virus, focusing their efforts on large LGBTQ+ events.
Our latest effort involves working with state and local governments across the country to set up vaccination clinics at key upcoming festivals.
The CDC is reporting 15 global monkeypox deaths. Health officials are waiting autopsy results on that person who died in the United States. That could take a number of weeks. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that report. Abortion protests aren't dying down around the country as more states move forward with bills outlawing the procedure. Our Fox News' Gary Baumgarten has the very latest.
The fight for abortion rights continues in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, with protests erupting outside South Carolina's State House Tuesday as lawmakers inside approved a bill banning abortion with exceptions for rape and incest or in medical cases to save the mother's life. If the bill passes the state Senate, women in South Carolina would be able to get an abortion up to 12 weeks after conception, as long as they tell a doctor they were raped.
There's a sense of desperation.
So far, at least 17 states outlaw most abortions. Healthcare professionals in states where abortions are still legal are citing an influx of people traveling across state lines to secure the procedure.
I absolutely cannot afford another baby, whether that be financially or mentally.
Meanwhile, the White House says Americans will make their voices heard on abortion come midterm elections this November.
You're going to hear women roar on this issue, and it's going to be consequential.
But as President Biden calls on Congress to codify abortion rights nationwide, members of the United Nations are calling on U.S. lawmakers to address what they call ongoing racial disparities emphasized by abortion bans.
Racial and ethnic minorities are disproportionately impacted.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
And thank you for that report. We do want to continue with the latest. A look at the dark side of the marijuana legalization debate. And I do want to lower this audio for you. As some studies say psychiatric diseases such as anxiety and depression, along with addiction, can spell real trouble for cannabis users. Our Fox News medical analyst, Dr. Mark Siegel, reports.
His cannabis addiction started as a teenager. When he was 18, his casual marijuana use quickly turned into smoking higher THC potent cannabis strains and concentrates known as dabs. THC is the active chemical found in cannabis that produces a high.
I was hearing things, I was seeing things, even when I was sober, even when I cut out cannabis completely. I had to quit my job because the voices in my head were so distracting.
He was diagnosed with cannabis-induced psychosis, which involves severe hallucinations and delusions.
We're seeing more and more young men with these type of episodes.
Dr. Nora Volkov is the director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse.
People are being exposed to higher and higher content products, and it's much more widely available.
As of today, 19 states and Washington, D.C. have legalized recreational marijuana, while 37 states have approved medical use. But that, Dr. Volkov says, does not mean cannabis use is harmless, especially on adolescent brain development.
Exposure early on to THC modifies the brain in ways that makes it more susceptible later on to other drugs.
Manufacturers have found ways to add marijuana into vaping devices, edibles, and wax that can contain nearly 100% pure THC, a significantly higher concentration from decades ago. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer recently introduced legislation to legalize cannabis nationwide.
Cannabis-induced psychosis is real. Once the brain is broken, once it's addicted, it's really hard to get it back.
Most episodes of cannabis-induced psychosis are short-lived, but can last for months or even years when combined with underlying psychiatric disorders. Today's marijuana is much more powerful and is sometimes laced with hallucinogens, PCP, embalming fluid, and even fentanyl. Ethan Andrews' cannabis addiction started as a teenager.
An interesting study there from Fox News medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel. Here's a live look at Jacksonville, Florida this morning as the sun is beginning to rise here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for our first break of the hour. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest international headlines, including warning and tributes pouring into our newsroom as the world marks the 25th anniversary of the death of Princess Diana. We'll walk you through her legacy and how her life dedicated to service is still being remembered today. All of that after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev has died at the age of 91. The ex-president and last leader of the Soviet Union was reportedly undergoing treatment at a hospital before he died. His death was announced by Russian news agencies, but no further details were revealed. Gorbachev is credited with helping end the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union. Our Fox News chief political anchor, Brett Baer, takes a look back at his life and legacy.
Mikhail Gorbachev was born on March 2, 1931, in a southern Russian village. By age 21, he was a full member of the Communist Party, and in June 1955, he graduated from law school at Moscow State University. While there, he met a philosophy student, Raisa Titarenko. The two married a year after Mikhail graduated. Preparing for a life in the party, Gorbachev worked his way up the ladder, serving a number of posts, including positions in propaganda and agriculture. He served as Konstantin Chernenko's second in command for a year. When Chernenko died on March 10, 1985, Gorbachev was elected General Secretary of the Soviet Union the following day. He was perhaps one of the most influential reformers in his time. His policies of perestroika, or economic and political restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, served as a hinge on the door for major changes in the former Soviet Union. We need a revolution of the mind, he said, as he opened the floodgates to staggering social and economic reforms, which ranged from anti-alcohol laws to higher salaries for engineers and research scientists. In the spirit of glasnost, the famous dissident Andrei Sakharov was freed from exile during Gorbachev's first year in power. Also, critiques of Gorbachev's policies were published in the media, a drastic departure from the past. By 1988, Gorbachev had restructured the government. He shifted power from the central government and the Communist Party to the local level. In the spring of 1989, a new parliament was formed, called the People's Deputies. Gorbachev was elected president in October. The new roadmap Gorbachev drew up extended into international politics. In 1987, during a trip to Washington, D.C., he signed the historic treaty limiting intermediate-range nuclear forces. In 1990, Gorbachev received the Nobel Peace Prize. Margaret Thatcher was one of the first internationally who backed the Soviet leader, saying she could do business with him. But with Gorbachev's reforms came more changes in the Soviet Union. In August 1991, there was an attempted coup, and the Gorbachevs were under house arrest for 3 days. He denounced the coup as illegal, but soon realized the former Soviet Union was falling apart. Gorbachev resigned as president on Christmas Day, 1991. Gorbachev's wife of 43 years, Raisa, died of leukemia in September 1999. Gorbachev spent his later years in the lecture circuit and as a strong supporter of protecting the environment. And though retired from politics, Gorbachev remained vocal, occasionally criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mikhail Gorbachev, former president of the Soviet Union. Brett Baer, Fox News.
An excellent recap there from our Fox News' Brett Baer on the life and legacy of Mikhail Gorbachev. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft broke down more with Jacob Lasson in an interview last night as this news broke. Let's listen back in.
Let's bring in Jacob Lasson. You study the country of Russia and so many facets of its history, especially in the Soviet and post-Soviet period. You're based now at Miami of Ohio there in Oxford, Ohio. Your first thoughts when you heard the news today, it's in the middle of the night in Moscow. What will Russians be saying when they wake up?
Yeah, it was, it's very odd to feel shocked when a 91-year-old dies, but it does feel like the end of an era here, really. An end of the Soviet period, an end to kind of the way that we understood Russia and the Cold War. So I think when Russians start waking up, it's going to be more of a mixed bag. I think there's more of a positive feeling towards Gorbachev here in the West, here in the United States. But in Russia, it is really more of a kind of ambivalent way of thinking of him. On the one hand, right, as we saw in the piece just before this, there was a lot more openness. The reforms were brought in. We saw, big sweeping changes to Russia that eventually led to the end of the Soviet Union. On the other hand, those big sweeping changes led to a lot of uncertainty and a lot of worry, anxiety. People really suffered. So really a very mixed legacy for him within Russia and across the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union.
Yeah, Jacob, we've been speaking with reporters and people who, lived in Russia for some time, like yourself, and they said essentially that, current President Vladimir Putin and Gorbachev never really got along. He did issue a statement offering his condolences. Do you think, though, with the passing of someone of his stature, just, in the Russian consciousness, would that necessitate possibly a state funeral, possibly mourners coming out in public, vigils, kind of memorials kind of popping up in and around Russia? What was kind of his presence since he was in power 30 years ago? Has he remained kind of top of mind, or has he faded into history there in Russia?
I think for, everyday life, he's largely faded in a lot of ways. He's kind of been relegated to the history books, seen as a figure from a previous era. As for what's going to happen in memorializing him in Russia, that's a really interesting question to look at about how state media is going to talk about him and how lots of different figures from all parts of kind of the Russian political world are going to react to this news. I think you're going to see a lot more kind of candor on Russian news in the way that he's memorialized, in ways that you haven't seen really in a long time on Russian television, because of the polarizing nature of his legacy, because of kind of everyone trying to grab onto some form, some part of the legacy of Soviet greatness in the past, but also distance themselves from the disorder and dysfunction that happened in the country right after the Soviet Union collapsed.
Speaking of, being in the history books, some 50, 100, 200 years from now, what is the first line when the chapter is written about Mikhail Gorbachev going to say? Is it going to say he was largely responsible for the fall of the Soviet Union? We've been getting so much reaction from leaders here in the West. We haven't really gotten much reaction there in Russia. Obviously, a lot of these remembrances in the West have been very, very positive. But what do you think those history books will say when they write the Gorbachev chapter?
It's a really great question. I think that largely it's going to be determined by who holds on to power going forward. If it's someone kind of in the mold of Putin, I think that as we go forward, Gorbachev will just be seen as kind of the last gasp of a dying empire, of a system that wasn't quite working, and that ended up really kind of giving up a lot of greatness that Russia felt that it had. On the other hand, if we do see some reforms, if we see Putin replaced with more democratic leaning leaders, I believe that Gorbachev will be looked at as kind of a good democratic model, as someone who, obviously was in a position where he had a lot of power and there were still repressions, there were still, people who did not have their rights under Gorbachev, but who at least understood that there needed to be some kind of changes, and that was able to bring those in, wasn't able to control them fully, but at least was willing to move towards a more reform-minded democratic view for Russia.
No, you're so right. That's such an interesting point. Putin has cemented power. He's probably going to be in his current role well into the 2030s. And then, of course, we all know Russia has the tendency that is in their playbook to kind of propagandize the past. And so it'll be interesting to see how Gorbachev's life and legacy and death factor into that. And then, of course, really the elephant in the room is the war in Ukraine that is going on right now. Was Gorbachev outspoken about that? Was he outspoken about some of Putin's actions to hold on to power in his later years?
He was. That was actually one of the few times you would hear from Gorbachev in his later years, when he was largely a private individual. He was very much against the war in Ukraine. He was from southern Russia, which is right on the border with Ukraine, and so I think there was a lot of kind of personal feeling there as well. And he definitely did not like the direction that Putin was going in, or the attempts to hold on to power at all costs, not allow for free and fair elections. So Gorbachev, at the end of his life, it's kind of an interesting thing to think about. This is someone who was born in the 1930s, under Stalin, came of age during World War II, and then rose up through the ranks throughout the entire Soviet period until he oversaw the end of the Soviet Union, and then lived long enough to see Russia invade one of the former republics of the Soviet Union multiple times. So, it's a very, very interesting kind of viewpoint that he had over all of these large changes throughout history. And so, him being so outspoken at the end of his life, even while he was very ill, shows kind of how important he felt it was to speak out against what Putin was doing in Ukraine.
No, it's so interesting. I love the line, history might not often repeat itself, but it definitely does rhyme, as now Russia tries to reconstitute what essentially was left of the Soviet Union after the fall, 31 years ago. Jacob Lassen, thanks so much for your time and insight on this day.
Great insight there from Andrew Kraft, and that expert on Russian politics. We, of course, We'll continue to monitor any tributes that do pour in and the latest fallout as a result of the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, dying at the age of 91 years old yesterday. Speaking of tributes, from Moscow out to France we go, where we are also monitoring tributes pouring into our newsroom on the 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. This is a feed that has come into our newsroom this morning as the world is mourning Princess Diana's death 25 years ago after entering the tunnel in Paris. This is actually a tribute that is set up on top of the Pont d'Alma. That was the tunnel where Princess Diana's car crashed 25 years ago to the day. Of course, we do have our reporters covering this story for us as well. And our Fox News correspondent, Alexis McAdams, has details on Princess Diana's legacy and how her life of service is still being honored even 25 years later. Let's listen in.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I hope we can remember my mother's legacy by recommitting to those that we serve.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that update. We, of course, will continue to bring you any images of these tributes, such as this one that we are getting live into our newsroom from Paris, France, throughout the day. We also did have a live shot coming into our newsroom from London, but unfortunately that feed has cut out, and we'll continue to bring you once again the latest tributes on this 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. We do want to continue with the latest international news coming into our newsroom. Yesterday marked 1 year since the last U.S. military planes left Afghanistan, leaving behind a country in ruins being controlled by the newly empowered Taliban. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more from the Pentagon.
It was one of the most dramatic moments in the history of the U.S. military, the final planes and troops leaving Afghanistan 1 year ago today, bringing an end to the longest war in American history.
I look back on that and I was like, man, I was tired, but God, I was grateful that we got all of those Americans out of there safely.
The White House focusing today on what it calls an unprecedented rescue mission, pointing out the U.S. was able to evacuate more than 124,000 people in just 17 days, averaging a flight of refugees every hour. But critics tell a different story, highlighted by the loss of billions of dollars worth of military equipment and the deaths of 13 American service members during the chaotic rush to Kabul's international airport.
If you can imagine my son at 23 holding a bullhorn, trying to keep order for hundreds and thousands of people coming through one gate.
Now the main goal for Afghanistan has shifted to making sure the country isn't used as a base to attack the U.S. And with no American troop presence, it won't be easy. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin writing in a statement, quote, "We know this work is not done. We must keep a relentless focus on counterterrorism." But some say it's too late, and terror groups like al-Qaeda are already gaining strength.
We have the radical Islamists in the country thriving again, and that is not something anybody had in mind.
More than 2,400 U.S. service members were killed during the war in Afghanistan. Tens of thousands were wounded. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And from the latest in Afghanistan to the latest in Baghdad, we go. Deadly battles killed dozens of people in the center of Baghdad before a former enemy of America told his supporters to end the violence. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has the latest from London. Let's listen in.
The crisis in Iraq continues, but there are new hopes the worst of the violence is over. After days of deadly fighting inside Baghdad's heavily fortified green zone, supporters of influential cleric Muqtada al-Sadr have started withdrawing. It all started when al-Sadr announced his resignation from politics, creating a crisis within Iraq's already deadlocked government. His supporters rushed to the green zone and began attacking government buildings, with clashes continuing until just a few hours ago, when al-Sadr himself called on his supporters to leave and condemned the violence being carried out in his name.
Regardless of who started it, this revolution has turned violent and involved killings. It is no longer a revolution, and I will no longer call it that.
Al-Sadr has long opposed foreign intervention in Iraq, and as recently as July, called on his supporters to storm parliament. But in his address, he apologized to the Iraqi people, claiming it was never his intention to weaken the government even further.
Iraq's security, stability, and sovereignty should not be put at risk. So now's the time for dialogue, not escalated confrontation.
At least 30 people were killed in the fighting and more than 400 wounded. And as security forces slowly reclaim the streets, folks in Baghdad remain on edge.
The dangerous situation and the overtaking of the government's property will destabilize the economic situation as well as our daily lives.
Senior defense officials tell Fox News there are no plans to close the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad at this time. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for those details. We'll continue to monitor these latest clashes in Baghdad's green zone. We did get live feeds into our newsroom yesterday morning of these clashes, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the latest details as the morning progresses. 7:42 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you up to speed on the latest business headlines, including Elon Musk's latest efforts to pull out of that mega money $44 billion Twitter deal. Those details on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the Elon Musk and Twitter saga. We do know that Elon Musk is now laying out a new case for backing out of that $44 billion Twitter deal. The billionaire is scheduled to go to trial with the social media company this fall. Our Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady has the story.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk once again filed to end his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. On Monday, his legal team sent a letter to the social media company citing a whistleblower report from former Chief Security Officer Peter Zatko. He was fired earlier this year. In the report, Zatko alleges Twitter misled regulators about its security protocols and withheld information about user data breaches.
The disclosure goes into great detail, 84 pages, single-spaced, hundreds of footnotes, dozens of enclosures. Essentially, the company was not doing what it said it was doing.
Musk originally filed to end the deal in July, saying Twitter did not give him enough information about bot activity on the platform. His attorneys say if Zatko's claims are true, they would serve as additional reasons to terminate the agreement. On Tuesday, Twitter responded to Musk's latest filing, writing in part, quote, "This letter is based solely on statements made by a third party that, as Twitter has previously stated, are riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies and lack important context. Twitter and Musk are set to go to trial in October, but his team has asked for that to be delayed."
Every single M&A deal that's out there is contingent upon you meeting certain representations and warranties. Whatever the seller says is true has to be true.
Zatko was subpoenaed by Musk's attorneys and is expected to appear for a deposition next week. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox Business.
And Kelly O'Grady has been following this story since the very beginning. She caught up with our very own Live Now from Fox's Mike Page to break down all the intricacies of this very highly followed saga that has been going on for months. Let's listen back in.
Well, the next one is all about Elon Musk and the ongoing Twitter battle that continues. Let's go out to Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady joining me here live on Live Now from Fox. And Kelly, I know you've been on this story for a while. You've been following Elon. You've been following Twitter. And it's almost like this, you know, it's the high school relationship that just doesn't want to end right now.
I love that characterization of it. I mean, I honestly can't wait for the movie to come out because it inevitably will, or the Apple TV series, because this has just been so juicy. So the latest is that there's been yet another attempt to terminate the merger agreement on Elon Musk's part. Just to kind of get everyone up to speed, they're set to go to court October 17th in the Delaware Court of Chancery, but there's been some recent whistleblower accusations from Twitter's former chief of security that have prompted a potentially new cause for termination on Musk's part. So back on July 8th, Musk sent a notice to terminate, and that was really focused around this idea that Twitter was mischaracterizing the percentage of spam bots on the platform. Now, yesterday, they've sent a new notice that they filed with the SEC. They also sent to Twitter, and this really focuses on those whistleblower allegations. And that really centers around that there have potentially been material security breaches, that there's ability for foreign governments, foreign spies to access user data, which is, of course, very concerning. And the whistleblower also alleged that that bot number that Twitter has reported in their SEC filings that Musk has been focused on, that the fake accounts on the platform are less than 5%. He's alleging, this whistleblower, that Twitter is actually lying and that Elon Musk has a case. Now, I want to bring up a quote from the SEC filing from Musk's team. And so what he said in this filing yesterday is that, quote, "The Zatko complaint alleges far-reaching misconduct at Twitter. These allegations, if true, demonstrate that Twitter has breached the following provisions of the merger agreement, thereby giving the Musk parties the right to terminate the merger agreement." Now, there's this concept of material adverse effect. That's something that Musk has been hanging his case that he filed July 8th and now this new one. And basically what that means is that Twitter would lose value if they are subject to them having lied to the SEC filings with that bot number, or if these allegations turn out to be true, they would also have been lying to the SEC, and there would be a whole host of other problems. And so kind of what Elon is arguing here is that the value of Twitter would go far below that $44 billion merger if these things were to be true, and therefore he can walk away because he wasn't given that information at the beginning of these negotiations or prior to signing that agreement. I also want to bring up, though, Twitter's response, because they are remaining firm as expected in their push to complete this merger. They responded today saying, quote, "The purported termination set forth in your August 29th letter is invalid and wrongful under the agreement. It's based solely on statements made by a third party that, as Twitter has previously stated, are riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies and lack important context." So, of course, you know, as you were saying, right, that high school relationship, it's a he said, she said here. And they will be going to the Delaware Court of Chancery. I do want to highlight there the judge has granted a number of requests that seem that she may be more on Twitter's side. They're known as being very business friendly. But, you know, we're going to see on September 13th this whistleblower testify before Congress. So that will be kind of interesting to see what evidence comes out. Is this something that Musk is able to use? Is there hard proof across all of these different claims? And to make it even juicier, it's going to be the same day as Twitter's shareholder vote. They're urging their shareholders to approve this merger. So this could really be huge for implications if these allegations are true, huge for the Musk Twitter case. But I mean, definitely grab the popcorn, Mike, because this certainly isn't over.
Yeah, I know. It definitely is the grab the popcorn type of feel right here. But, you know, as you would think, though, as a person, you know, a lot of people spend time on Twitter. You know, in the past, you see these types of bots here, and how can it be sometimes when someone posts something instantly and then there's like 50 replies and like half of them are already positive, you know, like, or whatever the subject is. It's sort of, you know, murky waters there to begin with. So I think a lot of people want to find out, okay, what's up with this bot situation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the bots question also goes across other social media platforms, right? You see it on Facebook, so that there could be implications for social media in general coming out of this case. But I think that is Musk's point, right? That not only is it an issue from an advertising standpoint, right? Because Twitter makes 90 or 95% of its revenue from advertising. Advertisers want to make sure, hey, you know, I'm paying money to reach a real person that could go buy my product. But to your point, these bots are able to generate buzz and consensus and elevate certain ideas or even depress certain ideas with how they react, commenting, liking. And so it really does have implications for this idea of whether the platform is actually a place for free speech. And then, of course, everything from elections to just how we have discourse as a society, because we certainly don't do enough of that in person anymore, right? It's all done online.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, I think Joe Rogan needs Elon Musk on again, because for some reason, when Joe interviews people, just like Zuckerberg, I mean, he gets the information out. I mean, they just come out for him.
Oh, I know. I highly recommend watching the Aaron Rodgers one that just dropped the other day. That was very interesting. But it's true, right? I mean, Mark Zuckerberg comes on and it causes a flurry of activity. I mean, even now, we've been talking today about the FBI and Zuckerberg and sort of all of the implications there. Elon is always a treat when he goes on, especially when they imbibe in other things, which maybe make things come out a little bit more easily.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I agree. It would be great to have Rogan get the presidential candidates on there too. I think a lot of things would come out there.
You know, instead of doing the debates, I think, Kelly, this time around in 2024, I think they should just go on Joe Rogan, and then I think we'll all figure out what's going on, right?
I love it. I'm behind it.
There we go. Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady, always great to have you on and really break down everything that's going on in the Elon Musk verse.
Kelly Kelly O'Grady doing an excellent job once again of breaking down the very latest. She did highlight some things to look forward to, not only Elon Musk having to report to trial as he and Twitter duke this out in court, but of course the whistleblower, that Twitter whistleblower testifying before Congress. So those two events that we'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on here on the show, and we'll bring you through any of the latest details, just like we did break this Elon Musk filing paperwork yet again to terminate this deal yesterday morning right here on the show. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest business headlines as we are now just about an hour and a half away from the stock market opening yet again. Stocks dropping for the third day in a row yesterday. The Dow Jones losing more than 300 points. The Nasdaq shedding 134, while the S&P 500 dropped 44 points. So despite all those smiling faces that you're seeing there on your screens, when the opening bell did ring, those faces weren't exactly smiling at the end of the day. Investors are worried high interest rates aren't going away anytime soon as the Federal Reserve fights inflation. We do want to remove the lower for you, and here you can see how the stocks closed yesterday. Once again, we follow all of the latest business headlines here on the show, so stay tuned as the stock market is set to open once again at 9:30. We do want to get you through some other business headlines. Uber is updating its safety toolkit. It now includes a new feature for riders to get live help from a safety agent. Uber says when a rider needs assistance that doesn't require first responders, they can now contact a live ADT safety agent by calling or texting. The rideshare company says it also is expanding the option to text 911 to more cities. Uber says nearly 60% of the United States will now have that feature. The company first introduced that safety toolkit back in 2018 to address safety concerns during rides. And speaking of the Federal Reserve, a Federal Reserve official says he expects interest rates to stay high for a while to combat inflation. New York Fed President John Williams said the central bank needs to get its benchmark interest rate somewhere above 3.5% and keep it at that level through the end of the year. The Fed hiked the rate by 0.75 percentage point last month, taking its benchmark to a range between 2.25% and 2.5%. So 2.25 and 2.5, taking that benchmark between that range. At a meeting next month, the Fed will likely consider whether to announce yet another rate hike. And speaking of the latest numbers, the Great Resignation isn't over. Job openings continue to increase in July, showing the demand for workers is still high. According to the latest report by the Department of Labor, there were 11.2 million open jobs in July, up slightly from the 11 million reported in June. The data shows the most new openings were in fields like education, retail, and professional services. The July jobs report is due out this Friday. We'll bring you those numbers right here on the show. And from the latest job numbers to the latest housing numbers, prices of homes are still going up, but not as fast as we've seen in past months. That's according to the Case-Shiller Index. In June, home prices rose 18.6% compared to last year. That's slightly down from the 19.7% gain recorded in May. Meantime, mortgage rates are rising. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed to nearly 6% in June. Consumers are getting their confidence back. Our Fox Business Network's Connell McShane has a look at this story in our latest Fox Means Business Report.
There's still a lot of opportunity out there for anyone who is looking for work. The number of job openings rising in July to more than 11.2 million. Now, that's way more than analysts were expecting, and it's near a record high. For some context, there's nearly 2 positions available for every unemployed person. Stocks struggling again on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq all closed lower for the third day in a row. Investors are still worried about how much interest rates will go up. Now, while investors might be nervous, shoppers seem to be getting some swagger back. The Conference Board saying that consumer confidence rose in August after 3 straight monthly declines. A lot of people feeling better because inflation seems to be slowing and gas prices have certainly dropped. Home prices, though, are still rising, just at a slower pace. According to the Case-Shiller 20 City Index, they jumped 18.6% in June from the same time a year ago, but that's down from the 20.5% annual rise in May. And that's business. I'm Connell McShane.
And here's a live look at a place that we would all rather be at this morning. Perhaps you're packing up your lunch or your bags to head out the door. It is officially 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. But here is a live look at the beach here in Florida. If I could just be sitting right in that blue chair that you see there on the sand, I would be one happy gal this Wednesday morning. But instead, I get to spend it all with you. If you are just waking up with us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We do want to make sure that you are heading out the door this morning with a look at all of the top stories that we are going to be monitoring as the day progresses. From Florida out to the nation's capital we go, where we do know that President Joe Biden is set to once again visit Pennsylvania later this week. He's going to deliver a campaign speech tomorrow night. We, of course, will be bringing you that update and those remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show, just as we did with yesterday's remarks. We heard from the President of the United States as he spoke and outlined gun crime and his plan to combat it. We do have our reporters covering this story for us. Our Fox's Madeline Rivera has the latest details from the nation's capital.
As summer winds down, the campaign trail is heating up. With just 10 weeks to go before Election Day, President Biden is focusing on the alarming spike in crime.
When it comes to public safety in this nation, the answer is not defund the police, it's fund the police.
The president laid out his Safer America plan, a $37 billion proposal aimed at boosting law enforcement and reducing crime, which includes hiring and training 100,000 police officers over 5 years. And he sharpened his attacks on Republicans, criticizing them for some of their rhetoric against the FBI, following the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
It's sickening to see the new attacks on the FBI, threatening the life of law enforcement agents and their families for simply carrying out the law and doing their job.
A Fox News poll shows 54% of voters see Republicans doing a better job on crime than Democrats.
The American people know that the Democrat Party is the party of defund the police.
Tuesday's speech is just one of 3 stops that the president is expected to make in Pennsylvania over the next week. The battleground state is holding competitive gubernatorial and Senate races, the latter crucial in deciding control of Congress in November.
He needs Trump. He needs Trump to be the villain in his play.
President Biden is set to return to Pennsylvania Thursday to deliver a primetime speech invoking his 2020 campaign theme about the battle for the soul of the nation. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that update. Here's a different vantage point of the nation's capital. And you did hear there Madeline allude to another speech coming up from the President of the United States in Pennsylvania. We do know that that is set to be tomorrow night. President Joe Biden planning to deliver that speech to talk about what he perceives as threats to the nation. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has a preview of that speech. Let's listen in.
Everybody's entitled to be treated with dignity, just simple dignity.
Not everybody.
I respect conservative Republicans. I don't respect these MAGA Republicans.
Now President Biden is accusing Trump loyalists of encouraging violence.
Did any of you think, even as old as I am, you've ever been in an election where we talk about it's appropriate to use force, political violence in America?
He appears to be responding to Senator Lindsey Graham, who warned that a Trump indictment could lead to riots in the streets, before clarifying a day later that he is not calling for violence.
It's never appropriate. Never, period. Never, never, never. No one should be encouraged to use political violence.
Within the last week, the president has also referred to Republican policies as semi-fascism.
What do you mean by semi-fascism, sir? You know what I mean.
That line is too much for Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat, who says, quote, I have concerns that some people seem to think that violence is an appropriate way of resolving disputes in our democracy, but I think President Biden's comments just painted with way too broad a brush. But the president plans to double down Thursday night in Philadelphia.
He will speak about how the core values of this nation, our standing in the world, our democracy, are at stake.
It's a far cry from Biden 2020.
To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans.
Now he's appealing to both Republican lawmakers and Republican voters.
For God's sake, whose side are you on? Whose side are you on?
Compare the volume there with this measured line from the inaugural address. The president said we can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. The president, who said on his first day he thinks unity is the path forward, is now telling people instead to pick a side. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
And on to the latest when it comes to the Department of Justice investigating the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. New legal documents have emerged overnight detailing the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida and what FBI agents say they found there. Doug Lazater reports from Washington.
Now, this is all part of a legal battle over whether a third party should be brought in to examine the documents taken from the former president's home. But this filing overnight goes well beyond that, and it includes a startling photo. The picture provided to a federal court overnight shows what the Justice Department says are just some of the documents found during the raid of former President Trump's Florida estate earlier this month. There are redactions, but some of the labels are clearly visible. Top secret and SCI, an even higher level of classification. Now, some see this as clear evidence that former President Trump did not comply with the law.
That photo, I think, is so damning for anyone watching. When you see that classification of top secret SCI, that special compartmentalized rating for these documents, these are documents that should never leave the confines of the White House, the Pentagon, or a secure area.
The president has maintained that he had the authority to declassify documents. But the Justice Department has also argued that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. And at the heart of the filing, the DOJ opposes a Trump request for a special master to look through the documents.
I would understand why they would be questioning whether the agent should be looking in all of these boxes when there could be materials in there that shouldn't be provided to law enforcement.
And tomorrow, a federal judge is scheduled to hear arguments on that question of appointing a special master to sift through these documents. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that update. Here is a closer look at that photograph that is now making its way across headlines. Photographs of some of the documents that were retrieved by FBI agents after executing that search warrant at that estate, his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. We, of course, will be keeping you updated on any developments that arise in this investigation. We do want to continue with the latest headlines this morning, and the next one takes us out to Russia, where former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev has officially died at the age of just 91 years old. The ex-president and last leader of the Soviet Union was reportedly undergoing treatment at a hospital before he died. His death was announced by Russian news agencies, but no further details were revealed. Gorbachev is credited with helping end the Cold War and break up the Soviet Union. While he did die at the age of 91, our Fox News chief political anchor Brett Baer takes the look back at his life and legacy.
Mikhail Gorbachev was born on March 2, 1931, in a southern Russian village. By age 21, he was a full member of the Communist Party, and in June 1955, he graduated from law school at Moscow State University. While there, he met a philosophy student, Raisa Titarenko. The two married a year after Mikhail graduated. Preparing for a life in the party, Gorbachev worked his way up the ladder, serving a number of posts, including positions in propaganda and agriculture. He served as Konstantin Chernenko's second in command for a year. When Chernenko died on March 10, 1985, Gorbachev was elected General Secretary of the Soviet Union the following day. He was perhaps one of the most influential reformers in his time. His policies of perestroika, or economic and political restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, served as a hinge on the door for major changes in the former Soviet Union. "We need a revolution of the mind," he said, as he opened the floodgates to staggering social and economic reforms, which ranged from anti-alcohol laws to higher salaries for engineers and research scientists. In the spirit of glasnost, the famous dissident Andrei Sakharov was freed from exile during Gorbachev's first year in power. Also, critiques of Gorbachev's policies were published in the media, a drastic departure from the past. By 1988, Gorbachev had restructured the government. He shifted power from the central government and the Communist Party to the local level. In the spring of 1989, a new parliament was formed, called the People's Deputies. Gorbachev was elected president in October. The new roadmap Gorbachev drew up extended into international politics. In 1987, during a trip to Washington, D.C., he signed the historic treaty limiting intermediate-range nuclear forces. In 1990, Gorbachev received the Nobel Peace Prize. Margaret Thatcher was one of the first internationally who backed the Soviet leader, saying she could do business with him. But with Gorbachev's reforms came more changes in the Soviet Union. In August 1991, there was an attempted coup, and the Gorbachevs were under house arrest for 3 days. He denounced the coup as illegal, but soon realized the former Soviet Union was falling apart. Gorbachev resigned as president on Christmas Day, 1991. Gorbachev's wife of 43 years, Raisa, died of leukemia in September 1999. Gorbachev spent his later years in the lecture circuit and as a strong supporter of protecting the environment. And though retired from politics, Gorbachev remained vocal, occasionally criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mikhail Gorbachev, former president of the Soviet Union. Brett Baer, Fox News.
An excellent piece there from Brett Baer, and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft caught up with Jennifer Griffin, our Fox News counterintelligence specialist, to break down the legacy of the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev. Let's listen back in.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. This is Andrew Kraft, and we're looking at just some file video that you probably have seen of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev there. We learned just moments ago he has died at a Moscow hospital at the age of 91. We have a live look, and what we're being told from the Associated Press is outside of that hospital. Also a Live Now look there in Red Square. You can see the community and Russians across the country reacting to this news. Let's bring in Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin, who joins us live at the Pentagon with more reaction. Jennifer, good to see you. You know, this I don't think came as a shock to many people. He was 91 years old, but his life and legacy is something to remember, especially from the latter half of the 20th century and the fall of the Soviet Union. What were your first reactions when you heard the news today?
Well, Andrew, it's notable that on the anniversary of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan that we learned that the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died. He, of course, oversaw the breakup of the Soviet Union 2 years after he pulled Russian troops out of Afghanistan in 1989, after a costly 10-year war that helped hasten the economic collapse of the Soviet Empire. What's interesting is that Gorbachev ended the Cold War without bloodshed, without the loss of life that would typically mark such a cataclysmic moment. It's ironic that he has died while his successor, Russian President Vladimir Putin, pursues the exact opposite ambition, to reunite the Soviet Union by invading Ukraine and attempting to bring it back under Moscow's iron fist. Gorbachev helped remove the Iron Curtain that divided Europe. Putin has mobilized the West, and Europeans united them for the first time in decades in the face of his authoritarian, expansionist delusion about reestablishing the Soviet Union. Unlike Putin, Gorbachev did not send tanks in to quell the pro-democracy protesters in Eastern Europe when the Soviet Union was beginning to collapse, unlike previous Kremlin leaders who crushed the uprisings in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968 with Russian tanks and troops. Gorbachev's approach could not stand in greater contrast to Putin's violent attempt to usurp Ukraine. Putin issued a statement moments ago through his spokesman expressing his deepest condolences. It will be interesting to see if Vladimir Putin allows a state funeral or any sort of significant memorialization of Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev may have been a hero in the West and received the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the Cold War. For Putin and many Russian people, he is a villain who led to the humiliating collapse of their empire. From his deathbed, he told a Russian journalist that Putin is reversing his entire legacy by invading Ukraine. 15 Soviet republics sought autonomy when Gorbachev was president as he tried to navigate the transformation of the Soviet Union away from communism, which was bankrupting it. Ukraine was one of those republics. It gained its independence in 1991 while Gorbachev was still president. The independence of those 15 republics resulted from his reforms, from glasnost and perestroika, which Gorbachev had hoped would keep the Soviet Union together. Those countries, as we see in Ukraine, do not want to return to Soviet rule. Gorbachev was vilified by most Russians when we lived in Moscow at the end of the 90s. At that time, Russians faced economic hardship due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, which many Russians to this day, including Putin, view as the humiliating defeat of Russia. That humiliation, Andrew, is one of the reasons many Russians are willing to turn a blind eye to Putin's bloody invasion of Ukraine. Andrew?
Yeah, Jennifer, we're just seeing some video from the late 80s, early 90s of George H.W. Bush and Gorbachev, of Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev. Of course, Gorbachev's iconic birthmark there on his forehead. We're also getting reaction in from other leaders here stateside. This tweet we want to put up from Condoleezza Rice. She says, "I'm saddened to hear of the passing of Mikhail Gorbachev. He was a man who tried to deliver a better life for his people. His life was consequential because without him and his courage, it would not have been possible to end the Cold War peacefully." Jennifer, that's kind of one of my questions today. How are everyday Russians going to be reacting to this? Many kind of chalk up and give responsibility to him for the fall of the Soviet Union. Is that going to be on the minds of many of these everyday Russians who are reacting to the news? We have a live now look there in Moscow. It's about 1:30 on a very early Wednesday morning.
I think it will be very interesting, Andrew. I think if you talk about your average Russian, Gorbachev was not held in high esteem because of the propaganda from Putin and others over the years blaming him for the collapse of the Soviet Union. But now, at this moment in time, when it's impossible to speak out against Putin's war in Ukraine, or very difficult given the media censorship, given the punishment of 15 years in prison for speaking out against the war, it will be interesting if some of those people, those Russians who do want to protest the war in Ukraine, use this as an opportunity to step up and perhaps use Mikhail Gorbachev's death as a way to criticize Putin and to contrast to Putin previous leaders like Gorbachev who tried to peacefully save the Russia and who did not try to send tanks and troops into the former Soviet republics. The contrast to Putin couldn't be sharper, and it'll be very interesting to me to see if Russians use this as an opportunity to protest against Putin.
Yeah, and Jennifer, just to follow up on that, I don't know if you can offer, what was the relationship like between Putin and between Gorbachev? And maybe you can offer some details as well about what he did after he left office in his later years. Did he write? Was he an author? Did he appear on TV? Things like that, where we really have not heard from him in some time. Many, didn't know he was in the hospital either. So what has he been doing since leaving power 30 years ago?
Well, he was 91 years old. I remember interviewing him back in the late 90s when I was living in Moscow as a reporter for Fox News. And in those days, remember, Russia was going through a terrible cataclysmic sort of economic change. The ruble had crashed, people had lost their livelihoods, and they were looking for someone to blame. Vladimir Putin sort of moved in 1999 after Boris Yeltsin stepped aside and became the next president. And again, Gorbachev would have been an easy scapegoat for him. Gorbachev and Putin never had a close relationship. In fact, they are complete opposites. Putin wanted to revive the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire. And again, that's why he's set his sights on Ukraine. He's been plotting for 20 years of how to try and reestablish the Soviet Union. We're seeing in Ukraine that he may come to a full stop there because the Ukrainian military and the Baltics and other countries don't want him to send Russian troops back in. But I would not say that Gorbachev and Putin had any sort of warm relationship. In fact, I was surprised to see that Putin had put out a statement of condolences upon hearing about his death. That was through his spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. It'll be interesting to see what Putin says publicly and whether he allows a state funeral, as I mentioned. So I think we are in a period of time. You asked about what Gorbachev had done since he left office. You know, he was very quiet in those initial years after he was was no longer president, because again, Russians were going through tumultuous turmoil at home. They didn't view him the way the West viewed him. So he did spend a lot of time traveling in those initial years in the West, teaching at universities, speaking publicly, writing his memoirs. But I think, you know, he was not given the kind of appreciation at home that you would have expected for such a historic figure.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the reaction on Twitter. C-SPAN just posted a video of him appearing in the Capitol Rotunda in Statuary Hall, paying his respects to then late President Ronald Reagan upon his passing back in 2004. But it's so interesting. Just lastly, you noted how history is really circular. You know, back in the 90s, glasnost and perestroika, words that we really haven't heard a lot about recently. And that was the kind of foray, the opening into the West, you know, ultimately led to the fall of the Soviet Union. But you're seeing, like you mentioned, the exact opposite, where now Russia has become a very insular place, a global pariah, if you will. And so I just was commenting, noting on those kind of historical patterns there. We also have a tweet in we just want to put up as well. This is from the Ronald Reagan Foundation with a picture of Reagan and Gorbachev. It says, the Reagan Foundation and Institute mourns the loss of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, a man who once was a political adversary of Reagan's, who ended up becoming a friend. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Gorbachev family and the people of Russia. Jennifer, just lastly, I'll be on the lookout to see, you know, how everyday Russians, how the Russian state leaders there commemorate this loss.
I agree, Andrew. It will be very interesting. And again, I think this is a moment, and as you mentioned, Vladimir Putin and his policies and his invasion of Ukraine could not be further from. They are the opposite of glasnost and perestroika. Russia is going back into its xenophobic, historic past, and it is not open, it is not reforming. And Mikhail Gorbachev was the opposite of Vladimir Putin. He will be remembered as such in the history books, but it will be very interesting to see how he's memorialized in Russia at this very moment in time.
All right, Fox News senior affairs correspondent Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon for us. Jennifer, thanks so much for offering your thoughts today.
Great insight there from Jennifer Griffin, and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft on the life and legacy of former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, who died at the age of 91 years old yesterday. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We want to continue with the latest international headlines. Today marks the 25th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. We are monitoring tributes coming into our newsroom from all around the world, honoring a woman that was known as the People's Princess. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has details on Princess Diana's legacy and how her life of service is still being honored even 25 years later.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I hope we can remember my mother's legacy by recommitting to those that we serve.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And from New York to London and in Paris, all around the world, we will bring you live images that come into our newsroom of tributes for Princess Diana on this 25th anniversary of her untimely death. We do want to continue with the latest international headlines and head out to Ukraine, where we are monitoring the latest in the war in Ukraine as it has officially hit day 189. We do know that inspectors are heading to the nuclear power plant located in Ukraine, the Zaporizhzhia power plant that has come under heavy shelling. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, going there to secure the plant and prevent a nuclear catastrophe as a result of this war. Our Fox Tampa team takes a closer look at the latest coming into our newsroom from the war in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Scientists are heading into a combat zone to inspect damage at Europe's largest nuclear plant, while Ukraine says it's driving Russian forces into retreat. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking the battles and the perilous trip those nuclear inspectors are about to take. Craig?
Well, in terms of the counteroffensive, keep in mind that Russia seized half of the Donbass region earlier this summer, but then locked into a stalemate with Ukraine ever since, now for several weeks. And at this point, Ukraine is launching a counteroffensive, particularly to the south, and says that it has broken through Russia's first line of defense. Ukraine's President Zelensky said Ukraine is returning its own. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, the Kherson region to the south was the first part of Ukraine it captured and held. According to Western assessments, Russia has up to 25,000 troops defending what it seized in Kherson. And now Ukraine says its counteroffensive has broken through Russia's outer line of defense. And Ukraine says it's using NATO-provided artillery and rockets to blast Russian bases in Kherson, destroying Russian weapons and supplies as Russian invaders retreat. The Kremlin refutes that in public statements, claiming Russia is routing the Ukrainian forces, attempting to drive them into retreat, and that Russia is luring the Ukrainian forces into a trap. According to British intelligence, it's not yet possible to confirm the extent of Ukrainian advances, but whether it's rolling through Kherson with invaders in full retreat or charging into a trap, either way, this appears to be a turning point in the 6-month war, and the battles are playing out near and even in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russia moved artillery units onto the plant site, presumably to deter Ukraine from firing back at them. You may recall Russia attacked and seized this same nuclear plant in March. And that firefight set a building 1,500 feet from the reactors on fire and damaged the outer compartments of one of the reactors. Thankfully, that fighting back then did not cause a detectable leak. But now satellite images show the site has taken new damage. And international inspectors have arrived in Kyiv with plans to head south and examine the Zaporizhia site to assess possible leaks and the risk of a nuclear catastrophe. And Ukraine's government reports Russia is deliberately shelling the corridors the inspectors plan to take. And if true, the motive could be to try to dissuade them from actually taking the trip south to make those inspections. And of course, the risk really is twofold. You have a lot of spent fuel in large radioactive pools. The first risk is those pools could rupture and lead to a radiological disaster. The other risk here is that some sort of strike on this site, this plant, could affect its ability to properly cool, which could also cause a meltdown and also trigger a nuclear catastrophe. And that's why it is so important for those nuclear inspectors to make the trip, in which they plan to take a perilous one for sure, with plans on arriving later this week, perhaps tomorrow or within the next 2 days.
Very scary scenarios there, Craig. What's giving Ukraine the momentum to launch this counteroffensive through the south?
Two things, a comparatively higher level of morale, which is making it more efficient for Ukraine to be able to enlist and train forces than Russia, and also what would be the rocket systems, the HIMARS systems that NATO and the United States delivered to Ukraine. That is giving it much more ability to strike Russian targets and keep it on the defensive than it did in prior months.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
An excellent breakdown there from Craig Patrick from our Fox Tampa team. As always, taking a closer look at the latest details in the war in Ukraine. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft also broke down the latest with national security expert Hal Kempfer as this worrisome news about the need to secure this Zaporizhia power plant does continue to make headlines worldwide. Let's listen in here.
Especially there with some of the movements on the battlefield in Ukraine. But we're learning, according to the Ukrainian side, that Russians are unable to reinforce units across the Dnipro River near Kherson as this counteroffensive in the south has begun. So that's good news for the Ukrainians. I know we're just kind of a couple days removed from the start of this, so it's very hard to tell. What have you seen today that struck out?
Well, Andrew, the thing that struck me today really was the discussion of not just the fact they've taken out those bridges, but that they were trying to put pontoon bridges in, trying to put ferries, anything to go across the Dnipro. And all of that is covered by fire. All of that can be hit with HIMARS, missile systems. And so not only are they having a tough time doing it, but they're also having some reluctance, from what I gather, doing it. Also, and this is kind of anecdotal, is that the Russian forces on the front line have really bad morale, very low confidence in their chain of command, having a tough time maintaining unit cohesion. And if you're looking at doing offensive action and you have a defending force, and defenders always have the advantage to a certain degree, but if you have a defending force that just lacks the confidence in holding those lines, when they start falling back, and apparently they already have started falling back in certain areas, you're not quite sure how far back they're going to fall. And it's very likely that this thing ends up being an offensive that literally ends at the Dnipro River. That's a very good possibility.
Okay, so let's talk about a country that Russia has asked for help, essentially, especially with military aid. That's Iran. A couple of weeks ago, you and I were on the stream here talking about the request for some of these Iranian drones to, put up in the air on the battlefield. Russia wants them. Well, now it seems they're getting them. Transport planes departed Iran August the 19th, hauling at least 2 types of unmanned aerial vehicles. That's according to reporting by the Washington Post. Now, U.S. officials are telling them that these Russian cargo planes have quietly picked up the first of these Iranian-made combat drones, though essentially in early tests by the Russians, Hal, the drones are experiencing numerous failures. So They want to get these on the battlefield in the next couple of days, but if they don't work, what good are they going to do?
Well, not much for them. But it does tell you that the pipeline to get the drones in has happened. Obviously, the training just simply isn't there. It takes a long time to become a very good, proficient drone operator, particularly when you're looking at drones like these, where they're they're not familiar with those drones. They're not Russian-made drones or Iranian-made drones. I don't know how many Iranian instructors came up with these drones. I don't know if Iranian drone pilots may have come up there to fly some of these missions. That's something I wouldn't rule out. It's a possibility. But with that, the Iranian drones are not the worst drones made by any means, but they're not great. Although one of their drones actually is a copy of one of our drones that they somehow hijacked some years back and managed to land in Iran, and then they basically reverse engineered it and came up with a drone that looked almost identical. And for all I know, that could be one of the drones going in. That was kind of what they call a stealth drone, and it could be one, but we'll see. Hypothetically, if they had hundreds of Iranian drones operating well across the battlefield, that could make a big difference. I just don't see all that coming together, at least not very quickly.
That's very interesting. I want to go to something you had kind of alerted me to and flagged to me earlier today about this fleet of decoys resembling U.S. HIMARS systems that Ukraine is deploying, kind of, dummy systems, if you will, that according to reports by the Washington Post, they reviewed these replicas. They are fooling the Russian forces. What do we know about them?
Very clever. I mean, it really, you go back to England in World War II, all the stuff they're doing to deceive the Germans as to this fictitious army that was under Patton that was supposed to do the invasion, not in Normandy, but another location. And it was inflatable tanks and things like that. Well, these are, from what I understand, plywood mock-ups. They look very credible from the air. And I'm sure they've done some other things. So there might even be, and it's very common, they'll put like little heaters inside to put some infrared signature on. There's all sorts of ways you can make these decoys look even more realistic to various different sensor systems. And what's interesting is the Russians say a lot of stuff that just is just pure propaganda, but they've been making claims consistently that they've been taking out HIMARS. And we come back, the Ukrainians come back and say none of the HIMARS have been hit. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the Russians think they're hitting something, and now we're saying they've been hitting these plywood HIMARS. Not only are they wasting cruise missiles hitting these HIMARS, because apparently they're using some very sophisticated missiles to do this, but every time they move these fake HIMARS around, the Russians see them, and it goes like wildfire throughout the command. Oh my gosh, we're within range of HIMARS. So they pull their forces and they move things and they waste a lot of time and effort doing things. So they're not just a great decoy, they're actually a deception tool, which is forcing the Russians to reapportion or replace or put their forces in different areas. So they actually have a maneuver advantage in forcing the Russians to withdraw from areas out of fear of being hit with what is essentially a plywood mock-up.
Wow.
So very effective.
Fascinating perspective there from Hal Kempfer as he breaks down the latest with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. I do want to shift gears and also bring you up to speed on the latest when it comes to those historic floods that are occurring in Mississippi. We have been following this story along with our Fox weather team. And now there is, of course, an update on the latest when it comes to these flood waters. Our very own Live Now from Fox team did break down the latest yesterday. Let's listen in.
Means if it's going to be resolved soon with former FEMA official Mark Naveau. Mark, good to see you. Sorry it has to be under these circumstances, but let's talk about this. My question to you is, it's 2022. Jackson, Mississippi is a state capital of a state in the United States of America, and they do not have safe drinking water at this point in time. How does that even happen?
Yeah, great question. Hi, Andrew. I'm not quite sure. What we do know is about 60 days ago, the water treatment plant that they're talking about now actually had a fire. There was electrical damage done. And since that time, the EPA's come in and given them a directive to make sure that they get that thing corrected up and fully operating. What their response is we do not have the parts to be able to do that. So that was a functioning capacity of one of 2 water treatment plants, as you said, in a state capital for 180,000 people. We're talking about a large population here without water. And so now they're trying to figure out, can we get the other water treatment plant pumping more, which is going to put strain on that plant. And they don't have the parts to be able to fix this. There are resolutions that they're hoping for, but to answer your question, with the fire plus the flood, the Pearl River rising, causing problems and chemicals to get into that plant has caused even more damage. So the challenge is going to be not just getting drinking water for folks, but you remember that, this water system provides automatic fire protection in buildings, fire hydrants. Most of our businesses operate on some sort of water, so it's affecting not just recreation, shower, and food and eating, but their whole social fabric and business economy.
Yeah, Mark, it's also affecting, air conditioning units in many complexes, especially at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. Businesses, schools have been closed. Without AC, it's the end of the summer, but it's still very, very hot down south there. Okay, so I think it's really important for viewers to know because, yes, the floods came through in the last 48 hours and they precipitated this crisis, but I would go so far as to say they did not cause this crisis. The city has been in a boil water order by the health department, like you were mentioning, for the last 30 to 60 days. We were just listening into the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. He's a Democrat. Unfortunately, he was not invited to the Republican governor's news conference earlier. We do have a tweet from Governor Tate Reeves' account. He says the mobile command center is up and operating. It's been a very busy day in the water crisis response. We are strategizing water distribution center locations and fully assessing the O.B. Curtis water treatment plant that is under duress right now. Mark, how do you, in lieu of safe drinking water, how could you even, from maybe your standpoint, and you've probably done this before, is it even possible to distribute hundreds of thousands of water bottles and water containers to the residents of a city like Jackson?
Well, what they're operating now, when I say they, the citizens, have been able to go to the stores, Walmart, Target, etc., and buy water. But now that supply is dwindling. So the emergency officials are going to have to replace that and bring more in. Certainly the private companies are ramping up production and transportation in there. But to your point, 180,000 people without water, it's going to be very difficult. How did they get to this point? There's questions. You talked about the mayor being one party, the governor being another party. I will tell you from an emergency management standpoint, what we want to see is cooperation between local, state, and federal officials standing in the same room talking to the citizens. That's not happening. Now, why that isn't happening, we're not sure, but it certainly sends a sign to the citizens of concern.
Yeah, Mark, we have to talk about, the socioeconomic and racial demographics of Jackson. That's part of this story, too. This is a predominantly black city. They've long complained about the city's water system, saying they've dealt with water outages and boil water advisories for years. I don't know if you can maybe medically go into, the dangers of drinking or consuming contaminated water like this, because, and back to your previous point, residents are being asked to bring a container, like a garbage can or a cooler, to some of these sites where they can get clean water. But you and I were talking offline. You think we're just at the very beginning of this?
I do. What I think is happening in the background, at least what I'm hoping for, is that it has probably been signed or will be very shortly signed, what is known as a presidential emergency declaration. The governor has to request that through the FEMA channel to the president. President has the authority, the only one, to grant that. Once he grants that, that opens up all federal agencies, in particular FEMA Region 4, which is very, very good at this stuff. They're fantastic. They've got a regional administrator down there, Gracia Check, who's very good operationally. So I imagine she's got trucks ready to go, motors started. that are going to ship from distribution centers, FEMA distribution centers, trucks and trucks and trucks full of water. But even that being said, what typically happens is you set up points of distribution with the National Guard from each state. They kind of staff those locations, might be fire stations, schools, community centers. These trucks come in with, tons of water, and then cars line up and they distribute it in an orderly manner. But we're talking about a Herculean effort to do that when we're talking about 180,000 people.
Yeah. Mark, are you getting flashbacks? Does this bring up bad memories from, other disasters that you have been responsible for, at least the recovery and the response, thinking about Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, thinking about Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans? Do you see similarities with any of those in this specific instance? I know the storms and the flooding are not the same, but the water problems we're seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing consequence, right? To your point, the community's 82% African American, and they have 2 water treatment plants within that city. And to give you an example, the city of Sacramento, they've got 10.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were listening into the latest numbers after massive flooding in Mississippi has left 180,000 in Jackson without drinking water. But we are going to shift gears and head out live to the nation's capital to cover another story of massive importance here on the show. Dr. Matthew Miller, the executive director for Veteran Suicide Prevention for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, joins us live, and I do want to welcome him into the show. Dr. Miller, thank you so much for joining us. And ahead of a Suicide Prevention Month, we, of course, here on Live Now from Fox want to highlight some of the resources that your office provides for veterans all year long. So welcome into the show, and please walk us through some of these resources.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thank you for your support for our veterans, particularly at Suicide Prevention Month. Veterans are resilient. Veterans are, to some extent, growing weary of the narrative regarding risk and liability. Veterans are trained to meet challenges head on. But sometimes we are not as good at recognizing our own needs and taking care of prevention for ourselves. And so that really gets to the point of our campaign, which is don't wait, reach out. It also gets to the point of the resources that we have available at va.gov/reach. Veterans need resources that are easy to access, that are real world, and that are effective. And that's exactly what we've geared and designed in this campaign.
And it certainly is a very important campaign. Could you walk our viewers through some of the day-to-day stresses that veterans deal with as a result of their work and dedication to protecting our nation?
Yeah, one of the privileges of my job is getting to talk with veterans and interact. And as a veteran myself, I find that one of the aspects that I enjoy the most. And veterans talk about being treated as a hero, being treated as a role model. And for some veterans, that's a very different narrative from what they initially may have experienced. And as nice as that is, veterans also face real world challenges. But how often do you see superheroes standing in line at the grocery and having their credit card decline, or getting in an argument with someone that they care about, or facing court fines? These are real world issues that veterans, like everyone else, face, and therefore it emphasizes the importance of a resource like va.gov/reach to address those real world problems and offer effective resources.
One of the resources that you guys really emphasize is that crisis hotline. I wanted you to walk us through some of those details so that any veterans tuning in do know that that resource is available to them.
Yeah, and so there's different phases or needs with resources. If veterans have a need for prevention, for maintenance, or for problem solving, that's where, as a first step, va.gov/reach really comes in. Sometimes the problems are more crisis oriented. You need help right now. You need to talk to someone who understands, who cares, and is in position to help, maybe even save a life. That's where the Veterans Crisis Line comes in. You can reach us by dialing 988 and pressing 1 for veteran. You can also send a text message to us at 838-255. If chat is preferred, you can access us at veteranscrisisline.net.
And what about for the people who are tuning in who are not veterans but do want to offer support and assistance to veterans? How can our viewers lend a helping hand? Your average people who perhaps don't know what veterans are suffering or what they go through, but they do want to help. Is there a way that they can do that?
Yeah, we love average people, and we love it fits the theme of everyone. Everyone has a role to play with veteran suicide prevention. For ideas, for resources regarding ways that everyone and anyone can help, go to va.gov/reach. We have a toolkit on there that's spread the word, and it offers resources and ideas for helping to spread the word regarding caring for and partnering with our veterans.
Well, Dr. Miller, thank you not only for your service, but for all of the service that you now provide in assisting veterans. These resources are wonderful, and we'll continue to push them here on the show. Thanks for the time, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, and we do want to take you back out live to a look at the nation's capital. We will send you a link on our social media sites to these resources that were just outlined there by Dr. Matthew Miller, the Executive Director for Veteran Suicide Prevention for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. All of this, of course, ahead of Suicide Prevention Month. That is, of course, September. We'll be covering these stories all month long here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are getting in this really cool live shot. A battleship in Texas is going to head to the Galveston for repairs to the ship's hull. The last remaining battleship that served in both world wars will be headed to Galveston on Wednesday for $35 million in repairs. In 2019, state lawmakers approved the repairs, but with the condition it finds a new home once repairs are complete. The USS Texas hasn't been moved since 1988 when it also underwent repairs in Galveston. So this is really a cool live shot here. Not every day that you see a battleship that served in both world wars out at sea. So we'll continue to monitor this live shot coming into our newsroom as the morning progresses. We're also monitoring the latest business headlines. We do have the stock board up, although it is, of course, all zeroed out because the markets are not quite yet open. We'll begin to walk you through the latest business headlines here on the show with a full recap of what the markets did yesterday. Here is a look at the opening bell on Wall Street from yesterday, and we can report that stocks continue to trend down, dropping for the third day in a row. The Dow Jones losing more than 300 points, the Nasdaq shedding 134, while the S&P 500 dropped 44 points. Investors are worried high interest rates aren't going away anytime soon as the Federal Reserve fights inflation. So we'll look to see how the markets respond or if they continue to trend down for a fourth straight day. We also want to make sure that you're up to speed on the latest when it comes to the Elon Musk drama. Elon Musk is laying out a new case for backing out of the deal to purchase Twitter. Yet again, the billionaire is scheduled to go to trial with the social media company this fall. Our Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who has been breaking down all of the intricacies of this story since it first broke months ago, gives us a full recap of yesterday's events.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk once again filed to end his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. On Monday, his legal team sent a letter to the social media company citing a whistleblower report from former Chief Security Officer Peter Zatko. He was fired earlier this year. In the report, Zatko alleges Twitter misled regulators about its security protocols and withheld information about user data breaches.
The disclosure goes into great detail, 84 pages, single-spaced, hundreds of footnotes, dozens of enclosures. Essentially, the company was not doing what it said it was doing.
Musk originally filed to end the deal in July, saying Twitter did not give him enough information about bot activity on the platform. His attorneys say if Zatko's claims are true, they would serve as additional reasons to terminate the agreement. On Tuesday, Twitter responded to Musk's latest filing, writing in part, quote, "This letter is based solely on statements made by a third party that, as Twitter has previously stated, are riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies and lack important context. Twitter and Musk are set to go to trial in October, but his team has asked for that to be delayed."
Every single M&A deal that's out there is contingent upon you meeting certain representations and warranties. Whatever the seller says is true has to be true.
Zatko was subpoenaed by Musk's attorneys and is expected to appear for a deposition next week. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox Business.
And Kelly O'Grady spoke directly with our Live Now from Fox Phoenix team, breaking down the latest news and also outlining two events that we need to look forward to over the course of the next couple of weeks. Not only will Elon Musk be in trial in this case against Twitter, but we're also looking forward to that whistleblower, that Twitter's executive, who is now reporting that there are some security concerns within Twitter's infrastructure. He is going to be testifying before Congress next month. And so Kelly O'Grady breaks this all down with our Live Now from Fox's Mike Page. Let's listen back in.
Well, the next one is all about Elon Musk and the ongoing Twitter battle that continues. Let's go out to Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady joining me here live on Live Now from Fox. And Kelly, I know you've been on this story for a while. You've been following Elon. You've been following Twitter. And it's almost like this, you know, it's the high school relationship that just doesn't want to end right now.
I love that characterization of it. I mean, I honestly can't wait for the movie to come out because it inevitably will, or the Apple TV series, because this has just been so juicy. So the latest is that there's been yet another attempt to terminate the merger agreement on Elon Musk's part. Just to kind of get everyone up to speed, they're set to go to court October 17th in the Delaware Court of Chancery, but there's been some recent whistleblower accusations from Twitter's former chief of security that have prompted a potentially new cause for termination on Musk's part. So back on July 8th, Musk sent a notice to terminate, and that was really focused around this idea that Twitter was mischaracterizing the percentage of spam bots on the platform. Now, yesterday, they've sent a new notice that they filed with the SEC. They also sent to Twitter, and this really focuses on those whistleblower allegations. And that really centers around that there have potentially been material security breaches, that there's ability for foreign governments, foreign spies to access user data, which is, of course, very concerning. And the whistleblower also alleged that that bot number that Twitter has reported in their SEC filings that Musk has been focused on, that the fake accounts on the platform are less than 5%. He's alleging, this whistleblower, that Twitter is actually lying and that Elon Musk has a case. Now, I want to bring up a quote from the SEC filing from Musk's team. And so what he said in this filing yesterday is that, quote, the Zatko complaint alleges far-reaching misconduct at Twitter. These allegations, if true, demonstrate that Twitter has breached the following provisions of the merger agreement, thereby giving the Musk parties the right to terminate the merger agreement. Now, there's this concept of material adverse effect. That's something that Musk has been hanging his case that he filed July 8th and now this new one. And basically what that means is that Twitter would lose value if they are subject to them having lied to the SEC filings with that bot number, or if these allegations turn out to be true, they would also have been lying to the SEC, and there would be a whole host of other problems. And so kind of what Elon is arguing here is that the value of Twitter would go far below that $44 billion merger if these things were to be true, and therefore he can walk away because he wasn't given that information at the beginning of these negotiations or prior to signing that agreement. I also want to bring up, though, Twitter's response, because they are remaining firm as expected in their push to complete this merger. They responded today saying, quote, the purported termination set forth in your August 29th letter is invalid and wrongful under the agreement. It's based solely on statements made by a third party that, as Twitter has previously stated, are riddled with inconsistencies and inaccuracies and lack important context. So, of course, you know, as you were saying, right, that high school relationship, it's a he said, she said here. And they will be going to the Delaware Court of Chancery. I do want to highlight there the judge has granted a number of requests that seem that she may be more on Twitter's side. They're known as being very business friendly. But, you know, we're going to see on September 13th this whistleblower testify before Congress. So that will be kind of interesting to see what evidence comes out. Is this something that Musk is able to use? Is there hard proof across all of these different claims? And to make it even juicier, it's going to be the same day as Twitter's shareholder vote. They're urging their shareholders to approve this merger. So this could really be huge for implications if these allegations are true, huge for the Musk Twitter case. But I mean, definitely grab the popcorn, Mike, because this certainly isn't over.
Yeah, I know. It definitely is the grab the popcorn type of feel right here. But, you know, as you would think, though, as a person, you know, a lot of people spend time on Twitter. You know, in the past, you see these types of bots here, and how can it be sometimes when someone posts something instantly and then there's like 50 replies and like half of them are already positive, you know, like, or whatever the subject is. It's sort of, you know, murky waters there to begin with. So I think a lot of people want to find out, okay, what's up with this bot situation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the bots question also goes across other social media platforms, right? You see it on Facebook, so that there could be implications for social media in general coming out of this case. But I think that is Musk's point, right? That not only is it an issue from an advertising standpoint, right? Because Twitter makes 90 or 95% of its revenue from advertising. Advertisers want to make sure, hey, you know, I'm paying money to reach a real person that could go buy my product. But to your point, these bots are able to generate buzz and consensus and elevate certain ideas or even depress certain ideas with how they react, commenting, liking. And so it really does have implications for this idea of whether the platform is actually a place for free speech. And then, of course, everything from elections to just how we have discourse as a society, because we certainly don't do enough of that in person anymore, right? It's all done online.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, I think Joe Rogan needs Elon Musk on again, because for some reason, when Joe interviews people, just like Zuckerberg, I mean, he gets the information out. I mean, they just come out for him.
Oh, I know. I highly recommend watching the Aaron Rodgers one that just dropped the other day. That was very interesting. But it's true, right? I mean, Mark Zuckerberg comes on and it causes a flurry of activity. I mean, even now, we've been talking today about the FBI and Zuckerberg and sort of all of the implications there. Elon is always a treat when he goes on, especially when they imbibe in other things which maybe make things come out a little bit more easily.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I agree. It would be great to have Rogan get the presidential candidates on there too. I think a lot of things would come out there.
You know, instead of doing the debates, I think, Kelly, this time around in 2024, I think they should just go on Joe Rogan, and then I think we'll all figure out what's going on, right?
I love it. I'm behind.
Great stuff there from Kelly O'Grady. An interesting perspective at the end on the Joe Rogan podcast. But nevertheless, Elon Musk filing paperwork yet again to terminate the $44 billion Twitter deal that he has in place with Twitter. Kelly O'Grady, excellent work outlining what we need to be looking ahead to. So not only is it that trial between Elon Musk and Twitter heading to court, but also, of course, that whistleblower testifying before Congress. So we'll be following both of those stories right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:07 here on the East Coast, and if you are just waking up with us, perhaps you're a later riser here, or if you're joining us from the West Coast, it's only 6 a.m. out there. We do want to make sure that you are fully up to speed on some of the top stories that we are going to be monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. From the latest on Elon Musk and Twitter to the latest when it comes to Artemis 1. We do want to remind you all that NASA has officially set a new launch date. The new launch date will be Saturday, September 3rd for this historic mission, as the Artemis 1 is set to take off from the Kennedy Space Center. It was scrubbed on Monday, but we will have full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So stay tuned and join us on Saturday afternoon when the launch window does open at 2:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Look at that gorgeous shot. I am definitely looking forward to following the launch of Artemis 1 2.0 yet again on Saturday. We do want to take you out to a live look at the nation's capital, as we're also monitoring the latest news when it comes to the President of the United States. President Biden yesterday outlining his gun crime plan in Pennsylvania in a speech that was actually supposed to happen weeks ago, but because the president tested positive for COVID-19, the trip was rescheduled for this week, and ironically, the president will be back in that state on Thursday tomorrow. He's set to give a campaign speech at night. Our reporters are covering both of these stories for us, but we'll begin in the past. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports from Washington on what we heard from the President of the United States yesterday. Let's take a listen.
As summer winds down, the campaign trail is heating up. With just 10 weeks to go before Election Day, President Biden is focusing on the alarming spike in crime.
When it comes to public safety in this nation, the answer is not defund the police, it's fund the police.
The president laid out his Safer America plan, a $37 billion proposal aimed at boosting law enforcement and reducing crime, which includes hiring and training 100,000 police officers over 5 years. And he sharpened his attacks on Republicans, criticizing them for some of their rhetoric against the FBI, following the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
It's sickening to see the new attacks on the FBI, threatening the life of law enforcement agents and their families for simply carrying out the law and doing their job.
A Fox News poll shows 54% of voters see Republicans doing a better job on crime than Democrats.
The American people know that the Democrat Party is the party of defund the police.
Tuesday's speech is just one of 3 stops that the president is expected to make in Pennsylvania over the next week. The battleground state is holding competitive gubernatorial and Senate races, the latter crucial in deciding control of Congress in November.
He needs Trump. He needs Trump to be the villain in his play.
President Biden is set to return to Pennsylvania Thursday to deliver a primetime speech invoking his 2020 campaign theme about the battle for the soul of the nation. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you to Madeline for that report. Speaking of the latest when it comes to the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, the Department of Justice says that the Trump team may have concealed classified documents. All of this does come as new legal documents have emerged overnight detailing the search of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida and what FBI agents say they found there. Doug Lazater has more from Washington.
Now, this is all part of a legal battle over whether a third party should be brought in to examine the documents taken from the former president's home. But this filing overnight goes well beyond that, and it includes a startling photo. The picture provided to a federal court overnight shows what the Justice Department says are just some of the documents found during the raid of former President Trump's Florida estate earlier this month. There are redactions, but some of the labels are clearly visible. Top secret and SCI, an even higher level of classification. Now, some see this as clear evidence that former President Trump did not comply with the law.
That photo, I think, is so damning for anyone watching. When you see that classification of top secret SCI, that special compartmentalized rating for these documents, these are documents that should never leave the confines of the White House, the Pentagon, or a secure area.
The president has maintained that he had the authority to declassify documents. But the Justice Department has also argued that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. And at the heart of the filing, the DOJ opposes a Trump request for a special master to look through the documents.
I would understand why they would be questioning whether the agent should be looking in all of these boxes when there could be materials in there that shouldn't be provided to law enforcement.
And tomorrow, a federal judge is scheduled to hear arguments on that question of appointing a special master to sift through these documents. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And speaking of that, photographed and sifting through these documents on your screen, this is a photo of some of the documents that the FBI reportedly found at former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. We, of course, will continue to monitor the very latest when it comes to this investigation. And we do want to remind you all that there is a hearing set tomorrow to decide on former President Donald Trump's request for a special master, otherwise known as a neutral party, to review all of the information in this investigation. We do want to continue with our top stories of the day, and the next one does send us out to Moscow. The last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died at the age of 91. The ex-president and last leader, once again, of the Soviet Union was reportedly undergoing treatment at a hospital before he passed away. His death was announced by Russian news agencies, but no further details were revealed. Gorbachev is credited with helping end the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union. Our Fox News chief political anchor, Brett Baer, has a look back on his life.
Mikhail Gorbachev was born on March 2, 1931, in a southern Russian village. By age 21, he was a full member of the Communist Party, and in June 1955, he graduated from law school at Moscow State University. While there, he met a philosophy student, Raisa Titarenko. The two married a year after Mikhail graduated. Preparing for a life in the party, Gorbachev worked his way up the ladder, serving a number of posts, including positions in propaganda and agriculture. He served as Konstantin Chernenko's second in command for a year. When Chernenko died on March 10, 1985, Gorbachev was elected General Secretary of the Soviet Union the following day. He was perhaps one of the most influential reformers in his time. His policies of perestroika, or economic and political restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, served as a hinge on the door for major changes in the former Soviet Union. We need a revolution of the mind, he said, as he opened the floodgates to staggering social and economic reforms, which ranged from anti-alcohol laws to higher salaries for engineers and research scientists. In the spirit of glasnost, the famous dissident Andrei Sakharov was freed from exile during Gorbachev's first year in power. Also, critiques of Gorbachev's policies were published in the media, a drastic departure from the past. By 1988, Gorbachev had restructured the government. He shifted power from the central government and the Communist Party to the local level. In the spring of 1989, a new parliament was formed, called the People's Deputies. Gorbachev was elected president in October. The new roadmap Gorbachev drew up extended into international politics. In 1987, during a trip to Washington, D.C., he signed the historic treaty limiting intermediate-range nuclear forces. In 1990, Gorbachev received the Nobel Peace Prize. Margaret Thatcher was one of the first internationally who backed the Soviet leader, saying she could do business with him. But with Gorbachev's reforms came more changes in the Soviet Union. In August 1991, there was an attempted coup, and the Gorbachevs were under house arrest for 3 days. He denounced the coup as illegal, but soon realized the former Soviet Union was falling apart. Gorbachev resigned as president on Christmas Day, 1991. Gorbachev's wife of 43 years, Raisa, died of leukemia in September 1999. Gorbachev spent his later years in the lecture circuit and as a strong supporter of protecting the environment. And though retired from politics, Gorbachev remained vocal, occasionally criticizing Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mikhail Gorbachev, former president of the Soviet Union. Brett Baer, Fox News.
And thank you to Brett Baer for that report. Our very own Live Now from Fox Phoenix team did break down this news when it broke last night. They spoke directly with Jennifer Griffin, who is a national security correspondent with Fox News. Let's listen into this fascinating interview on Gorbachev's life and legacy.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. This is Andrew Kraft, and we're looking at just some file video that you probably have seen of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev there. We learned just moments ago he has died at a Moscow hospital at the age of 91. We have a live look, and what we're being told from the Associated Press is outside of that hospital. Also a Live Now look there in Red Square. You can see the community and Russians across the country reacting to this news. Let's bring in Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin, who joins us live at the Pentagon with more reaction. Jennifer, good to see you. You know, this I don't think came as a shock to many people. He was 91 years old, but his life and legacy is something to remember, especially from the latter half of the 20th century and the fall of the Soviet Union. What were your first reactions when you heard the news today?
Well, Andrew, it's notable that on the anniversary of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan that we learned that the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died. He, of course, oversaw the breakup of the Soviet Union 2 years after he pulled Russian troops out of Afghanistan in 1989, after a costly 10-year war that helped hasten the economic collapse of the Soviet Empire. What's interesting is that Gorbachev ended the Cold War without bloodshed, without the loss of life that would typically mark such a cataclysmic moment. It's ironic that he has died while his successor, Russian President Vladimir Putin, pursues the exact opposite ambition, to reunite the Soviet Union by invading Ukraine and attempting to bring it back under Moscow's iron fist. Gorbachev helped remove the Iron Curtain that divided Europe. Putin has mobilized the West, and Europeans united them for the first time in decades in the face of his authoritarian, expansionist delusion about reestablishing the Soviet Union. Unlike Putin, Gorbachev did not send tanks in to quell the pro-democracy protesters in Eastern Europe when the Soviet Union was beginning to collapse, unlike previous Kremlin leaders who crushed the uprisings in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968 with Russian tanks and troops. Gorbachev's approach could not stand in greater contrast to Putin's violent attempt to usurp Ukraine. Putin issued a statement moments ago through his spokesman expressing his deepest condolences. It will be interesting to see if Vladimir Putin allows a state funeral or any sort of significant memorialization of Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev may have been a hero in the West and received the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the Cold War. For Putin and many Russian people, he is a villain who led to the humiliating collapse of their empire. From his deathbed, he told a Russian journalist that Putin is reversing his entire legacy by invading Ukraine. 15 Soviet republics sought autonomy when Gorbachev was president as he tried to navigate the transformation of the Soviet Union away from communism, which was bankrupting it. Ukraine was one of those republics. It gained its independence in 1991 while Gorbachev was still president. The independence of those 15 republics resulted from his reforms, from glasnost and perestroika, which Gorbachev had hoped would keep the Soviet Union together. Those countries, as we see in Ukraine, do not want to return to Soviet rule. Gorbachev was vilified by most Russians when we lived in Moscow at the end of the 90s. At that time, Russians faced economic hardship due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, which many Russians to this day, including Putin, view as the humiliating defeat of Russia. That humiliation, Andrew, is one of the reasons many Russians are willing to turn a blind eye to Putin's bloody invasion of Ukraine. Andrew?
Yeah, Jennifer, we're just seeing some video from the late 80s, early 90s of George H.W. Bush and Gorbachev, of Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev, of course, Gorbachev's iconic birthmark there on his forehead. We're also getting reaction in from other leaders here stateside. This tweet we want to put up from Condoleezza Rice. She says, "I'm saddened to hear of the passing of Mikhail Gorbachev. He was a man who tried to deliver a better life for his people. His life was consequential because without him and his courage, it would not have been possible to end the Cold War peacefully." Jennifer, that's kind of one of my questions today. How are everyday Russians going to be reacting to this? Many kind of chalk up and give responsibility to him for the fall of the Soviet Union. Is that going to be on the minds of many of these everyday Russians who are reacting to the news? We have a live now look there in Moscow. It's about 1:30 on a very early Wednesday morning.
I think it will be very interesting, Andrew. I think if you talk about your average Russian, Gorbachev was not held in high esteem because of the propaganda from Putin and others over the years blaming him for the collapse of the Soviet Union. But now, at this moment in time, when it's impossible to speak out against Putin's war in Ukraine, or very difficult given the media censorship, given the punishment of 15 years in prison for speaking out against the war, it will be interesting if some of those people, those Russians who do want to protest the war in Ukraine, use this as an opportunity to step up and perhaps use Mikhail Gorbachev's death as a way to criticize Putin and to contrast to Putin previous leaders like Gorbachev who tried to peacefully save the Russia and who did not try to send tanks and troops into the former Soviet republics. The contrast to Putin couldn't be sharper, and it'll be very interesting to me to see if Russians use this as an opportunity to protest against Putin.
Yeah, and Jennifer, just to follow up on that, I don't know if you can offer, what was the relationship like between Putin and between Gorbachev? And maybe you can offer some details as well about what he did after he left office in his later years. Did he write? Was he an author? Did he appear on TV? Things like that, where we really have not heard from him in some time. Many, didn't know he was in the hospital either. So what has he been doing since leaving power 30 years ago?
Well, he was 91 years old. I remember interviewing him back in the late 90s when I was living in Moscow as a reporter for Fox News. And in those days, remember, Russia was going through a terrible cataclysmic sort of economic change. The ruble had crashed, people had lost their livelihoods, and they were looking for someone to blame. Vladimir Putin sort of moved in 1999 after Boris Yeltsin stepped aside and became the next president. And again, Gorbachev would have been an easy scapegoat for him. Gorbachev and Putin never had a close relationship. In fact, they are complete opposites. Putin wanted to revive the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire. And again, that's why he's set his sights on Ukraine. He's been plotting for 20 years of how to try and reestablish the Soviet Union. We're seeing in Ukraine that he may come to a full stop there because the Ukrainian military and the Baltics and other countries don't want him to send Russian troops back in. But I would not say that Gorbachev and Putin had any sort of warm relationship. In fact, I was surprised to see that Putin had put out a statement of condolences upon hearing about his death. That was through his spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. It'll be interesting to see what Putin says publicly and whether he allows a state funeral, as I mentioned. So I think we are in a period of time. You asked about what Gorbachev had done since he left office. You know, he was very quiet in those initial years after he was was no longer president, because again, Russians were going through tumultuous turmoil at home. They didn't view him the way the West viewed him. So he did spend a lot of time traveling in those initial years in the West, teaching at universities, speaking publicly, writing his memoirs. But I think, you know, he was not given the kind of appreciation at home that you would have expected for such a historic figure.
Yeah.
Some great insight there from Jennifer Griffin, breaking it all down with our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We are going to switch gears here and head out live to a feed coming into our newsroom from the World Health Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. The World Health Organization is holding a news conference on the latest when it comes to monkeypox, also discussing the latest when it comes to COVID-19 and other global health issues. So let's listen in here.
Tools that exist to manage COVID-19 responsibly. Finally, to monkeypox. In the Americas, which accounts for more than half of reported cases, several countries continue to see increasing numbers of infections, although it's encouraging to see a sustained downward trend in Canada. Some European countries, including Germany and the Netherlands, are also seeing a clear slowing of the outbreak, demonstrating the effectiveness of public health interventions and community engagement to track infections and prevent transmission. These signs confirm what we have said consistently since the beginning, that with the right measures, this is an outbreak that can be stopped. And in regions that do not have animal-to-human transmission, this is a virus that can be eliminated. But it won't just happen. Eliminating monkeypox needs three things: the evidence that it's possible, which we are now beginning to see, political will and commitment, and the implementation of the public health measures in the communities that need them most. We might be living with COVID-19 for the foreseeable future, but we don't have to live with monkeypox. WHO will continue to support all countries to stop this outbreak and eliminate this virus. Tariq, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros, for opening remarks. We will now open the floor to questions from journalists. And again, please click the icon raise hand, and we will come to you. So we will start with the first question. We have Helen Branswell from STAT. Helen? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tarek. I have a question for Dr. Fowl. I was wondering if there's any update on the Ebola case in Beni. Particularly, I'm wondering if there's any indication of whether the had been vaccinated earlier in the 2018 outbreak there. Thank you.
Dr. Fowl.
Thank you, Helen, for your question related to the Ebola outbreak in Beni. So far, we have only recorded one case. And what we know is from the sequencing, the outbreak is linked to the 2020 outbreak, because we have had in the same family cases of outbreak, including the husband and the sister. And we have identified 172 contacts, and vaccination is ongoing. But it's important to know that the risk of Ebola outbreak is still important in North Kivu because of the ecological conditions, the ecological niche, but we also have more than 1,000, people who survive the disease, knowing that you can still have, reactivation of the virus, reemergence of the disease. We have a program working very closely with our Congolese colleagues and working very closely with the community to be able to activate a response program whenever we have a new outbreak. And so we still have a number of alerts because we are doing active case search. We have identified more than 1,600 alerts on identify 180 situations where we needed to take samples. So all are negative, but we are still very actively working in the community to identify any new case. Thank you. And vaccination, clearly we have, vaccination going on very actively, and we have already vaccinated 118 contacts and contacts of contacts. At this stage, most important thing after more than 15 days after the first case is really to make sure that contacts of contacts are vaccinated to avoid any secondary cases. And we have an important stock of vaccine at global level using the ICG mechanism. We have over 400,000 doses still available. So ICG is a very effective mechanism to rapidly allocate and send a vaccine to the country. Thank you.
Simon.
Thank you, Tariq, for taking my question. This is Simon Ateba with Today News Africa in Washington. First, can you please address allegation that UN agencies, including the WHO, the WFP, and others, are not helping doctors in Tigray? For instance, denying them fuel to power their generators to treat patients. And also, can you give us an update on the funding you've been trying to raise to tackle hunger in the Horn of Africa? And how do you go about it? Do you approach countries like the US, or do you go directly to rich folks like Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos? I mean, the amount is not too much, since that's what is used to feed cats in the US for one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Maybe Dr. Fall.
Thank you. I'm not clear about the first question on Tigray. UN denying fuel to who? I'm not sure. This is a bit unclear, but I'm not aware of any action on UN trying to block anything. Our work is to save life, and we work very closely with health workers, local health workers, local health authority as WHO to make sure that we provide the necessary, health intervention, although it's very limited because of the issue of access, the issue of access to fuel and so on. So we are still very limited because of the security situation, of course. And so in terms of resource mobilization for the Horn of Africa and for other crises, we have a mechanism with our team working on resource mobilization to alert donors and to brief them on the situation and the risk and to present the needs we have. So we talked about 120 24 million for the Horn of Africa. And we started responding using WHO contingency fund for emergencies with 16.5 million. And so far, we are not receiving the support we need to save lives. And as we always say, nutrition crisis is already a health crisis because people who are malnourished are more likely to get the disease and likely to have, negative outcome from the disease. At the same time, people who are sick are more likely to get malnutrition. So the situation is really bad. The combination of malnutrition and disease outbreak like cholera, measles, meningitis, as we already said, the combination is killing a lot of people, and we need to act now. But we are not getting the funds we need to act on. This is a cross-sectoral response. It's not only about health or only about nutrition. We need to act from all sides to be able to save lives.
Thank you, Dr. Fowl. And if any of your questions have not been fully answered, Simon, please contact us by email, and we will be happy to assist. Let's now go to Lynn Patterson from Trans in Medicine. Lynn, unmute yourself, please.
Hi, thank you. So have you learned any more about whether monkeypox can be transmitted through blood or semen? We know that it can be detected in both, but what have you learned? What's new about that? And secondly, it's been characterized mostly as a problem in the men who have sex with men community, but men who have sex with men include bisexual men. So doesn't that mean that they sometimes have sex with women, so therefore could spread outside that community?
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Rosamond Lewis can take this question.
Thank you very much. There have not been any reports so far of transmission of monkeypox through blood transfusions. There have definitely been reports of the detection of the monkeypox virus DNA in semen. One study did illustrate that virus could be isolated from that specimen. However, other studies are still underway. We're still monitoring this space and still looking to understand it. So this is an area where we need to learn more. There's a lot we don't know, and monkeypox can be transmitted through the close contact that is involved in sexual activity, and there may be a contribution from infection through contact with semen itself, but we don't fully know the answers to this question yet. And so protecting oneself involves the actions we've been talking about from the beginning, which is reducing physical contact with anyone who has monkeypox, reducing number of sexual partners, reducing casual sex or new partners, and being more open about one's risks and having conversations with others that may highlight and mutual protection and protection of each other. So these are the important features for as long as we don't have the answers to these questions. The actions to take to protect oneself remain critically important, and some agencies, including WHO, are recommending the use of condoms. That is in part as a precautionary measure because we don't know how much of the infection is transmitted through semen, but it is also because it does reduce skin-to-skin contact. So it's preferable to avoid skin-to-skin contact altogether if someone has monkeypox, but at the very least, using a condom may reduce that risk while we do more studies to learn more information. This applies, as you highlight, to bisexual and gay men who have sex with men, and anyone who has multiple sexual partners. This is not a disease that is limited specifically to a specific group. What is happening is that it is being spread primarily in one risk group. We know that the majority of cases are occurring among bisexual men who are gay or bisexual as they report themselves when their cases are reported to WHO. However, as you point out, physical contact of any kind with anyone who has monkeypox would put someone at risk. We are seeing a few cases of women and others who may have acquired monkeypox through a different route of infection, different mode of transmission, but the vast majority today are still among men who have sex with men, whether they be gay, bisexual, or otherwise have contact with other men who have monkeypox. So the actions remain the same: protect ourselves, protect each other, access to testing and vaccine where it's available, and reduction of course, any discrimination or stigma, because that prevents people from accessing care. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Today's press briefing is going to be shorter than usual, so we will conclude with this today's briefing. We will have audio and video files sent to our global list later today, and then we will have a press briefing transcript available on our website tomorrow. With this, I'll give the floor to Dr. Tedros for his closing remarks. Dr. Tedros.
Thank you, Tariq. Thank you to all members of the press who have joined us today, and see you next time.
And that concludes the World Health Organization's press briefing, but we are getting in another live feed into our newsroom from the European Union. We do know that these foreign ministers have been meeting, discussing the latest when it comes to Ukraine. These foreign ministers are meeting in the Czech Republic, so I do want to see if this is in English. Let's send you out live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
We do need to take account of the problems faced by member states. We do need to cover certain areas. We need to realize that according to the Schengen Border Code, member states can already take certain national measures. These are regional measures, if you like, because these are practical problems which these member states have to grapple with. So people were very open-minded, and I emphasize again that we agree that we would look into this further. There are ways of dealing with this. But there are various ways forward, and we can't answer this straight away.
Yeah, Richard Jostrek, Ready for Europe. Two questions, if I may, on separate topics. Firstly, on the visa issues. Going forward, what can potentially be the next step? Could you, for example, stop multi-entry visas to Schengen? Or what is the next step in between visa facilitation, cancellation, and a full visa ban? And secondly, on a different topic, on Iran, on the JCPOA, you have now received the answers from Iran and from the United States. Can you update us what the next step is now to reach a full agreement? Thank you.
I got feedbacks from all delegations. I got comments from Iran and the US, which both I found reasonable. And to me, it's clear that there is a common ground, that we have an agreement that takes into account, I think, everyone concerns, and that I am hoping that in the coming days we are not going to lose this momentum, and we can close the deal, taking into account these reasonable comments that both parts, Iran and US, has been presenting to my text. And the other question, you know, I have to repeat the same thing. The visa facilitation agreement facilitates. This is cancelled, so no more facilitation. I'm not playing with the words, but it's a visa facilitation. It's done to facilitate. If it is finished, there is no more facilitation. So the visas will be more difficult to get. But it will still be possible to get visas, but in a much reduced number. This with respect to the new visas. With respect to the border control, the border crossing, certainly you need a visa. But a visa in certain circumstances may not be enough. and the member states have the possibility of controlling the border controlling the border passing. And this is upon them, according with their national competences, in the framework of the Schengen visa code. So what's going to happen? It's going to happen that the process of delivering visas will be a different one, much restricted, and the process of border crossing will be, as always, under the control of the member state that can decide to take measures in order to face the challenging situation that they consider in the framework of the Schengen Code. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, so this concludes the press conference. Thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the rush, and a big thanks to the Czech presidency. See you soon. Bye. Thank you.
And that was the tail end of that update out of Prague as European Union foreign ministers are meeting on the latest international conflicts. Of course, the big one being the war in Ukraine. That is now over. I do want to send you out to a live look at the nation's capital, 9:45 here on the East Coast. And we did just have the stock board up for you, so I'll pull that back up here. Stocks are officially trading on Wall Street yet another day, Wednesday, but we have been seeing that stocks have been actually trending down for the past 3 days. Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, stocks finishing low. We'll see how they respond today. Of course, all of this in reaction to the latest information provided in Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve Chair's update, alluding to the fact that interest rates will remain high to cool inflation. So that is the latest when it comes to our business news there. We'll keep this stock board up throughout the morning so all of you investors out there are up to date on the latest information. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are getting in this live feed into our newsroom from Lansing, Michigan. The Board of State Canvassers is scheduled to decide whether a ballot initiative that seeks to enshrine abortion rights into Michigan's Constitution should go to voters in November. I do believe that we have audio on this feed, so let's listen in here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
At one time, and I saw a lot of people doing the petitions to promote the vote, and it was a bunch of lies. So it needs to be rejected, period. Number 7 is about reproductive freedom for all. That's also a bunch of lies. Abortion is, the meaning of abortion means abort, means to get rid of, murder, kill. Okay, look the word up. The word choice is not a noun. It means that you have to make a choice between life or death. Okay? Abortion is the murder houses that actually were point out Planned Parenthood started the abortion clinics by a white woman that wanted to get rid of all the blacks, and she used the word and the N-word, which I'm not allowed to say, right? But that was where the abortion clinics went. All set up in the cities, in the towns that were full of the black people to kill the black people. That's what their goal was. Constitution, it is not a constitutional right to promote death. It says in the Constitution to promote life. So what part of this don't you guys get? Okay. Also, the lies to cover up allowing the murder is huge. Very, very huge. The life of a mother, that was the unforgiven sin. It is not. God still forgives, and he can forgive all of you for voting wrong. Okay? We need to protect the babies. There is no exceptions for murder. Okay? With the life of a mother, they say, well, the life of a mother, that should have an abortion. No, first of all, she would not go to an abortion clinic to get an abortion. It would not be called an abortion. It would be to save the life of the mother. And there has been no survey that has been done about saving the life of a woman. The other thing is adoption. Adoption is an option.
Your time is up. I've given you a little bit of time to wrap up, so 5 seconds.
Okay, adoption is an option, not murder. Okay, so abortion is murder, period. And if you guys allow something that is all, you know, the wording and everything according to this proposal is like ridiculous.
You're beyond 5
so
seconds
it needs
now,
to be rejected.
So. Thank you, Melissa. All right, Craig. After Craig, I've got Dan Bonamy II. Craig, I apologize. I can't read the last part of your name. Was I close? Cumbo?
Close enough.
Okay.
It's been butchered a lot.
Craig, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. And to correct that issue, could you state and spell your name?
Sure, I sure can. Craig, C-R-A-I-G, last name is Cumbo, C-U-M-B-O-W. And I failed handwriting, so yeah. I am here to urge the Board of Canvassers to accept the recommendation of the Bureau of Elections and place promote the vote on the November ballot. I was also, like Mark, I was one of the signature gatherers. I circulated, and I was one of the thousands that really helped circulate, and we got 200,000 more signatures than we needed. So this basically says the people of Michigan want this, and we're here to decide whether it should goes on the ballot. And obviously the people of Michigan think it should. So I won't go through all of the bullets in here, but I can tell you as an ex-process manager, that was my last job in my career. These are all process improvements. These make things easier, more convenient, but at the same time, they keep the integrity and the security and put those into the Constitution. So as somebody, voters, not politicians, I recommend that this goes on the ballot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Right. Dan, come on up, sir. Good morning. Dan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir. Thank you.
All right. Please state and spell your name.
Dan Bonamy, D-A-N-B-O-N-A-M-I-E, II.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you for my time today. I'd like to address the board not on an issue basis, but on the as far as each individual basis. But I feel that any constitutional amendment must be clearly stated. When they're out collecting signatures, we need to know exactly what we're signing. And if a petition's unclear in any way, shape, or form that's changing our laws, it needs to be thrown out. It also does not clearly explain what it's removing from the law, especially in election integrity. If we don't know what laws it's removing from our Constitution and what changes it's making, it should not be put on the ballot until those are clearly stated. And I would ask this board to deny both proposals under those circumstances. And if these things come forward, no matter what the position is on them, in a clearly stated manner, and have the correct signatures, then they should move forward. But without that, we should deny this.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Up next, I have City of Warren District 5 Councilman Eddie Kubasinski. And I think Eddie might be in overflow, so we'll give him a minute. The other folks would be Gary Smith, Frederick Nienstead, and then Robert Abers. So we'll give them a moment to make their way, and then we'll move to the next stack. Okay. I do want to thank on my behalf and others. So far, folks have been following the rules pretty nicely and keeping things succinct. We ask that you continue doing that, and we'll get you out of here by dinner time. Hopefully today.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to say that, I've been on this board since 2013. And so, it's weird to be on this side of this room, so I'll just say that. But I've been on this board since 2013, and I am encouraged by the number of people who are starting to attend these meetings. And I say that, I do mean that, because we do make very important decisions on this board. And some of the comments that were made today are the same comments that I know I've made about legality of petitions and reading petitions before you sign them and understanding what you are doing. But I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to everyone who is either here in person or, now that we are streaming, I believe we are streaming, to actually understand what this process is and what we do on this board. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a comment.
All right, Eddie, you look a little worse for wear than the last time I saw you, sir. I hope everything's okay.
Yes, sir. Sorry, you gotta give us cripples a little time to get over here from the overflow room.
So, Eddie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right?
sir, I
And
do.
please state and spell your name, and then I'll give you 60 seconds.
My name is Eddie Kubasinski. I'm a Warren City Councilman representing District 5, South Central Warren End. I'm the only constitutional conservative on the Warren City Council. Yes, so referring to that, we had the meeting that was on the 19th at the Delta Township offices. And if you guys can see this shirt here, this is what happens to you when you're a conservative Republican and you go to speak out on these issues having to do with the voter ID situation and allowing illegal migrants to vote in our election, and also about the Kill Baby bill. That's what it should be called, because that's exactly what it is. My campaign manager and I, Fred Nastad, and I have been very vocal about these ballot proposal items in Warren, Macomb, and throughout the state of Michigan when given a chance to speak on them. And this is what happens. You get targeted, attacked in a rollover accident or traffic crash. You get targeted. And many Republicans have been targeted in this state and adjoining states because they've been very outspoken about similar bills that have to do with the Kill Babies and also about so-called voter integrity. So I just want to make everybody aware that this kind of violence is unacceptable, and this is what happens when you're outspoken and you're a Republican in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Give you a moment to get out of there, and then I believe I said Mr. Smith. Gary Smith would be next. I'm been trying to keep things on the elections issue, then take the reproductive freedom abortion issue. Gary, you just wrote one, so I'm not sure which exact issue you're looking to address, but you're here, so I'll let you go on either one. So, Gary, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do,
All right.
as always.
State and spell your name, and then go ahead.
Gary F. Smith, G-A-R-Y-F-S-M-I-T-H. I am glad that you're swearing people in. I think that means that you are in relentless pursuit of the truth. And so that's what I wanted to talk about, not the merits of any of these initiatives here, but about the truth. I don't believe that the truth was presented to the folks who were asked to support these constitutional amendments. I don't believe that the truth is represented in the text. I don't believe that the truth will be represented in the 100-word summary. So I petitioned the canvassers to insist on the truth and to not advance these petitions until that's all satisfied. Thank you.
Sir? Frederick Nienstedt, and then after that will be Mr. Robert Avers. Good morning, Frederick.
Good morning, Chair.
Do you
and
swear
board?
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state and spell your name and take it away.
Frederick, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K, Nienstedt, N-I-E-N-S-T-E-D-T. Chair, may I address Director Brader directly?
Sure. You may address any of us, but please, again, please keep it respectful.
MCL 168.32, right? That's for the nominating petitions, or the original language for proposals. Is that correct? And MCL 168.485 is the direct yes and no form of the question. 463A, is that also included in your description? That's been repealed, sir. I would like to know, what is the MCL that allows you to rewrite the ballot language?
I can just confirm for the board that the election law was followed in the drafting both of the petition summary, which was drafted by me and approved by the board, as well as the proposed ballot language, which was drafted by me and which the board is meeting to consider today for both petitions.
But you cannot quote an MCL.
Mr. Nienstedt, we're here to take comment, and I know,
Okay.
you know, I
All
obviously
right.
have disagreements
Then I
with
would make the
interpretations of
comment
things,
that
but
the only reason that we're following election law is because the Attorney General issued an opinion. One person in this state issued an opinion that will affect generations from now. I would like that to be stated clearly so that everybody understands that one person with a partisan nature has made this choice to change the 100-word ballot summary. So we need to make it truth, right? We have to have an exact description. But how can you do it in 100 words? Please, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Avers. Mr. Avers, I will admit, is a friend of mine, so I know he's an attorney, but he wishes to speak during public comment. I guess he's going to give his clients a discount. As an attorney,
Just keep going.
licensed to practice law, I do not need to swear you in, but do please state and spell your name, and then we'll give you a minute to state your case.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. I am Robert Avers, R-O-B-E-R-T-A-V-E-R-S. I am an attorney, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Ballot Question Committee, Secure My Vote. Speaking on agenda item number 4, the sufficiency of the Promote the Vote petition, that petition may not be certified by this board today. Article 2, Section 4, as amended by the Promote the Vote petition, would abrogate Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution because it would render the legislature's authority to such as incarcerated felons from voting. It would render that authority wholly inoperable. Now, Promote the Vote could have listed that provision in.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We were listening to this special Michigan board meeting to decide if abortion rights will be on the ballot there. And, of course, we always bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the day's news. And when breaking news happens, we got you covered there as well. Let's take a look at the markets right now. Well, it started out in the red, then came up 100 points. And guess what? Just like in a casino, they gave it all back there. So the gains already in the negative right now. And we'll try to continue to see what happens in the markets here, but really a flat day so far, but we'll see how it all shakes out at the end, everyone. All right, let's go out to Mississippi, where the capital, Jackson, is unfortunately dealing with a major water crisis. Let's listen to the governor here on Live Now from Fox.
Team here that's been on the ground at individuals working here at the hard work that they have been doing for over many days and weeks, but also with their cooperation with this particular this exercise that we went through over the last several hours in making the analysis of where we find ourselves. I spoke with the mayor. I've also spoken with some of those in the federal government as well. As you know, the city of Jackson issued their emergency declaration late yesterday. The State Department of Health issued their emergency declaration early this morning. Not long after that, in coordination with both the city and the State Department of Health,
plant so that we could really get a good assessment of what was happening within the facility. So there are a few things that we want
to 36 hours.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone there. So a little issues with the video there, a little jumpy. So what we'll do is go to another event coming up here in just moments. We are going to have Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida speaking in just moments. You can see he is, the podium is set up right there. So we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does happen. Let's take our first break of this hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We continue to talk about the water crisis there in Jackson, Mississippi, as the Mississippi governor called for a state of emergency over the flood crisis. Let's listen to local officials there right here on Live Now from Fox.
Just a few inaccuracies that have gone forward. First and foremost, the city of Jackson has not distributed any untreated raw water. That is inaccurate. But we do encourage our residents to continue to abide by the boil water notice that has been in effect. I thank the leadership from the state for reiterating this boil water notice that has been in effect for several days. I also want to clarify and make clear, because this was a rumor that got out, that the city of Jackson has not cut off water to any resident. We never cut off water. The lack of water was due to pressure, a lack of pressure in the system, which we stated was complicated by the flood waters that we received. It is because of our transparency that the state is aware of the many challenges that our system is facing. It is because of our transparency that we know about the staffing shortages. It is because of our transparency that they know about the system issues. And it is because of our transparency they know about the numerous equipment failures that we have. This is a set of accumulated problems based on deferred maintenance that has not taken place over decades. So let's talk about what we do next. Let's look forward to the united front that we have now announced and we look forward to. We're grateful to add the state to our team for the betterment of our city, Jackson, and our water system. With the state advising us and assisting us, we look forward to the myriad of improvements that are sure to come. I want to thank all of the volunteers. I want to thank all of the city employees that have been tuned into this challenge daily. I want to thank the support of Hinds County and their leadership that have been instrumental in supporting the city of Jackson over the years, distributing water year after year and crisis after crisis. And so I think it is imperative that we all keep our eye on the ball. We were here 2 Februaries ago where we had system-wide failures and the world was watching us. And the world is watching us again. And so we must continue to elevate our voices and say that the residents of Jackson are worthy. They are worthy of a dependable system. And we look forward to a coalition of the willing that will join us in the fight to improve this system that has been failing for decades. With that, I will open the floor for any questions that you have. I will go from right to left, starting back here. Yes.
Mayor, I spoke to the EPA last Friday, and Carol Kempfer told me that there have been some critical failures to address personnel needs at the water treatment plant, Toby Curtis. I'm quoting here directly. We asked an information request letter for their communications regarding staffing. In both documentation and communications, we did not see evidence of any efforts to recruit. So I don't know that they've tried to reach into that labor pool, meaning for Class A water operators and regular maintenance personnel. She continues, they could be reaching out to technical colleges. They could be holding recruitment events. They could be scheduling interviews. They could be putting in advertisements. This is what we do when we recruit. We're not seeing these types of things.
Well, I don't know how abreast of all of the recruitment efforts Ms. Kempfer is at this time. I can tell you right now that we have 10 individuals that are training to be Class A operators right now as we speak. As you know, for a degreed person, it takes 2 years for them to be able to be certified as a Class A operator. And for a non-degreed individual, it takes as much as 6 years. Our Human Resource Division has gone as far as reaching out to other counties and traveling to work in this regard. We have made an agreement with the Army Reserves in order to bring in people. We have started working with the U.S. Water Alliance, and we have taken the instruction of the EPA. It was the EPA who encouraged us to become a part of the Rural Water Association. It was the EPA that encouraged us to become a part of the Mutual Aid Agreement. And on the heels of receiving 4 to 5 individuals to help in the immediate response, we got, on the eve of that happening, a response that they were unable to fulfill that because they had their own critical staffing challenges. And so the effort is ongoing. The effort, we have seen people come and be trained and leave in the midst of the process. And so we will continue to double down and encourage that, as well as augment our staff. And I'll tell you some other things that we're doing. Augment our staff with retired employees. We're looking to bring in retired employees that can work a maximum of 20 hours for the time frame prescribed without violating their retirement protocol.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, there as officials continue to talk about the crisis in Jackson, Mississippi, as the water is so dirty there at parts where boiling the water doesn't even make it usable there. So unfortunately, there's so many residents dealing with that issue. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going out live to Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking. We'll bring it to you from the beginning.
some time, and that was when President Trump was in office. That was even before we had the Bidenflation where everything's gone up. But this was something that continues to really pinch people's budgets, and it pinches the state of Florida's budget, because in our programs, when we do with health programs, it causes the cost of those to go up dramatically. And so we were trying to figure out ways, okay, what can we do to make an impact? Of course, now you see, particularly over the last year and a half, you've seen big increases in groceries, you've seen big increases in energy, utilities, rent, all these different things with the Bidenflation. And so I think the drugs and being able to give some relief there, now more than ever is something that's very, very important. But back in 2019, my first year in office, we wanted to find ways. So we're limited as the state because a lot of this is controlled by the federal government. Obviously, Big Pharma is very powerful in Congress and with different people in Washington, and so they're able to structure this a lot of times in ways that benefit them over the average American. But we want to say, is there something a state could do? Well, we found there was a provision of a law from 2003 that said states could apply to HHS to purchase drugs from Canada. And so these are the same drugs that you purchase here. They're just like 80% cheaper or 75% cheaper. And it's all because, basically American consumers underwrite the entire pharmaceutical industry. They get cheaper prices everywhere else outside the United States, and then we basically fund all the research and development and everything that goes into producing these. And so it's definitely inequitable. And so we said if we can use this program and be able to contract, even if we just started with state agencies contracting, we'd be able to save, $100 million, $200 million for taxpayers. And then obviously, that will trickle down to consumers and we would be able to expand this. So I went up to Washington. I met with President Trump. I told them this is something that's really good. And a lot of people were telling him no because you had pharma doesn't like it. I actually was, had a discussion in the Oval Office with the president and people at HHS and these other agencies, and they were saying no, no, no. And basically they tried to say it's a safety issue. But people use drugs in Canada. This isn't Djibouti. I mean, it's a safe country, and so you can get drugs and do so. But it does involve relabeling and make sure that everything is accurate and they're bona fide pharmaceuticals and not counterfeit. So there is things to do, but that's something that's easily attainable. And so President Trump said, yes, I will approve. And so we developed, so the legislature passed this law saying Florida needs to develop a plan. We created this plan, and it took a long time to be able to get that just right. We sent it up to Washington during the Trump administration for approval from the FDA. So this was in the latter part of 2020, almost 2 years ago that they've had this. And we didn't know, like when Biden came in, whether this would be something that he would support or not. He actually said last summer he signed an executive order saying he wants to approve these plans for states. And so that was, I think he did that in like June or July of 2021. And so here we are now. Our application has been, we were the first state to do this. Other states followed Florida's model. It's just been sitting at FDA for months and months and months, actually probably over a year and a half, and no action. And so Biden is saying he wants this for consumers, but yet his administration is not willing to act to be able to approve it so that people have access to more affordable pharmaceuticals. And so, our view is okay. When he said last summer that he supported it, we were hoping that we would get an answer. I think it's even hard. I mean, some of these folks will tell you, it's hard to even very arrogant with how they've gone about this stuff. But our view is we need to keep pressing forward. So after 630 days, we still sit here waiting for an answer. And so it's our view that we've waited long enough. And so today we're taking action. The state of Florida has now filed a lawsuit against the FDA. They have unlawfully withheld and unreasonably delayed approval of Florida's program, and we think this violates federal law. So we're asking a federal judge to order the FDA to put an end to that delay and to approve Florida's program. Included in the lawsuit are claims under the Federal Freedom of Information Act. In early July, ACA filed a FOIA request seeking records from the FDA to increase transparency on their approval process. Under the Act, FDA had 30 working days to respond to our request, and I don't think you'll be too surprised, we still have not received a response to our request. So the clock's been ticking. We have a right to know what the FDA has been doing the last 2 years to ensure that are they putting politics over patients? Are they putting the interest of big pharma over the interest of average Floridians and taxpayers? And that's what we need to find out. So we've been continuing to push for transparency. Why are we here? Because this is a distribution facility. All this stuff is ready to go at this point. It's turnkey. We have people that are dealing with the Canadian companies. We will have them, they can be brought here. They get labeled properly, inspected. and then they can then be used in the general public. Obviously, Florida is going to buy a lot of these for our programs. It's going to save us a huge amount of money. So all this stuff is locked and loaded, ready to go, and it has been ready to go for quite some time. So we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. We've done everything that we need to do to get this moving, and I think it's really, really important. I mean, especially when you see what's happened, particularly over the last year and a half, with some of the stuff with big pharma, some of the things they've put out on these vaccines and all this other stuff. People want transparency, and we need to have the truth on all this stuff. And so this is an example of ways to be able to access medications at a much cheaper price by removing some of the bureaucracy, some of the restrictions, and some of the red tape. We also did an executive order recently where our agencies, when they negotiate, are basically cutting out these middlemen, because these middlemen charge a lot of money and they pass those costs on consumers. So we're looking at all different ways we can act to be able to help folks. And so today's lawsuit, I think, is very, very important. We think this is urgent, and we think we deserve a response very quickly. And so I know the Attorney General's team is going to be in court on this and are going to work really hard to get good relief for the people of the state of Florida. So this is yet another way where we're innovating and leading the country. No one was talking about this until we stepped forward, passed our legislation several years ago, submitted our plan, very well thought out plan, to the Trump administration, and then have been waiting now under the Biden administration. But a bunch of other states have followed suit and have tried to follow. I'd hate to think that the Biden administration would not approve it just because it's Florida, because they have issues with Florida politically. I hope that that's not the case, because on issues like this will benefit people of all walks of life, regardless of any political persuasion. So hopefully they'll just do the right thing. It's unfortunate that we had to do this, but at the end of the day, we've waited long enough, and we've been very patient. And we've provided information when they've asked for it, but yet we've not gotten a response. And so if you're for doing this and you say you want us to be able to do this under a law that's been in existence for almost 20 years, well, then now's the time to stand up and make that very clear. And if you think about what we're seeing, our drug prices are twice, 3 times, depending on the drug, way higher than the average price of drugs in other parts of the world and in other countries. And so we're dealing with PBM markups. That obviously does it, but then access to other markets will be very, very good. So we want to be able to have accountability. We want to be able to defend the taxpayer, and I'm happy that we're taking action today. I remember being here. I mean, when were we here last time? It was like May of last year. Yeah, so we were here last spring the spring of 2021, and we were hoping that we would get a response. And then that's when later the president issued his executive order saying this is something that he was telling the FDA to move forward with. So we thought, man, maybe we got some movement here. And then we waited. I think the FDA, what did they say eventually? Like, we'll meet with you like in the spring of 22 was like their initial thing. So like literally they approved, they say do it in the summer of 21. We try to get moving on it, and they'll say, okay, we're going to address it many months later. So that's just dragging your feet, and that's not the way we want government to operate. So we're happy to be here. We shouldn't be here, but we're happy that we're not just going to take this lying down. So we'll hear from some other folks. So Attorney General.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much for being here today. I know many of you took time out of your lives to be here from work or from your families. This is such an incredibly important issue. And I want to point out the tremendous attention to detail and willingness to get things done by this governor and to think outside the box. He is always looking for new and innovative ways, things that we haven't done before, to achieve progress for Florida. And in this situation, as you heard him say, this law's been on the books for a while. He said, why are we not doing this? I mean, the drugs are over 200% more costly to Americans, where we can just get them at a cheaper savings from Canada. This seems like somebody would have figured this out before, but thanks to this governor who is willing to drill down on the details, Florida stands ready to benefit. And more importantly, you, the taxpayers, stand ready to save $150 million a year if we can push this through. It is so important, and we have filed suit this morning to not only seek documents and as to why this has been pending for so long. I mean, we filed our application. Florida was the first right before Biden took office. And we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And when he came out and said this is important and demanded that the FDA work with the states to get this done, maybe he meant except Florida? We were the first. We have all our ducks in a row. We have our facilities. We've dedicated funding. We're ready to help Floridians because of this governor and our great leadership in our legislature. And I would like to say that it's because it's sitting on someone's desk. But I think we all know that this administration is not quick to act to get things done for Florida. And what is so frustrating as the Attorney General is this is becoming such a common plea, such a common demand. Washington, Biden administration, do something. Do something. On the border, do something. Stop fentanyl, do something. Lower prescription drug costs for Americans, do something. It has become the do-nothing administration, and I just want you to hear this. Compare that to Florida, where this guy, every time he comes up with something new, he's like, get it done. Now, I would like to tell you that doesn't mean that it is a lot of hard work as the Attorney General for a governor like this. Where I come from, where I grew up, we had a saying, get her done. This is the get it done administration, and compare that to the Washington, Biden, do-nothing administration. And it is unfortunate that we are now a year and 8 months into the administration, and we are now having to file suit to get them to do something. An agency of the administration cannot just sit on applications. They have to act with reasonable timeliness. They can't unreasonably delay. And it is sad, again, that we as Florida have had to bring suit against our own government in Washington to get them to do something. But sadly, here we are today. So I want to thank you for paying attention to this, for being here to help us make this important announcement, for supporting us as leaders of this great state as we push this administration to act in a reasonable manner to benefit all Americans, in this instance, Floridians, and recognize and understand that all of us standing up here, from the Surgeon General, from Secretary Marstiller to the Governor, all of your leaders here, we are doing something. We are getting it done for the benefit of Floridians, and I'm honored, tired, to serve as Attorney General with this great governor. Thank you, Governor DeSantis.
Okay, Surgeon.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Hello, good morning. So, this is an interesting issue, and it has overlap with some other issues that we've discussed. I've had the pleasure to discuss with the governor. So, the facts are very clear. I have the Department of Health. We have county health departments. We prescribe medications for diabetes, for COPD, asthma, for HIV, other chronic conditions. And Florida went through the process, first took the initiative of this 20-year-old law that, that provides this much room for states to be able to get drugs from Canada for lower prices. And it's this narrow, all right? They weren't trying to make it possible. That's why it took 20 years, and a governor who actually cares about people and about what he thinks matters to take it up and move it forward. And Florida developed a very detailed, the Attorney General described it and the Governor described it, a very detailed plan for how we would, it's a Section 804 importation plan, for how we would import drugs, chemically analyze them to ensure that they're not counterfeit and there aren't any significant safety concerns, distribute them, make sure they stay within the state, because part of the law required that drugs only stay within the state, so they can't go to other states. In other words, other states can't enjoy the benefits of lower prices for drugs if we actually get them from Canada to this state. And so I looked at this report. It's like 200 pages long or something. I mean, it's very detailed, and all of these pieces are in place. We start the process under the governor's leadership in, I think, 2020 or so, and almost 2 years later, the FDA is not responded to our request to move forward. So, what's behind this? So I will tell you what I think is behind this based on my assessment of the evidence. And what's behind this, I think, is, the pharmaceutical industry is going to do what they do, and what they do is that they lobby for laws that keep their profits as high as possible. It's not about you and me, sick people. That's not what it's about. That's what it's lobbying for, laws that keep their profits high is certainly how they've behaved. But it's up to leaders to make choices that they think will benefit people. And my sense from looking at everything is that leaders in the federal government right now, the FDA, the Biden administration, have prioritized the interests of pharma, and be very clear, their interest is to keep their profits high, and they do that best by making Americans pay more for drugs than anyone else in the country, anyone else in the world, rather than what's best for Floridians and what's best for other Americans, which is to stop this, complete highway robbery in terms of the markup with drugs. And I'm for, people making profits. That's wonderful, but with pharmaceutical drugs, you need a new word. It's not even profits, right, to describe what's going on. And I want to say two other things real briefly. So one thing that the pharmaceutical industry likes to convince people is true is that this extra profits, these extra prices, these high prices that we pay in this country are so they can do research and development. So there are two important things about that you should know. First of all, the research and development that they do, a third of it, maybe more, is not for new drugs. It's for new formulations, new dosing, combination drugs, basically ways to kind of keep their exclusive hold on drugs. The second thing that you should know is that a lot of the innovation, it doesn't happen in the pharmaceutical industry. It happens in universities, and they come in and they swoop in and they partner with universities, and and then they call the drug theirs, and they even take credit for it oftentimes, even though they weren't involved in the actual research and development. So, those are just some points I want to share with you. I'm happy that we have a governor who cares about people and puts people over pharmaceutical industry interests. And it'd be nice if we saw that in the federal government, because this, we wouldn't be having the conversation today. We'd be importing drugs already, or maybe we'd even have lower prices here. Who knows? All right, thank you.
Who would you rather have, Latipo or Fauci? Okay, ACA Secretary Simone Marsteller.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you've heard today, you should be hearing a lot of frustration. And this has been a frustrating process from the macro to the micro. My team and I have had so many meetings with the FDA, it's not even funny. But all we've gotten is word salad, bureaucracy, stonewalling, stiff-arming, and stall tactics. This thing has been sitting on somebody's desk for well over 600 days. This is not what government is supposed to do. Government is supposed to serve you, which you all see by the example that Governor DeSantis shows, that General Moody shows. We are here to do what is right for the people of the state of Florida. I am appalled personally. I'm appalled as a citizen of the United States that this is happening. I cannot believe that we actually have to sue the FDA to do its job. It's outrageous, and you all should be outraged and just as frustrated as we are. Now, we know that there are, reasons for this, be they political, be they corporate, whatever the case may be. We don't have time for that. Governor DeSantis has been steadfast in developing healthcare policy that is good for the people of the state of Florida, and ultimately, if other people followed his lead, would be good for the people of the entire country, right? We know that what we need in healthcare today is transparency. We need some aspect of consumerism. We need to disrupt the process and the industry. No question about it. So in addition to the Canadian Drug Importation Program, which, ladies and gentlemen, we pray one day we will be able to fill these racks and actually start to achieve the savings that we know we can achieve for the people of the state of Florida, upwards of $150 million. To me, it's a no-brainer. But we're not resting. The governor has directed his agencies, my own included, to look at the pharmacy benefit manager complex, for lack of a better term, and this is what they are. Basically, they are middlemen between your doctor and your pharmacy that are increasing the prices of your drugs. Bottom line. And so the governor has directed his agencies, mine included, to make sure that we start shining the light on those kinds of practices, that there is transparency in those processes. I know we're going to get a lot of, wailing and gnashing of teeth, but it needs to be done, because this is the only way that you and me are going to be able to start affording our health care and our prescription drugs. So we are in the process, Governor, of amending the contracts that we have with our health plans who deliver health care services to our Medicaid subscribers. We are in the process right now of amending those contracts to include provisions that open up the transparency so that we can see what's really going on in pharmacy benefit manager land. The other thing that my agency is preparing to do is to negotiate some lower prices for certain injectable drugs like insulin or epinephrine that are not currently included by federal law in the Canadian prescription program. We want to make sure, insulin, epinephrine, those are things that millions of people need. The prices are too darn high. So I was going to curse, but I'm not going to. And we need to disrupt that process. And so what we are going to do at ACA is engage a company to get out there and negotiate those prices down, because the time has finally come for us to say not just no, but hell no, we're not going to continue to pay these prices to the pharmaceutical companies. We're done. We are done. And I want to thank the governor and the attorney general for putting their collective feet down and saying no more. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Secretary Marstiller, and ACA has worked on this for a long time. In fact, our current DCF Secretary Siobhan Harris was initially at ACA getting this, and she did a great job. Simone came in and really got it across the finish line for where we've done everything that we've been asked to do and that we're required to do under the law. So now it's just a matter of getting these shelves filled. And as Joe said, people, we want people to do well, businesses to do well. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being profitable, but what we have here with the pharmaceuticals and the pharmacy benefit managers, you have basically laws and regulations that are propping those profits up artificially, and that's causing you to pay more, but it isn't like that's a free market. That we're paying so much more than Canada or these other places. And so we are intentionally basically forced to pay more the way the market has been structured. And that's a lot of legislation, a lot of regulation, a lot of different things that have happened over the years to get us into this spot. And so people provide services, good, we want you to do well, but to kind of have laws designed to be able to artificially keep your profits high, that's not free market at all. And so we recognize that. All right, Bob, you ready to go? All right. You want to come up? Sure. Okay. You got it?
Thank you, Governor, and all that's involved. My name is Bob LaValle, and I'm from Marion County. And this is a personal speech that I'm going to have, or a couple of minutes. We are obviously senior citizens. I know you don't think so, but I am 69 years old. My wife is 65, and we both have life-saving medicines that we need. In 2015, I suffered a stroke. By the grace of God, and my doctors, I'm okay, except for a little bit of word stuff. I have to have a medicine that's called Eliquis, and it's a life-saving medicine. My wife has to have medicine called Advair, and next month I will be making a decision, because next month I'm going to have a refill for 90 days supply that I've been using all since 2015. The cost of this medicine is going to be about north of $500 for a 90-day supply. My wife it's going to cost the Advair about north of $300 for a 90-day supply. I used to work after the stroke. I was okay, and then I was able to work, so I could supplement, the food and the medicine. Well, due to unfortunate circumstances, I lost my job. Therefore, I lost my income. Therefore, I lost means to get the medicine. So this next month in September, we're going to have to decide either it's going to be medicine or food. And that's a big decision, but we have to do it, or we're not going to be able to pay our bills. So I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know that I really, really appreciate the governor and all that's involved for doing this. It's going to be a lifesaver in itself. So please support whatever you can to this effort. And I really, really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Good job. Really good job. Thank you. And so you hear different stories like that, and you think to yourself, if he and his wife were just in one of these other countries, then they probably wouldn't even have this problem. Same drug. You know, it's one thing if this were just something that no one could get anywhere, but it's really the crunch is in our country because of the way these laws are. So we're doing our part. As Joe said, a very, very narrow provision of federal law. I don't know how it got through. Maybe I'm sure they lobbied to get it as narrow as possible, but we're driving through that, and we're trying to bring relief to the people of Florida. And this is said, again, from the beginning of the administration, we've been working on this. And I said at the time it was going to take time. And I told people this is not just going to happen overnight. There's going to be a long process. We're going to have to go through regulatory. And I fully anticipated that, but I didn't anticipate we would get to this point where an administration is saying they support it, and then we just toil for months and months and months. And so now's the time to act, and hopefully we'll get judicial relief, and this will be the start of, I think, something that'll be very good for a number of states throughout the United States. Okay, any questions? So the question is about the members of Congress. Well, I mean, I think the issue with what they're doing, first, this is a provision of existing law, and this is something that we are exploiting to help Floridians. Now, I do think in Congress, you know, they need to start looking about the influence that you have from Big Pharma. At the end of the day, we need to do policy that's in the nation's interest, not just what's in pharma's interest. I mean, they basically have run the show for a long time. And as Joe said, we want companies to do well. I mean, it's not as if we don't want that. And you do need to be able to do well in order to research and develop and all that stuff. But I think that can be done in a way that's not putting almost the entire burden of that on American consumers and patients and allowing other folks to do left. So I'm hoping that there will be an interest in looking at this in the Congress when the new Congress takes in. Obviously, they're not going to do anything with the current lot of them that are in there. You wonder, I mean, you know, drug prices have gone up for so long. You know, Pelosi's been in office for 30-some years, and it just keeps going up. You know, she's a great example of why we need term limits for members of Congress. But I do think there's a maybe more of a window now, because I think a lot of people have seen, you know, how Big Pharma has handled these COVID vaccines. And, you know, there was a push to get them out and everything, and I get that, but there hasn't been the type of transparency that I think that consumers deserve when it comes to this. And so I think a lot of people have looked at that. I know Joe is looking at different things. You've had different studies have come out in different parts of the world. What was the most recent? Thailand? Yeah. You know, Thailand talking about the increased risk of myocarditis, particularly for younger boys and men. And don't forget, this is something that governments are wanting to force on these people without any regard of what the adverse effects would be. And you're banning Djokovic from coming into the United States to play tennis when he has already had COVID. And he's, first of all, probably at zero risk anyways because he's in such good shape. Why would you be excluding based on that? And they don't recognize a reason why someone would opt against it. They don't recognize reasons. You know, we help save jobs for a lot of these women nurses because they were wanting to force it on them, and a lot of them didn't want to do it because they had. So that was this. But when you combine a lack of transparency.
All right, everybody, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
I'm happy in Florida, you know, from the very beginning, we said there will be no mandates. We made sure that that school districts couldn't mandate it on students to go. You know, D.C., they want to lock the kids out of school if they don't get a COVID shot. Now they were under pressure now, so they said, well, we're postponing the requirement till January. And I think it's because they didn't want to see the visuals of all these kids locked out of school before the election in November. I think that's the only reason why they did it. But a lot of those parents don't think that that's the appropriate thing. The idea they're trying to push jabs on 6-month-old babies, but that's just what's happened. They wanted to do things like vaccine passports. We banned it in Florida, but in other parts of the country, you're having to show different types of vax paperwork for COVID to be able to go to a restaurant or things like that. And you wonder why Florida had the record for domestic tourism in 2021, and while we're better now than we were, pre-COVID so far in 22, and why our restaurants are through the roof and everything, and places like San Francisco are down 40%. And then to try to cause people to lose their jobs over this, and if it wasn't for Florida, again, we stood up, you would have had firefighters lose their job, you would have had police officers lose their job, you would have had nurses lose their jobs, and these are people that had been on the front lines from the entire start of COVID, and most of them have already had COVID at that point, and yet now they're being told you could lose your job based on whether based on a decision you make on this. And that was wrong, so we called a special session of the legislature. We protected those jobs throughout Florida, and you shouldn't have to choose between putting food on the table and taking a shot that you don't want. So the way it's been weaponized, and I think it's caused a lot of people to say, whoa, it's one thing to say, make it available for people and then let them make that decision, but to circumscribe their rights or their livelihoods based on this, and particularly based on, relatively flimsy data. I mean, I said, and Joe said, when they were saying on the boosters, we said, look, there's no real data to support this. They're just asserting it. And so, they're available for people in Florida if you wanted to do it, but certainly for people in that are younger or middle age, there was just not much data at all. And then for the baby vax, there was no benefit that's been proven on that, and yet they're doing emergency authorization. So it's interesting just how quick the FDA moved to do baby vax without adequate data, and then how they're dragging their feet on this, which would be able to save a lot of people a lot of money. Yes, ma'am. Simone, you want to talk about?
What Florida has done with its plan is, we started with a limited number of drugs. So again, injectables are not permitted. So what we looked at are drugs that can address chronic conditions. So HIV, there are some medications in pill form that deal with diabetes, heart disease, those kinds of things, right? So those common chronic conditions that many people are dealing with. So we started with that limited number in order to make sure that we can do this and do it right and do it safely. We literally did a pill-to-pill price comparison on these medications and found that what we're paying right now in the U.S. pill to pill compared to Canada was, 100% more basically, right? So imagine the amount of money that we could save the taxpayers of the state of Florida when this thing is fully implemented. So in addition to the limited number of medications, we also wanted to start with a limited universe. So phase 1 of our plan would be to import these drugs to be used by individuals who are served by the Department of Health, the Agency for Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Children and Families, the Department of Corrections, and of course, and certain members that we serve as well. So again, this is the safest, most reasonable way to do this right now. We've got this fantastic partner here that is put up this warehouse, Life Science Logistics. This is what they do. They've got everything ready to go, from importing to relabeling to getting them here, a distribution process, all of that. We are ready to go, and we've been waiting for 630 days for approval.
And we do think, this is a new model because this is the first time this law has been used. And so, we taking pains to show how it'll be relabeled, making sure everything's good. This is certainly achievable and doable. But our plan is, we anticipated having it in by now. But once we do that, we're going to show it works, and we want to expand, and we want to get it out to as many people that need it as possible. Well, so look, I mean, at the end of the day, there are issues with, have you completed the terms of your sentence? Have you paid the restitution, any fines and fees? That is required. And so that can be an issue. But on the 20 arrests that we did, those are people who are categorically ineligible to vote. These are people that have been convicted of sex assault, and people have been convicted of homicide. So there's never been any law or constitutional amendment enacted in Florida that provides them with an automatic right to vote. They are ineligible to vote in the state of Florida. They can apply through the clemency process. Not going to get probably a very good hearing from me and Ashley when you're talking about those serious crimes, but they do have a right to do that, but none of them have done that. And so
Governor Ron DeSantis there in Florida. It is a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here as we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some other news to get to today as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, today approved a tweaked version of the COVID-19 booster after ordering a recipe change in an attempt to ward off new variants this fall and winter. Currently, the BA.5 strain is causing nearly all COVID-19 infections in the U.S. and much of the world. Authorities are taking a gamble that the strain or something similar will still be the biggest threat in the coming months, and to get ahead of another mutation possibly transpiring, have fast-tracked approval of a targeted booster. In June, the FDA ordered vaccine makers to tweak their shots to target BA.4 and BA.5, becoming the so-called combo shot. Current COVID-19 vaccines match the strain that circulated in early 2020, and while those vaccinations still offer strong protection against serious illness or death, there's little effectiveness against infection from the widely mutated Omicron family. To approve the combo shot, FDA has relied heavily on scientific testing of prior vaccine tweaks rather than on a human study of the BA.5 tweak's effectiveness, which would take months, a wait that long heightens the risk that another mutation could take over. This means authorities are taking a gamble on how effective the COVID shot will be. And, of course, we will bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, first of this hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Michigan, where Northville Public Schools distributing individual key fobs to officers in the police department there so that they could access for any reason there during an emergency. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Workspace, how you get into other spaces, and the beauty of these is, we were thinking about chain of custody, right? And that notion of, well, what happens if an officer leaves the force? Well, every police department, every fire department has a very strict protocol on what that looks like and what you have to turn in. Now, let's say you lose one of these, so you let the station know that you did, and our team can turn it off in a second. It's done. So it's not like a master key that you lose and, oh boy, it's out in the world. The ability to regulate and monitor these are very strong.
Could you hold it up for us?
Sure. Here.
Does each fob open every single door in every building across the district, no matter what city or township you're in?
That's correct. So with an electronic exterior access system, then these have the ability to key in, if you will, to every single door that we have in this district.
What do you hope this prevents?
So really, Kim, the piece on that is that what I wanted to prevent is the unnecessary harm done to anybody in any of our buildings. Our police officers, our first responders, our firefighters go through an intense amount of training. None of that training makes a difference whatsoever if they can't use it. And if they're standing outside trying to find how to get into a building when the worst thing is happening, they cannot do what they're trained to do. And so that notion of, and it might sound trite, but that idea of just a second, could be the difference between harm happening to somebody and not. And so that is the big piece of it. That is the bottom line of this, is we don't want in Northville any officer to have to think, how do I go and do what I need to do right now? We just want them to be able to get in and do what they're trained to do and protect our kids, protect our staff.
I'm just trying to think of any criticism or any problems. Do police and firemen go through the same background checks that all school employees go through?
So I think that's a great question for the wonderful people behind me. But what I know is, somebody asked me, they said, well, what do you think about giving this to the police and so on? And my response was, well, if we can't trust the police, I think we have a bigger problem. And so their background checks, Todd Muchler, who's the township supervisor, was adamant to make sure that there are protocol for turning these things in once an officer leaves the force. I'm sure that there might be some wonderings about officers or people having that kind of access, but again, they are sworn to protect us. And that's the place that in Northville we're going to start. We're going to start with hope, optimism, and the notion that we believe in everybody wants to do their best job in the best moment, and we're going to start there. And that's why this piece here is so important. And again, I'm so proud of the Northville team for making all of these, getting them ready. They're actually labeled individually, so Judy Huggins, our person, did all this. They have the officer's name on it. It's right there, and our people who lead these folks are going to walk away today with a big old envelope full of key fobs. So starting right now, every one of the people they lead, supervise, and believe in will now have the access they need to protect our kids.
Where did this idea come from? Are there other school districts, either in Michigan or in the country, that utilize a similar system?
On that part, Dave, the piece is, the idea really just came from, and this is where you just have to sit down and have a cup of coffee with people and listen. So as I am new here and introducing myself, and what I was hearing from our township brothers and sisters was, could we find other ways to get access? And we talked about some things. And then it just simply hit me, and I said, if we could do this, would that be helpful? And unequivocally, they said it would be immensely helpful. So there are certain decisions that we can make that we don't have to wait for the legislature to mandate anything. Townships, cities, and schools are born problem solvers. And my encouragement would be from around the state and the country, rather than waiting, let's go ahead and work together to do the things that we can do that are low-hanging fruit, if you will. The cost structure on this and things like that are not at all exorbitant. This is something that's already part of our system. So that idea was just simply born out of a conversation, Dave. And I think that it's also a great illustration of when people just get together and talk with each other, like good things happen. Good things happen. And so that's where we listen, we talk, and we find out how we act, or how to act. Anything else?
Want to hear from police?
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and offer up some folks up here.
Hold
Anyone
on.
wants to pop up?
Can I get the mic from you?
Oh, yeah. And then also, perhaps before that, Rebecca packing Mike's off as well after Chief. Or why don't you go up with Chief Hilden, Mike and Rebecca? Thank you. So, if I could, this is Chief Hilden from the township, and I'm going to have flanking the Chief, Miss Rebecca Peck and Mike Zopp from the Novi, I said, oh, scratch that. I'm going to have Rebecca Peck and Mike Zopp from the Northville Public Schools, who have been part of our security protocols for the past few years, and they can answer questions about things that we're doing as well prior to me getting here.
Great.
All right.
Well, come on up. All right. Okay, so my name is Scott Hilden. I'm the Chief of Police here at Northville Township, and I'll be happy to answer whatever questions you guys have.
Talk about how this helps police respond if there is an emergency.
So I think it was said very well by Mr. Weber. Seconds matter they're incredibly important in an active threat situation, and we cannot afford to have any type of delay in entering the school. And so by having the electronic access fobs, it's going to let our officers immediately get to the threat and immediately stop it. So that's critical for the safety of everybody.
Have you guys had anything in the past where you had to respond and it just took a little time to get in? Even if it wasn't tragic, just it was a challenge.
So I can't speak to any specific incidents here in this school district. We've got a great partnership.
I've been here 12 years and we've not had an issue like that up to this point.
I was
Hopefully we never
like
do.
medical emergencies or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, but as you know from some of the horrific events that have happened around the country, there have been delays. And so this is a proactive attempt to look at all the possible scenarios and situations and make sure we don't have any roadblocks that are going to inhibit us from immediate entry into the building.
Does this impact how the chain of command works at all? Because everyone's going to have the access. Because we saw at other schools, sometimes it wasn't necessarily the access, but the chain of command combined with it. Does that make sense?
I think I understand. So, and tell me if I'm off base on the way I answer your question, but our officers and all the officers from these agencies that you see behind us have been trained in a single officer response. The first officer on scene immediately enters the school. There's no worries about chain of command or getting permission. And so this will not inhibit that at all. In fact, every officer has the freedom and actually the requirement to enter that school immediately. And they will do so as a single officer if need be.
Do the previous, does this replace the current or former system of ways of getting in the Knox boxes and everything, or is this an enhancement to your toolbox?
I would, Mike, do you want to answer that?
Sure. We'll still have the Knox boxes, but this will really be a supplement and I think probably a more efficient way for the officers to gain access.
Can you talk about background checks? Do first responders
Sure.
have the same background checks that school employees are required to?
I'm not completely familiar with the school background check, but a law enforcement officer and fire personnel go through extensive background investigations, and it's mandated by the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, and it's extensive and about as thorough as it can be.
What's the feedback you've gotten from your officers about this, if any?
So, I mean, it's absolutely positive. Every officer that responds to a critical incident does not want to be hindered by some sort of entry problem. You know, the men and women of all of our departments are committed to the safety of these students. And there would be nothing more frustrating than being at that front door and not being able to get in. So it's very positive.
Have you received, I don't know how many people in the community know about this yet until maybe we talk about it, but have you received any negative feedback from anyone?
I have not, none whatsoever. So, yeah.
So these will set off an alarm when they're used, so there's no chance that you could use it to sneak into the school? Is that right?
No, and so the electronic fob is, it's monitored and tracked by a software program, so any access by any of the fobs is immediately tracked on the system. So if there was an unauthorized entry or some sort of use of the fob that we wanted to question, it's all tracked in the software, and the school district and all the schools have video camera systems. It would be very easy to determine if something was used inappropriately.
So you can see where they tag it, and then you can see the camera and see the person walking.
Yep. As soon as that is swiped at one of these access points, it tracks it and indicates which fob and who that fob is assigned to.
Can you talk about how this might be useful in things other than active shooter, worst case scenarios that so many people are concerned about and have on their minds right now? It seems like this could be useful in other situations as well.
The electronic door system?
Yeah, being able to get in.
Well, the electronic door system, from a regular day-to-day security standpoint, is very effective at limiting access into a building. And one of the big concerns for all schools and a lot of businesses is unauthorized access and just free-flowing entry in and out of buildings. So when you have an electronic access system like this, you can remotely open the door or lock it if need be, dependent upon who wants entry or whether they've been granted access or not. So it's a really good system, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this system, they are able to lock all the doors simultaneously in the event of an emergency, or unlock all of them with a push of just a single button into the system. So it's very important that you're able to do that if you're going into a lockdown, and very important if you have an emergency response to the building to unlock all the doors so that first responders can get in. Then we wouldn't even need to use the fob. So.
Can you talk about just anything else that's been going on behind the scenes as we see these incidents in schools, that's different, to make sure that students are safe? Any new policies or training that's on top of this?
Well, the police department, and I know the school district also, we work very closely together, and we're all part of a school safety committee. And so we work regularly to discuss safety issues, concerns, improvements, physical security controls that can be used in the system. We talk about preventive measures. And so we take a very holistic approach in looking at school safety, and the team and the committee comes together to brainstorm and to look at new ideas and new ways of doing business. So the school district's done a tremendous job of that, and you may want to talk a little bit about that yourselves, but in hiring a safety consultant, in addition to working closely with the entire public safety department, including me. I sit on that public safety team. So we are truly at the front end of very proactive efforts to not only try to prevent these type of activities, but know how to respond to them when they do occur, and then also have discussions about what happens after something happens. So it's a before, during, and after holistic approach as we look at the best way to do business and the best way to secure the safety of everybody here.
And I think I could speak a little bit more without compromising our safety. There's a few things that we've done over the years with our township, with our city, with Novi. One big area of response was our emergency communication system, and that came out of conversations that we had with our first responders. It's very common in large buildings and buildings made out of the materials that our school buildings are made out of, that when first responders come into our building during a crisis, they lose communication access with their dispatch and their team. We partnered with our police departments, and we wrote a grant for the federal government that was approved about 3 years ago, and we placed in, and I don't know the name of the system, but it allows all of our first responders to have access 100% of the time in every spot in every one of our buildings. So in the event that there is a response that needs to occur in any building, our first responders will not lose that important communication with their folks. The other area that is on the preventative side, and Chief Hilden talked a little bit about our consultant, which is a great consultant that we work with that gives us common sense advice And one of his pieces of advice was we need to train our first responders that are in our buildings. And our first responders are the folks that are manning those desks and allowing people access into our buildings. So last year we went through a pretty comprehensive training of all of our front office staff, all of our principals, anybody that is monitoring and supporting access into the building. And we had a great training that really talked about looking at folks and observing behaviors before you choose to let them in our building. And reinforcing that fact that we are the gatekeepers of the building and it's okay for us to say no for somebody to come into our building. Most of the time we're saying yes because that's the nature of our business. But we now have some training and some follow-up training that will occur on making sure that we understand some of those things that we can look for as people approach our building.
And then, if I could, there's a really unique piece of Northville and Novi. So if I could have perhaps the mayor and Chief Zinser come up, because there's a place called Noville. Not a lot of people know what Noville is. Noville is Northville and Novi where those borders meet, and it's an interesting border. It's kind of jagged in there. So I would ask the mayor and Chief Zinser to come up with anybody to answer questions as well. That would be great.
Our chief too. Welcome everybody. It's my pleasure to be here representing the community. My name is Brian Turnbull, the mayor in town. We've always had a special relationship with the school district. Dr. R.J. Weber and myself, we meet almost weekly to see what we can do better for the community. Our police, our community servants, we try to interact each and every day. We have initiatives on Riverwalk and Ford Field and Farmers Market. This is the most important initiative we can do. And this came up from R.J. many weeks ago in our discussions. Absolutely, we would support this. So from our standpoint, it makes access easy. Time is essential. And we move pretty quickly out here in Northville, and RJ is even moving quicker than we normally move. But this is outstanding for not only the school district, for all the community. And Northville is that community. Northville Township, we have pieces of Novi and Salem in the school district, so we represent all those will have access to our buildings. We want to do everything we can to work together in the future. And we as a city will work with the school district, not only today, but into the future for the next generation. We're getting ready, and we have to protect that next generation. That's the most important asset we have in the community, is our children, isn't it? So from my standpoint, Chief, anything from your standpoint? Good. Any questions you have, how we interact back and forth. But again, RJ and I try to meet weekly to see what we can do better in the future, how we can work together. I will donate as much as my time here, and the chiefs are out here in the school district. We are working together for the betterment of not only the community, but southeastern Michigan, and really the state too. Any questions you have today? Great. I have to go to a board meeting at 10:30. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eric Zinser. I'm the Director of Public Safety and Chief of Police for the City of Novi. We're very excited for Northville schools today in the community, particularly because we do have one Northville school, one elementary school that's in our jurisdiction that our SROs also visit. We have had this program in place in Novi now for a couple of years. They have very quick access to the schools, so we're super excited about having immediate access to Thornton Creek Elementary, which is located in the city of Novi. So we're just excited to be here for the support of the Northville schools. We're excited to be here with our colleagues and take any questions.
You said Novi Schools has
Yes.
this? Have
Yes.
you ever had to use it in several years?
No, we have not had any emergencies to that magnitude where we had to use our cards.
Now, does Walled Lake Schools in the northeast part of town have the similar program or no?
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
So right now, if I could have the chiefs come up, we're going to go ahead and hand out the fobs. This is Miss Judy Huggins, who did the work, and Andrew Piazza. They work together. We'll take those back, and thank you.
Well, hi. You're welcome. Northville. And the township.
How many fobs are there total?
Oh, I would say about 90. 90? Yes.
And that's for every member of the 3 police departments and fire departments?
Police.
Police, okay.
Yes.
No fire?
fire?
Yeah.
Is fire getting that?
We're working on the fire fobs. I know we've got a list from the township.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We always appreciate you joining us here. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Florida here for this opioid memorial service as local leaders coming together to honor those who lost their battle and on this Overdose Awareness Day. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
With all of you, with all of the leaders, because this impacts all of us. Thank you all for being here today. And Andre, if you come up and get this proclamation as well, sir. Thank you, everybody. Sheriff Dennisley.
Thank you, Tony, Mayor Demings, Pastor, for having us together. As I look around the room, there's very few people here that I don't personally know, because you've been on this journey as well. We've seen each other for the past few years, and I think it's very fitting that we're gathered here in a place of worship with, we all have our faith, but as a Christian, I know that I am absolutely convinced that one of the greatest responsibilities of any civilized society is to protect and preserve human life. And I think that that is what we're working to do right now. In an incredibly divided world, a divided country, it is incredibly important that we come together and act and behave as my faith has taught me. What would Jesus do? And that's just not a statement that we say when we find ourselves in crisis, not just a statement when we formally gather to worship or come together on Sundays, but it is a proclamation of a behavior that we should demonstrate every single day. And my studies have taught me that Jesus always sought out people who were in crisis, the misguided, the people who needed direction, the people who needed love and support, and found a way to pull people together from all walks of life, the richest and the poorest. And that's what we're looking to do here. We know that as an unintended consequence of COVID-19, people have turned back to their substance of choice at greater levels than ever before. We look at International Overdose Awareness Day, but we recognize that 25% of all of the overdoses that occur in the world occur in North America. And as God has blessed us with, in many jurisdictions across the state and country, crime rates at a historic low, we fight this epidemic every single day. I want to thank the family members that are here that have demonstrated the courage to share their story. You see, it's easy to get influenced by stats and numbers, and those numbers are incredibly alarming. But this is a human problem. We've said we can't arrest our way out of this problem. We've made the statement that the most significant thing that we can do about overdoses is to prevent people from going down the path in the first place, but it's the courage of the family members that make this a human matter. They have served as ambassadors. They've talked about their loved ones in a very real and meaningful way. Their loved ones have not died in vain because their advocacy lives on through the family members that they've had the opportunity to touch. And I thank God every day for the work that you do. Lastly, I think it's also incredibly important that we remain active with holding the drug dealers accountable for dealing death and destruction in our community. Not a divisive statement, but when you deal deadly doses of narcotics to other people, you should suffer consequences and penalty appropriate for those types of deeds. And in Seminole County, we've had nearly 40 prosecutions for first-degree murder for drug dealers dealing deadly doses of narcotics. Again, it's an important part of the process. As Mayor Deming said, I am incredibly proud of the work that's being done in the Central Florida contiguous area under the leadership of Andre Bailey, who has been incredibly passionate about serving people and serving lives and changing the direction. Bishop McCrae, I mean, just so many people that are here that have come together like never before, and I am so thankful to be a part of this community. I'm so thankful to use whatever voice that I have to be the voice of the family members that are grieving every single day, and I thank God every day that you've given me the opportunity to work with you to combat this deadly, challenging problem in our community and our country. God bless you.
Thanks to all of you for your words this morning, and we're going to enter in now to a time of prayer, and that's going to be led by Bishop Derek McCrae. Bishop McCrae is the pastor at the Experience Christian Center and also the president of the African American Christian Clergy Council. So I'm going to invite our candle lighters to come forward as we prepare for this. But you received a candle when you came in, and you've heard some numbers and statistics. Just know that in Central Florida alone, in the last year, more than 1,000 people lost their lives to overdose. And so each of our candles, we don't have 1,000 candles today, but collectively our candles represent the families who deal with that gap, that void, that absence in their lives. And so we want to pray for them today. We want to pray for those families who will always live with that grief, the burden of that grief. And we want to lift them up and pray for God's comfort. So I'll begin lighting the candles. They'll come to the head of your aisle and light your candles as well. And then Bishop McCrae will come and lead us.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, on this Overdose Awareness Day. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. A rally going on in New York as drivers coming together with rideshare drivers coming together with the Justice for App Workers as they're protesting congestion pricing, a new tax that wants to be implemented in New York City. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
They want to impose some taxes. They go to us, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers. We are immigrants. They know we are polite. We are people we don't want trouble with anybody. So we say yes. But guess what? The donkey is tired. The donkey has said no. We are not going to do donkey work anymore. We have said no. No. Can we say no? No. No to double taxation. Hell no. We are not going to pay any more taxes. Let me tell you something. If they're going to introduce this $23 that they are saying, most of our members are going to lose their income. Now, we are going to be a burden to New York State. We're going to go to your offices and look for food stamps. We're going to go to your offices and look for cash assistance. Right. We're going to be a burden to the state, yet we are the cash cows of this state. Can you let us continue generating the cash we've been generating for you and let us keep the little that we keep for our families? So I'm telling you today, NYC drivers, can you say no to double taxation? No! We say no! No! Shame on you, MTA! Shame on you! You've been telling us that we should go be bus drivers. Didn't you know we knew that before we became drivers? We are entrepreneurs. We run our own businesses. We manage our own businesses. We run this city. So do not tell us to come and be bus drivers. If I want to be a bus driver, I know how to be a bus driver. Don't tell me by increasing the taxes that I'm already paying. We want you to be accountable and tell us where you're taking that money that we've already given. The MTA workers, they've always had these overtimes. We've read scandals after scandals after scandals in the newspapers about mismanagement of funds by the MTA. So we are not going to be your cash cows anymore. We say no. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tax Wall Street is dead.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Naomi, for a powerful speech. So those were our coalition members from Justice for App Workers, and I want to give shout out to all the organizations who are presented here for the support. I'd like to welcome on the stage the Executive Director from the Black Institute, Damaris Rochuan.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Damaris Rochuan. I am from Nicaragua. I'm immigrant. I am come here to New York City to fight for my right and for your right and for our rights. Yeah. People in the power never forgets. We get the power. We are the minority here in this city. So we are in our hands. The power we get today. So they never forget that. So congestion price will kill community of color. Over 90% of the hired vehicles are for black and brown communities. These guys, the MTA, want to kill our jobs. We don't know what the money will come for usage. That is wrong. The TBIs, the Blacks Institute, stay here in solidarity with you guys and with all the workers from the city who need to keep fight for our rights. Woo!
People with a beautiful mind. So we must not forget to introduce. All right, so we have one of the coalition member from Justice for App Workers, Woodsburg. Please, on the stage, Jody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jahongir Ibadah.
I'm living in this country more than 15 years. When I came here, this country, for the living was very easy. For the driver today, it's impossible to live. For that's why I want to say, shame on MTA. Let me say with me, shame on the MTA. Why I'm saying like this? Because to make for us easy, they're making for us difficult. It's a difficult time. They have to support us. Who is with me? Just say yes, support us. Yes. Shame on MTA. Shame. I don't want to pay $23. I want to work. I want to pay my normal taxes. I don't want to pay extra taxes. Thank you very much. But I want to say again. Today to living after the gas price, after the coronavirus, it's a very difficult. Very difficult. I hope they're listening us. MTA listen us. For the driver, today is living difficult. Shame on you. Say to me, shame on you. Shame on you. Thank you very much, guys.
Guys, let's make one more big voice so that before they go to sleep, they will listen us, okay? All right, so MTA, shame on you. MTA, shame on you. MTA! Shame on you! MTA! Shame on you! Yes. All right. So we have here different community leaders from different backgrounds and different community, and we must not forget to thank them, and they want to speak us and they want to support us, our fellow drivers. So guys, we have a community leader, a former city council candidate, and people's favorite person, none other than Helen Chen! Yes, Helen Chen. Give it up.
Driver. Power. Driver. Power. Driver. Power. MTA. Shame on you. MTA. Shame on you. MTA. Shame on you. Today we are so angry because we came here for no reason. We came here because our city and our state is decided to turn a blind eye on the hard-working drivers. We don't deserve a $23 congestion fee. Is that right? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. The drivers were working very hard to do and contributing and transporting New Yorkers every single day. But our contribution has never been recognized. Is that right? Yeah.
All right, this rally comes as the MTA wants to know how New Yorkers really feel on congestion pricing there as they last held their public hearings just yesterday. The plan is aimed at encouraging more people to take mass transit while reducing pollution from motor vehicles. The plan hopes to reduce traffic in the city while increasing MTA revenue, but drivers feel that they shouldn't have to pay a price for choosing to drive there. So that is the issue right there in New York City. All right, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Watching live down from Fox, everyone. Taking you out to Florida, where Sheriff's Department is putting together a cold case commission to try to really solve cold cases there in Florida. Let's listen right here on Live Down from Fox.
To help us round out this commission so that we can get after the tough business of looking for opportunities to find closure for these families. The first case we talked about today during the commission meeting was the Mansfield case out of Hernando County. A little bit later this afternoon, we're going to talk about the Cornell Clark case here in Osceola County, and as well the Ricardo Miquel Lalara case from the Kissimmee Police Department. And in each and every one of these cases, there's a set of unique circumstances. There is enormous evidence often gathered in these cases, but once we've had these cases sit for a long time, they will languish sometimes and sit on the shelves and not be reviewed for sometimes months, sometimes several years. And very recently, due to the scientific breakthroughs in my own county of Citrus County, we were able to find some DNA evidence and perhaps link our victim that we've been searching for answers for nearly 3 decades back to some familial DNA, and we're still working our way through that to see if we can ultimately bring closure for that case and for the family members of that victim that we found alongside of the road. Now I'm going to ask Dr. Kimberly to come up for just a minute. She's a world-renowned University of South Florida professor who did the yeoman's work that led to a lot of closure for some cases going back to the Dozier School up in the Panhandle, Florida. And earlier today, she provided a copy of her book, We Carry Their Bones, to us to share and talk about her recently published book that's out there. And through her great research, we've had her in Citrus County, we've had her in other counties around the state of Florida over the past several years doing some work to help us see if we can uncover the facts and close these cases out for those family members that are missing loved ones. In some cases, some of the cases that we've worked on, some of the family members didn't even know that their loved one had been murdered, and they were very surprised when we were able to link the remains of someone that was unidentified back to them through their familial DNA and bring closure to those families for someone that had just disappeared off the face of the earth. So with that, I'd like Dr. Kimberly to talk about her great work at the University of South Florida and the partnership that we've had with the University of South Florida going back for quite a number of years now. And we look forward to continuing that great relationship, but also continuing that relationship with all 66 elected sheriffs across the state of Florida and our state and federal partners who bring so much to bear to help us solve these mysteries for these families that are out there still looking for answers. Dr. Kimberly?
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Kimberly, forensic anthropologist at the University of South Florida. We provide a lot of different services to law enforcement and medical examiners. As the sheriff said, we've been partnering with FSA and the Cold Case Commission since it began. It's really an honor and a privilege, and I think the key to solving these long-term cases is this type of effort that is multidisciplinary, very interagency and collaborative. There's a lot of reasons cold cases happen and victims and individual stories fall through the cracks. But one thing that really helps to solve it is the tools and technology that we have today. So university and law enforcement partnerships also work very well to help bring some of those resources or different areas of expertise, not just anthropology, but all the different sciences. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kimberly. Now I'd like to ask Detective George Lloydgren to just come up briefly and tell us about the known cases that we've been able to solve thanks to the great work through the Florida Cold Case Advisory Commission. George, could you just come up and give them a brief tidbit of some of the information that you talked to the commission about earlier today?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff. My name is George Lloydgren. I'm a cold case detective from Hernando County. About 2 years ago, I approached the commission and asked if they'd assist in funding on one of my cold cases. It's a 1981 case involving 4 young women who were murdered and recovered from a property in Hernando County. The commission granted me the finances, and we were able to go ahead with testing for one of the unidentified victims. 2 were unidentified. 1 was unidentified at the time. We sent her DNA to Parabon, which was a genealogy lab, and after approximately 6 or 8 months, Parabon was able to give us a name. So we were able to identify our victim after 40 years of being murdered and unidentified. Her name was Teresa Fillingham. She was 16, and we're able to give it back to her family, which, as we speak now, I believe her sister just was receiving her remains this week.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this afternoon. Are there any questions that we could try and answer for you?
Just to specify, the commission helps to solve cold cases as well as fund resources to solve them? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So what we do on a periodic basis around the state is we get the commission together and we meet in person to discuss the business of the commission, to talk about technological or scientific advancements, as well as get updates on some of the cases that the commission has gotten behind and provided additional funding to some of those resource-constrained agencies out there that just don't have the wherewithal financially to pay for some of the research that needs to be done to attempt to bring closure to this. And that's the whole genesis behind the Cold Case Advisory Commission, is to have the ability to help all of our sheriffs in times of need when they've got cases like this that have an unidentified victim, and we want to help bring that closure to not only the sheriff's office, but of course to that victim's family. So we do have a small funding mechanism where we can help do some of the DNA analysis and send items like this particular case off to the DNA lab and get it analyzed and get a report back that we can hopefully then apply back to the case and see if we can bring that to closure.
So what you're doing here over these couple of days is that kind of update, right?
Exactly, yes. Any other questions?
Is there any specific technology improvements that you guys have been going over these 2 days, or anything new that you're excited about?
I'm always excited about the advancements in DNA and the science that is allowing us to bring old evidence that was collected decades ago to the forefront, reanalyze it with the modern technology and the tools that's out there, and the great cutting-edge scientific research that folks like Dr. Kimberly are doing and our other colleagues in this room, so that we can take the latest technology and the science, marry them up together with that evidence that's been sitting, in some cases, for many, many years. One of the cases that George was talking about earlier, it was due to some DNA evidence that was collected a long time ago by another agency, that we were able to do some analysis on that and bring that information back to the detectives for them to do some follow-up investigative work on. So it's a very painstaking process, as you might imagine, when a victim has been murdered and their body has been abandoned somewhere in our state for sometimes years, if not decades, and then we go out and we find either an intact set of remains or a partial set of remains, and to try and do the science behind that to find out on the back end, you know, exactly who that person is and what was the cause and manner of death at the time of their death. It's tough, demanding work, and we're grateful for the scientists that are out there working alongside of our detectives and the forensics teams that we have in our respective sheriff's offices, who do some really tough, demanding work. Imagine what you would have to do today out there trying to recover some remains anywhere in the county after the rain we had yesterday, and of course the beating sun of Florida in the late part of the month of August. That's what these scientists go out and get after in order to bring these remains back for analysis at the lab and by the scientists that are capable of determining causes and manners of death because of the science that reveals the facts back to the scientists and the detectives.
Do you know how many cases in total you guys have helped to solve so far?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the total number of cases. David, do you have a number on that?
That's right now, but we've got about
Right. I know we're helping with 9 or 10 cases, and we can get those cases to you and send you some information. We'll just get your email address and make sure we provide that to you. But there's, again, it's DNA may have been analyzed a long time ago, and it hit a brick wall. But because of Dr. Kimberly's work and her colleagues in the field and all the other great scientists that are out there studying the DNA and studying the new technology that's emerging to help them be able to do the real tough work to get back into that DNA and extract additional things out of it. It's pretty amazing stuff. And it just goes back to really reinforce, if you can commit a crime anywhere in Florida, you're going to leave behind some DNA. And the great detectives that work for the sheriffs of Florida will be able to go out and collect that DNA and get it back to the lab, and the analysis will ultimately reveal that you were present whenever that crime was committed.
So it's not, so you primarily are doing not missing persons, but yeah, and basically remain identification, saying we're seeing other cold cases. Is not really what this commission's focused on. Just mainly focused on when you find remains, identifying them, try to get them back to their family.
No, not always. Some of the cases involve some pretty heinous crimes committed by the everyday felons that we see here. They'll commit a crime and no one can come back and conclusively say that this person committed that crime at this location at this time. But due to some of the stuff that was collected at that time and the photographic evidence and the other evidence that was collected, we may be able to use a whole host of other technology that's out there from the information technology realm, which is pretty phenomenal whenever you look at, because we all have a digital signature. Every single one of us, all of you right now with cameras in front of you, have a digital signature putting you precisely in this building right now. And you know, that is also something that gets collected whenever we do an investigation for a case like this. We had a case up in Santa Rosa County that we've been working on with Sheriff Bob Johnson up there, who was a member of our commission, and he's recovering from an illness right now. But Sheriff Johnson's team presented some information to the Cold Case Commission, and what we do also is we share ideas with the investigators to take back and apply those ideas from these subject matter experts that are sitting around the room to see if that other idea might lead them in a different direction to perhaps blow that case wide open and allow them to achieve a significant finding in that case, and maybe bring that case closer to closing it out and getting it before a judge so that a judge can then determine whether or not we've got the right person and if the facts meet the elements of the crime.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is that just when I heard about this press conference, I was thinking there was a case in Orange County that's over 12 years old, Jennifer Kessie, who's been missing. It's got a lot of, it still gets a fair amount of media. It's just one of those cases that sticks with you as journalists. So it's just, I didn't know if that would apply, if that case would be something this commission would be part of.
It would absolutely fit the parameters of the Cold Case Commission to take a look at that, and we'll check with Sheriff Mina in the days ahead.
Been an OPD case. I'm not sure. I forget if it was an Orange County or an OPD case.
Okay.
Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, you said you didn't have an exact number on how many cases that you saw through this technology of everything. Ballpark, tens, hundreds, you know.
I know since I've been
a lot.
Sheriff Darnell, what do you think? How many cases do you think we've solved since the commission commenced its work?
Actually solved, there's still several that are in the hopper. I've been out of the loop for about a year and a half now, so I'm not clear. We're especially a couple cases that were very close to the cusp of being processed. Where they are now, so I can't answer that question directly. But in answer to the cases that have been reviewed, probably well of close to 80 to 100 cases have been reviewed, have been brought forward to the commission directly, or because of the funding and outreach that's been provided, close to 80 to 100 that have been reviewed since the inception back in what was it, 2015?
14 or 15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2015 when the
Yeah.
cold case commission was
I do know that since I've been the chairman of the commission, we've had 3 very significant cases that have been resolved as cold cases where we were able to identify the person who committed the crime. One was, actually 2 were briefed at the last meeting when we're up in Santa Rosa County. So it's, again, this is a case of a crime that was committed in some cases decades ago. We just briefed a case earlier 5 decades ago. And we're still working our way through that to attempt to bring closure for the victim's family, and also to get somebody put behind bars for committing that crime.
We're probably closer to tens than hundreds then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everybody for being here.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Appreciate it.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but before we do, show you the Dow today. It is relatively flat right now, just up about 6 points. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now in just a bit. We'll take that quick 2-minute break now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to the World Health Organization with their latest monkeypox briefing.
Congolese colleagues are working very closely with the community to be able to activate a response program whenever we have a new outbreak. And so we still have a number of alerts because we are doing active case search. We have identified more than 1,600 alerts on identify 180 situations where we needed to take samples. So all are negative, but we are still very actively working in the community to identify any new case. Thank you. In vaccination, clearly we have, vaccination going on very actively, and we have already vaccinated 118 contacts and contacts of contacts. At this stage, most important thing after more than 15 days after the first case is really to make sure that contacts of contacts are vaccinated to avoid any secondary cases. And we have an important stock of vaccine at global level using the ICG mechanism. We have over 400,000 doses still available. So an ICG is a very effective mechanism to rapidly allocate and send a vaccine to the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fall. We'll now go to Simon Ateba from Today News Africa. Simon.
Thank you, Tariq, for taking my question. This is Simon Ateba with Today News Africa in Washington. First, can you please address allegation that UN agencies, including the WHO, the WFP, and others, are not helping doctors in Tigray, for instance, denying them fuel to power their generators to treat patients? And also, can you give us an update on the funding you've been trying to raise to tackle hunger in the Horn of Africa? And how do you go about it? Do you approach countries like the US, or do you go directly to rich folks like Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos? I mean, the amount is not too much, since that's what is used to feed cats in the US for one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Maybe Dr. Fall.
Thank you. I'm not clear about the first question on Tigray. UN denying fuel to who? I'm not sure. This is a bit unclear, but I'm not aware of any action on UN trying to block anything. Our work is to save life, and we work very closely with health workers, local health workers, local health authority as WHO to make sure that we provide the necessary, health intervention, although it's very limited because of the issue of access, the issue of access to fuel and so on. So we are still very limited because of the security situation, of course. And so in terms of resource mobilization for the Horn of Africa and for other crises, we have a mechanism with our team working on resource mobilization to alert donors and to brief them on the situation and the risk, and to present the needs we have. So we talked about 124 million for the Horn of Africa, and we started responding using WHO contingency fund for emergencies with 16.5 million, and so far we are not receiving the support we need to save lives. And as we always say, nutrition crisis is already a health crisis, because people who are malnourished are more likely to get the disease and likely to have, negative outcome from the disease. At the same time, people who are sick are more likely to get malnutrition. So the situation is really bad. The combination of malnutrition and disease outbreak like cholera, measles, meningitis, as we already said, the combination is killing a lot of people, and we need to act now. But we are not getting the funds we need to act on. This is a cross-sectoral response. It's not only about health or only about nutrition. We need to act from all sides to be able to save lives.
Thank you, Dr. Fall. And if any of your questions have not been fully answered, Simon, please contact us by email, and we will be happy to assist. Let's now go to Lynn Patterson from Trans in Medicine. Lynn, unmute yourself, please.
Hi, thank you. So have you learned any more about whether monkeypox can be transmitted through blood or semen? We know that it can be detected in both, but what have you learned? What's new about that? And secondly, it's been characterized mostly as a problem in the men who have sex with men community, but men who have sex with men include bisexual men. So doesn't that mean that they sometimes have sex with women, so therefore could spread outside that community?
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Rosamond Lewis can take this question.
Thank you very much. There have not been any reports so far of transmission of monkeypox through blood transfusions. There have definitely been reports of the detection of the monkeypox virus DNA in semen. One study did illustrate that virus could be isolated from that specimen. However, other studies are still underway. We're still monitoring this space and still looking to understand it. So this is an area where we need to learn more. There's a lot we don't know, and monkeypox can be transmitted through the close contact that is involved in sexual activity, and there may be a contribution from infection through contact with semen itself, but we don't fully know the answers to this question yet. And so protecting oneself involves the actions we've been talking about from the beginning, which is reducing physical contact with anyone who has monkeypox, reducing number of sexual partners, reducing casual sex or new partners, and being more open about one's risks and having conversations with others that may highlight and mutual protection and protection of each other. So these are the important features for as long as we don't have the answers to these questions. The actions to take to protect oneself remain critically important. And some agencies, including WHO, are recommending the use of condoms. That is in part as a precautionary measure because we don't know how much of the infection is transmitted through semen, but it is also because it does reduce skin-to-skin contact. So it's preferable to avoid skin-to-skin contact altogether if someone has monkeypox, but at the very least, using a condom may reduce that risk while we do more studies to learn more information. This applies, as you highlight, to bisexual and gay men who have sex with men, and anyone who has multiple sexual partners. This is not a disease that is limited specifically to a specific group. What is happening is that it is being spread primarily in one risk group. We know that the majority of cases are occurring among bisexual men who are gay or bisexual as they report themselves when their cases are reported to WHO. However, as you point out, physical contact of any kind with anyone who has monkeypox would put someone at risk. We are seeing a few cases of women and others who may have acquired monkeypox through a different route of infection, different mode of transmission, but the vast majority today are still among men who have sex with men, whether they be gay, bisexual, or otherwise have contact with other men who have monkeypox. So the actions remain the same: protect ourselves, protect each other, access to testing and vaccine where it's available, and reduction of course, any discrimination or stigma, because that prevents people from accessing care. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Today's press briefing is going to be shorter than usual, so we will conclude with this today's briefing. We will have audio and video files sent to our global list later today, and then we will have a press briefing transcript available on our website tomorrow. With this, I'll give the floor to Dr. Tedros for his closing remarks. Dr. Tedros?
All right, everybody, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox as we show you a live look here right outside of the White House on this Wednesday. back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. An election board in Michigan hearing from dozens of supporters and protesters ahead of a contentious vote on whether a ballot initiative seeking to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution should go before voters in November. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, we're getting there. So I would like to all, I was talking about it, just looking back again. So.
All right. Some of these are labeled overflow, but they appear to be on the issue of the elections. So I'm going to try and bring them in. So if you're in overflow, please, and have submitted a card, kind of start making your way to the door here. The first one is Sandra Carolan. Perhaps we'll give Sandra a moment to get to the door here. And then next on that will be Holly Randy. So Holly, you're here, or if you want to start making your way here. Sandra? Yep. All right. Good double time there. Thank you.
Yeah, girl lady.
All right.
Sandra Carlan, S-A-N-D-R-A, C-A-R-O-L-A-N, from Novi, Michigan.
All right. And you
I swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God, all liars, and we have to pardon the lake of fire. Normally, this body speaks without audience, which is our fault as citizens who have allowed it to continue this long. Things have been happening in both of the conventions in both parties, and hopefully there'll be a shaking up on both sides of extreme ignorance. As citizens that are supposed to be voting on things, as legislators who are supposed to be making laws, and as judicial people who are supposed to be deciding things according to the laws. The promote the vote issue has been a problem. I know personally people who have received ballots for people who have moved years ago. I know that there's a lot of tongue wagging about whether there was or whether there wasn't fraud in the election in 2020. We're here today in 2022 because I want to make sure that there isn't irregularities like occurred enshrined in the law by the promote the vote. I saw people that looked to be conservative people foolishly signing this without reading it, and were led astray by, of course I want to promote the vote, of course I want to make it possible for our military ballots to get in. And so I think that the legislature needs to, and the board here, needs to be careful in the way that they form the sentences, that things are clear so that people are not having to figure out, wait a minute, you have to vote no if you want yes, or you have to vote yes if you want no. So I would encourage you as our leaders of this state to please listen to the people who are speaking today on both sides. And I would encourage the people on the opposite side of me, obviously, to not shush me and tell me not to say anything and then go ahead and talk in front of me. So I would encourage everybody who's here to be polite and gracious to the other side. These are firmly held beliefs, and I want everybody's to be able to be heard.
Good timing, too. Holly, Grandy, and then behind that we have Linda Apley. So, Linda, if you want to start making your way. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Holly, H-O-L-L-Y, G-R-E-N-D-Y.
Holly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this time. I am very concerned with, as a member of the public, reading petitions and then having those petitions rewritten. And where we choose to sign those petitions, we expect to see the same language in the voting booth. We do not expect to have leaders of certain parties rewriting what that language looks like. I feel if I sign a petition, my signature should be an endorsement of that petition. I also believe that when I go to the voting booth, I should see the same language. When you are approached to sign petitions, you have people who are very skilled in convincing you on the merits of that petition. And I read every word, and I don't want those words changed. I don't want them changed to aggressively encourage others to vote for a certain party's position. I also want to make sure that we understand that if a different party was in rewriting this language for different purposes, such as like expanding open carry laws, you'd be expanding the exploration of our environment for energy resources and then rewriting it after petition is put out. I think we might have a different perspective. I think you should protect my signature. You should protect the fact that that's my legal tender when I'm signing a petition. And words matter. And in fact, there's a reason I choose not to sign petitions. And that matters to me, especially when it comes to the purpose of these petitions. Pro-life, I also want to let you know that we remember these changes. We remember who was in charge when these changes are made, and we will take decisions when we look at the voting for those changes. Thank you. I take your job very seriously, and I really want you to protect my signature or my decision not to sign. Thank you.
Linda Appling. After Linda, I have James Johnson. Linda, I like your shirt, go green. Linda, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, state and spell your name, and then we'll give you your minute.
My name is Linda Appling, and that's spelled Linda. A, P as in Paul, another P as in Paul, Ling.
Take it away, Linda.
Okay. I'd like to say that I was one of thousands collecting signatures. I saw how much people were interested in protecting their voting rights. This is especially true in minority communities where fewer sites to vote are available, and many parents and others are required to work during voting hours. During these days, when many states and organizations are seeking to roll back voting rights, it becomes imperative that we protect those rights here in Michigan. Promote the Vote has submitted more than 664,000 signatures. This greatly exceeds the required number of signatures. The Canvas Board should approve our petition. I would also like to state my father, my grandfather, and my husband fought for the right to vote. Don't throw their efforts away.
Thank you, Linda. Mr. Johnson. And after Mr. Johnson, we'll have Dawn Udell, I believe it is. Mr. Johnson, thank you, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right, and again, state and spell your name.
James Johnson, James, Johnson.
Probably the easiest one we'll have today, I would imagine.
Okay, I'm with Michigan Fair Elections, and we support the rejection of the Promote the Vote petition on constitutional reasons. Both it's unconstitutional based on the Michigan Constitution, based on the argument that Mr. Dorsett has submitted in writing to you folks, and as well as the written argument that Eric Cadell has submitted that it's unconstitutional as far as the U.S. Constitution. Let alone it should be rejected on the deceptive nature of the 100-word summary.
I know it's not relevant here to talk about the ominous nature of the petition and that it would make fair elections in Michigan almost impossible. The burden of the duty you folks have, I know, is heavy when you're carrying out this duty. My 8-month-old twin grandbabies recently were moved to Michigan from Colorado, and it got me thinking about a question that I hope they never asked me. Grandpa, what did you do when you lost our country? If they do ask this question, I hope I'm able to say I stood up for what was right. And I ask you to do what you can today to help that question never be asked. Thank you.
Sir? Dawn? Dawn, I've got Ellen Koenig, trying on that one, probably got it close. Morning, Dawn. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, and spell your name, and then, okay.
My name is Dawn, D-A-W-N, Udell, U-D-E-L-L. Regarding, first of all, thank you for having me. Regarding Proposal 1, it would end our election transparency. It would enable ballot harvesting, and please don't allow them to take our vote away. We have veterans that have fought for freedom. Our whole Constitution is based on Christianity, and I'm seeing it deteriorate. On Proposal 2, if a person takes the life of a pregnant woman, they're charged as taking 2 lives, yet abortions are legal. Organizations are profiting over abortions, which is wrong. And personally, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I want my children, my grandchildren to have the kind of life that I did, the freedom, and our freedoms are being eroded. Please, don't let them be eroded, okay? We would like to see freedom. Thank you.
Ellen, come on up. Ellen, Mark, Warbeck. Ellen, good morning.
Good morning.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, say spell your name.
Ellen, E-L-L-E-N, Koenig, K-O-E-N-I-G. I'm here to say to you today, I've read through the wording on these petition proposals to alter our state constitution. This is a big deal. And I hope you read through these 100 pages because they're not well written. They're a run-on sentences. There are big sentences that are all caps and don't have correct punctuation. And if we're going to put something on the ballot, it has to be something everyone can read and understand using the common languages that how we interpret English under our Constitution. So I'm just saying, first thing first, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. I believe both of these have to be written properly, especially if we're going to try to change our Constitution. Because a lawyer or anyone trying to adhere to these ballot proposals, if they got it into law, it would be a mess. So let's not put this embarrassing thing on our ballot. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
You're Mark.
Mark Hornbeck, M-E-R-K, Hornbeck, H-O-R-N-B-E-C-K.
Mr. Hornbeck, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, take it away, sir.
I'm here as a volunteer for Voters Not Politicians. I was a petition circulator. We worked hard to get the 664,000 signatures to put this critical issue on the ballot. and I was among the thousands of volunteers who mobilized to collect signatures for this important issue. I urge the board to certify Promote the Vote 2022 to the November ballot throughout this year, especially during petition circulation. We highlighted that Promote the Vote 2022 will ensure everyone eligible to vote in Michigan enjoys the fundamental right to vote without intimidation or harassment. Omitting this crucial aspect of this proposal, which is also the very first element of the proposal's language in the summary, does a disservice to voters who deserve clarity and transparency as to what they're voting for. Additionally, Promote the Vote 2022 requires that military and overseas ballots be counted if postmarked by election day and received within 6 days, yet this important element is omitted in the caption. I respectfully urge you to address that so our veterans, our military men and women serving overseas, and those who support them understand that they'll have time to vote. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sir? I forgot to mention next to the on deck, that's Melissa Ward. So Melissa, if you're in here or if you want to make your way, and then behind Melissa we have Craig, it looks like Cumber, maybe? Give Melissa a moment. Good news is I think the stack of what we've been through is starting to catch up with what's left. Strap in. Melissa?
Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be stepping away for a brief 2-minute break, of course, keeping track of all the top stories happening across the country. More to come here in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always on top of the latest stories and press conferences coming to us from all across the country. I do want to take us into another one coming this time out of Philadelphia. Right now, we know that there's been a few different memorial services all across the U.S., all on Overdose Awareness Day. Another one happening out in Philadelphia. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Asking, what can I do? Check in with Susan. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience in this work and loves welcoming new advocates. Susan, thank you so much. I'll have you just come here. Next, I'd like to introduce Ramon Cruz, a fellow city employee from DBH IDS. Ramon has dedicated every day of his recovery to advocating for individuals who use substances. Ramon comes to us today not only as a person in long-term recovery or as a person working in this field, but most importantly as a father. A father who recently suffered the unimaginable tragedy that many here today share, losing a child to substance use. Ramon, thank you so much for joining us.
First, I'm honored to be chosen to speak. As Laura said, my name is Ramon Cruz. I am a person in long-term recovery. I was born and raised in Philadelphia's Kensington community. Growing up in the neighborhood was tough. Not many opportunities. My parents worked hard and were very disciplined. They did everything possible to provide me with all a kid could ask for, and more. My father's dream was for one of his sons to play baseball in the major leagues. I almost gave him that dream, but due to an injury and some bad decisions, the dream fell short. Unfortunately, right after that, trajectory of my life changed. I started to hang out with the wrong people. This caused me to make some bad decisions, which led me to do over 25 plus years of in and out of prison. I continue to be led in the path regardless of my parents' wishes. This was the start of my addictive behavior, the instant gratification of selling and using drugs, and how I prospered monetarily, but using without no regards. From the age of 19 to 30, I sold drugs and believed that I was living life to the fullest. I say I fathered children because I've never been a dad. In 1996, while incarcerated, waiting for a trial, I received the news my father passed. I felt as if my heart shattered into pieces, and due to the loss of my father, I decided to use opiates in prison. This led me to a full-blown substance use disorder after being discharged. In the next 19 years, I found myself in some very dark places, living under bridges and anywhere I could lay my head as I continued to go in and out of prison. In February 2015, my life of recovery started. I chose another way to live. My life is coming into full circle today. It was not easy. Recovery is not easy. If it was, everyone would do it. My pathway to recovery was found through a spiritual awakening. Today, I work for the city of Philadelphia, trying to help people attain a new way of life. After so many years of being a problem in the community, I am a part of trying to bring solutions. I am so grateful to my higher power for giving me the strength and opportunity to let people know that recovery is possible. It takes hard work and dedicating your life to surround yourself with the right people, places, and things. Always knowing that recovery is a process, not an event. I am not the person I used to be, and that is because I believe in myself today. Due to the hard work that needs to be done, I stay clean one day at a time. People ask me how I work in the community that I used to sell and use drugs. I tell them it's God's purpose in my life to serve. I cannot do it by myself. I utilize all the supports I have while asking my higher power for strength. That is what recovery is about. Because I have chosen the path of recovery, I have the chance to be a dad, a son, and a grandfather. So please know that recovery is possible. Unfortunately, 2 months ago on 6/28/2022, we lost a beautiful soul in an overdose. My family's life will never be the same. Bringing awareness to overdose is very important. Because that beautiful soul I'm talking about is Christopher Ramon Cruz. He was not only our son, he was a father, brother, cousin, nephew, and grandson. Not many people in this life were as selfless and so giving, but Chris was just that. Having a beautiful soul, even in the midst of struggling through co-occurring challenges, is rare. It's easy to assume that Chris was just another person that chose to be an addict, but he was more than that to our family. To many people, he was a ray of sunshine and helped people through his laughter and through this amazing smile that could light up a room. Chris was very intelligent, but also loved with all his heart. Even to those who hurt him, and always willing to see the best in others. He loved and protected his family to no limits. Chris had many faults and was not perfect, but he tried very hard to get on the right path to be there for his son, who loved him immensely. Chris was an avid sports fan, but his love for football was no other. Unfortunately, he was a Ravens fan and not an Eagles fan. This love for sports carried into his son. Mason enjoys playing baseball and football, but football was his way of carrying his father's legacy. This year, Chris was looking forward to cheering his son from the sidelines at his football games, something that was impeded previously due to his prison time. Our family struggled with behavioral health challenges for many years. Chris battled co-occurring challenges for approximately 12 years of his life. But even with these challenges, Chris was able to be there for our family. Yes, there were a lot of interventions, rehabs, and endless nights that the family would be out searching for him. But these moments did not define him as the person or means he was loved any less. These moments we experienced were merely acts of someone who was battling something we as a family were not able to understand. Addiction stole 12 years of this family, and yet somehow through these years, Chris was still a ray of sunshine. Through these challenges, we planned more family dinners, game nights, and most memorably, our days together watching the Eagles games. We intentionally built these times, always worrying in the next time would be the last time. So it was imperative to spend as much time as possible. Chris was a beautiful, misunderstood soul, but so much more deserving than how his life ended. We will continue as a family to carry the legacy of Christopher Cruz by bringing awareness and destigmatizing the disease of addiction. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ramon. Next, I would like to introduce Kimberly Robinson Presley, a woman who fights for her and her family's life every step of the way. Her life has not been easy, yet she continues moving forward with her recovery. She is here to share with you about her journey through recovery, the loss of her daughter Kamira to addiction, and the hope and love that has gotten her through it all. Kim, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Kamira. Say her name. Say it loud and then say it again. Kamira, Kamira. One thing that I have noticed in my time without her is that people don't say her name enough anymore. They say things like your daughter, their mom, the drug addict, or don't refer to her at all. And I don't like that. Now she is referred to as a number, as part of a statistic. But I will never forget who she was to me. She wasn't just my daughter, but she was also my best friend. She had the best sense of humor, and no one could make me laugh like she did. Losing her was like losing a part of myself. And I wouldn't wish this pain on any mom, child, or family member. I am here today for Kamira because I don't want her to be forgotten. My hope in speaking with you is that by telling our story, you will see how just easily it can happen to you. My prayer is that me being here will touch at least one person and help them believe that their story can be different. To tell you Kamira's story, I have to start with mine. I started out in a foster home, a good one that became my foundation. But upon that foundation, I still chose chaos, maybe due to the chaos I felt inside. I started using marijuana young, and by high school, I was doing cocaine, which eventually led me to doing cocaine and heroin at 22 years of age. For years, my mother would ask me if I was using, and though I thought the world of my mom, I would just brush her off, not interested in help. By 26, I became heavily addicted to smoking crack and heroin, and I didn't see a way out. I had 2 kids at the time, but I didn't see a way out, and I didn't want one. One day, my son Jamar wrote me a letter that said, "Are you doing drugs? Because if you are, it's affecting me and my sister." So, of course, I was mad. I cursed him out, but that was just because he was right. And he was only 10. But it broke my heart, but I still couldn't face my addiction. That year, my mother ended up in the hospital, and she was not doing well. When I visited her, she asked me one more time, "Are you on something? Are you on something? Because if you are, you should get help. I just want you to get yourself together for the kids." I didn't say anything. I was just looking at her. I wanted so desperately to tell my mom that I was using, but I was scared and ashamed. I just couldn't do it. Well, a few days later, my mom died, and I never got the chance to show her the mom that I could be. 2 days after her funeral, I went and found help, and that's where my recovery journey began. I went to meetings and eventually ended up choosing to do a year in rehab. That was all my choice. That's where I learned the phrase, life on life's terms. Being clean meant that I could embrace and witness life with clarity and experience it the way it was meant to be. I got out of rehab and I immediately worked on getting Jomar and Kamira back. I did everything that DHS asked me to do, like get a job and housing, and I got them back within 6 months. That's when the real life together began. It wasn't easy to stay clean. I was in a physically and emotionally abusive relationship for 10 years, but I always kept my active addiction in the back of my mind as a motivation. I would think to myself, it's bad, but think about how much worse it would be if I used. I could not afford to find a new rock bottom. The last time I took the children to the shelter for safety, I met my husband, Michael, at McDonald's right there. That was 15, 16 years ago. It was love at first sight. He was so generous and kind that a week after we started dating, he took Kamira to enroll her in school and bought all her new school clothes, everything she needed. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an uphill battle. Kamira was 13 at the time. She did not ask for a new dad. But as she got older and had her own kids, she saw how Michael's presence had changed our lives for the better and how he fiercely loved not just me, but my children as well. As you already know, Kamira was not able to get past her addiction to live life on life's terms as I had. Her drug use started with weed, which eventually moved to Xannies. When my family left the city for Gettysburg, 21-year-old Kamira started to use perks. But it took until she was 23 for us to realize that Kamira had a serious problem with drugs. She was slacking as a parent for her two children, Chimera and Kamaya, in a similar way to what I was with her, running the streets. But when she would struggle to pay her $50 Section 8 housing rent, that's when I knew the drugs was a problem. She kept wanting to go back to Philly, and eventually she did. I was so angry that she was picking the streets over her children, over her family. When she finally came back to us, she did time and went to rehab and everything. When she was doing well, she always had a good job and a nice place to live. That was part of why her relapses were so devastating, because she always got so close. I was so mad at her. I wouldn't let her come to see her kids whenever she wanted to, because she had to know what she was doing to us. She would get her hopes up and then relapse, and it was exhausting every time. It was so hurtful, especially as a mom who had been down the same road and made similar choices once. There were times that she would say, "Mom, you don't understand," when she knew full well that I did, but really I couldn't understand it. She lived through her mother's addiction. Why would you want to take your kids down the same path? In the summer before she died, we decided that she would take me on a day in the life of Kamira. As we were planning, she took out a bag of heroin and snorted it in front of me. And that's when I knew she was really gone. My daughter Kamira respected me, because there's a difference between my daughter Kamira and then the addict Mira. That the daughter Kamira would do anything for me. She loved her family, she respected everyone. But the addict Mira is stepped in. So when she took that bag out and snorted in front of me, I knew she was gone. My daughter Kamira respected me way too much to even use in front of me like that. In my sadness and shame, we took the bus to Kensington together. I hated the idea of people staring at her thinking she was nobody, and that I hated the idea of her doing this by herself without me to protect her from those judgmental looks. It's the same way I feel now, I guess. Afraid of people seeing her as nothing more than an addict. We walked around Kensington for 3 hours, and my heart broke just seeing how well she fit in, and just how easily, with one bad decision, I could be there with the other mothers my age. I thank God that I stopped when I did. It was not just a way for me to support and understand my daughter, but also served as a powerful reminder to me about the fragility of my recovery. It was bad enough for me to have followed my biological mother's footsteps, but to see the continuing pattern of Kamira was devastating and painful. When she was 4, Kamira said, Mom, I want to be just like you when I grow up. And I was saying, don't be like me, be better than me. I always wanted more for Camira, but I saw that there was nothing I could do except pray and love her with everything I had, even from a distance at times. The last few months of her life, she was clean and sober and taking care of her kids, doing the right thing. Maybe this time, we thought. But while she left my house clean that day, her addiction was already talking to her. The addict mirror had taken over. Walked out the door and took my daughter, Camira, away forever. Now I'm raising her 3 children, Kaimir, Kamaya, and Kair. It can be overwhelming at times, and it's certainly not easy. I would give anything to have her here, taking care of her children, and just being here. But I raised them to know who their mother is, who Camira was. I get to see the parts of her live on in them, and that makes it all worth still living life on life's terms. And I just also wanted to say, I hope that somebody or anybody heard me, my story, and my daughter's story. I don't want anybody to go through this. No matter how hard it is, I have progressed today, but it's never an easy day. I don't want nobody to go through this, so there is hope. And one day, y'all will see a Camira's house. There will be a recovery house for women and children.
A new garden being unveiled here in Philadelphia. Obviously, a lot of people impacted when you do have an overdose victim. Today, Overdose Awareness Day, so important to be remembering all of those who have suffered at the hands of opioids or whatever it may have been. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, of course, bringing you more top stories, press conferences from all across the country. Stick around. A lot more to come here when we return in just a few short moments. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. A live look at the White House, where we will soon be inside for an event with First Lady Jill Biden. She's going to be holding a meeting talking about ways to strengthen our schools, especially when it comes to the profession of teaching and trying to fill those vacancies that they are seeing in many school districts all across America. So that's an event we're going to be having coming up here in just a little bit. But I do want to mention today, a very big day for people all around the world. There's many fans who are remembering the one, the only Princess Diana. 25 years later, so many people still honoring her life, her legacy, millions taking time to honor Princess Diana today. Again, it's just 25 years after she was killed in that tragic car crash. So we do have Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams. She gives details on her legacy and how her life of service is still being honored.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I want it to be a day filled with memories of her incredible work and love for the way that she did it. I want it to be a day to share the spirit of my mum with my family, with my children who I wish could have met her. Every day, I hope to do her proud.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you so much, Alexis, for more information, especially as people had already been lining up outside of Kensington Palace early on Wednesday. They were laying down flowers and photos, all in her honor. Fans even bringing out a cake to honor the beautiful People's Princess. So Diana, again, and her boyfriend killed in that car accident. This all taking place 25 years ago. Diana had married into the British royal family back in 1981 when she was 20 years old, and built a legacy working with more than 100 charities, including, as mentioned before, HIV/AIDS patients. Now her two sons continue to speak about their mother's legacy that she leaves behind as they try to honor her each and every single day. All right, guys, going to continue things along here with some more top stories coming to us. Going to bring it back across the pond here to the United States. We've been showing you time and time again a lot of different remarks being made inside of courtrooms after we've had R. Kelly hearing his case. Now, prosecutors rested their case yesterday, but here today we do have R. Kelly's defense team. Well, they've put in a motion for acquittal in his child pornography trial happening in Chicago. They just spoke moments ago. Let's go ahead and bring that story and the latest remarks right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Regarding 2014, the only evidence they've suggested are a lawsuit that Mr. McDavid filed legitimately with no proof that it had any connection to the rest of it, and rent payments that Mr. Kelly made with express proof that they were not connected to anything else. So the obstruction of justice conspiracy should never have been brought. The obstruction of justice conspiracy should result in a finding of not guilty, and I'm hoping it happens tomorrow morning. If not, it'll happen when the jury hears this case.
Yes, that's right.
No, we're separate parties, and just for the record, I'm Jennifer Bonjean, Ashley Cohen. We represent Mr. Kelly. We brought our own Rule 29 motions as to the entire indictment. Obviously, there are 13 counts that Mr. Kelly is charged with, and as to the obstruction count that Mr. Brindley was addressing, we think it's very clear that, first of all, the law demands that an acquittal of judgment be entered by the court and that this not even get to the jury. Any sort of acts that they claim, they being the government, claim that Mr. Kelly engaged in that were about conspiring to obstruct had to have taken place no later than 2014. And all they have to prove for it is Jane's testimony saying, no, those were some rent payments he made for me because we were good friends. We maintained a relationship. We were boyfriend and girlfriend for many years. And that may bother people, but that is still the government's evidence. They have nothing more to show for it. There was no conspiracy that extended into 2014. So it's our position that that count, as Mr. Brindley pointed out, can't go to the jury and shouldn't. But if it does, we're confident the jury will, in fact, do the right thing there. We've addressed a number of the other counts as to what we call the inducement counts or the enticement counts, which relate to some of the other accusers. I think you heard testimony from a number of them that demonstrate that they simply moved back their timeline to make them minors. I'm not saying that they didn't have relationships with Mr. Kelly. They might have had unpleasant relationships with Mr. Kelly. It doesn't make them criminal in the way that they have described them unless they were minors. So now they have conveniently, 22 years later, said, oh, well, 2 weeks before my 17th birthday, but I never mentioned it to anybody before, even in lawsuits that I filed. So we think they have incredible credibility issues, and I understand why they might be mad at him, but that doesn't make it, it doesn't make it the government's evidence sufficient to establish those inducement counts. And of course, we have a number of counts that relate to these tapes. But one of the tapes doesn't even exist, and their only witness that says that there was anything improper on it is Lisa Van Allen, who just simply cannot be credited. She was, frankly, she lied from the minute she stepped on that stand when she said, yeah, I told Mr. Kelly I was 17 years old, when in fact we know that she was 18 years old, and she knows she was 18 years old. So, I mean, something down to her actual age was a fabrication. So what can you believe from this woman? Absolutely nothing. And, the question as to the other tapes, let's think about who they came through. We have Charles Freeman, whose credibility is no better than Lisa Van Allen's. Was missing for 22 years. So the jury is going to have to decide a number of elements of that offense. It's not simply just looking at it and saying, oh, that seems to be R. Kelly, and that seems to be a young woman, and there's some sexually explicit behavior going on. There's other elements to that offense that they need to prove, including that he put it into interstate commerce, which he did not. So, there's a number of things that the jury is going to be asked to decide. And so the fight isn't over yet.
And just, I know you said it's in your motion, but basically your argument for the child pornography charges.
Yeah.
What is your argument that those charges be dropped for your client to be?
So we have a number of arguments. Our motion lays it out, and you have to understand the standard is we have to assume the government's evidence is true at this juncture, okay? By the way, we're not arguing that the government's evidence is true. We don't believe the government's evidence at any level, but for the purposes of this motion, we have to assume it's true. But even assuming that, what the government has failed to show is A, that Mr. Kelly created these tapes for the purpose of putting them into interstate commerce for some commercial purpose, for example. They have failed to demonstrate that he did that for the purpose of putting them in so that they could be sold across state lines. That's those are typical child pornography type cases where people make pornography for a commercial benefit. This, again, assuming you believe all the evidence that the government has set forth, they still haven't established those counts.
Absolutely. On behalf of Mr. McDavid, we will call perhaps a number of witnesses tomorrow. We expect one of the witnesses who called will be an investigator, a DEA task force investigator, who's testified for the United States Attorney's Office, I believe more than 15 times, who will testify that he was at the Jack Palladino meeting when the polygraph took place, the one where Palladino and McDavid, according to Chuck Freeman, were both there. Freeman swore McDavid was there. I confronted him with continuous proof that previously he said McDavid was not there. This was the person that went with Jack Palladino to provide his security, and he is going to testify, we expect, that Daryl McDavid was not there. And the meeting took place between Chuck Freeman and Jack Palladino. The polygraph meeting, the meeting the next day, Daryl McDavid was present for none of it. So I expect we will hear from him, and we may also hear from someone from Edward Jensen's office who has information about tapes being turned over to Mr. Jensen, tapes involving Mr. Kelly and adult women that were being reviewed, not this child pornography video Lisa Van Allen is talking about. We expect we may hear that evidence tomorrow as well.
Yes, and we have a couple of witnesses as well who will be testifying. Some of these witnesses go to continue to discredit some of the people who testified, including Tracy, one witness who will essentially testify that Mr. Kelly did appear at this expo in 2000. Not in 1999, which was a statement, if you saw her testimony, again, backing up the timeline, so we can make ourselves minors. So we have a number of other potential witnesses as well that may testify tomorrow or next week.
No.
They left.
They're not present. We expect Mr. McDavid's testimony to begin on Tuesday and be substantial.
Looking forward to finally having this side of the story heard by everyone. After hearing lies about it for the last couple years.
We are still mulling that over. What's that? I have asked the marshals to bring him over, but it's not as simple as that.
I guess a more serious note. Mr. Kelly has had a lot of people on board supporting him.
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on I guess how he's doing and your thoughts about kind of what's gone on throughout this trial and the people who did this?
You know, yeah, I will comment. I mean, he's very grateful for the people who continue to support him through it all. And as I said in my opening statement, Mr. Kelly does not claim to be a perfect man. He has made a lot of mistakes throughout the years. But it's hard to listen to people tell falsehoods. And because you are perceived as this monster, you have lost your voice to say, well, no, that's a lie, that's a lie. But you know, no one's going to believe it's a lie because the government has portrayed me as a monster, the media has portrayed me as a monster, and he's had other legal issues. So you know, it's a very much an uphill battle for him. It's demoralizing, but I think he has been grateful to be part of a process where the testimony is coming out in court. It's being challenged. It's not just a one-sided documentary, right? That process has been good for him because at least there's an opportunity to test the stories rather than, you know, having a documentary telling a one-sided story that, you know, and I find it ironic. The stars of Surviving R. Kelly were Lisa Van Allen, Sparkle, and Andrea, who have been, you know, caught some criticism during these proceedings a little bit. So.
All right, so attorneys here for R. Kelly speaking about the most recent developments in their case out of Chicago. Again, there's a federal case. We'll continue to keep track of that also here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we always do with all of these different press conferences coming in from across the country. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, First Lady Jill Biden here hosting and participating in a meeting at the White House, all focused on schools across America. More to come right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look at just some of those current temperatures that we are seeing all across the country. Things definitely heating up from coast to coast when it comes to some of us here on the West Coast. I know we've been feeling the impact of the heat. I do want to let our viewers know coming up here in just a bit, we are going to be hearing from California Governor Gavin Newsom. He's going to be talking about this heat wave that's going to be impacting California all through this Labor Day weekend and into next weekend. They have some warnings of excessive heat all across their areas. So we'll be listening into that. But heat's not just been a problem on the West Coast. It's also been a problem all across the country, including in Utah, where many students and staff in older school buildings, well, they're having a hard time facing it as some of their schools don't have air conditioning. Let's go ahead to our Fox teams for more on that story.
It's really hard for teachers to teach when it's stifling inside the classroom.
We want to provide a comfortable, safe learning environment for the students of Davis County, and we do everything in our power to do that.
If a kid is sweating, if a kid is thinking, I got to go out and get a drink, those are things that we have to take care of.
There's no other way of saying it. Utah is hot right now.
We did anticipate the heat. Of course, we can never anticipate how long the heat will last.
And it's causing some issues in schools across the state, including those in Davis County. It's especially a problem at Sunset Junior High School.
This school, Sunset Junior, was built in 1963. So it wasn't constructed to have air conditioning.
Doug Anderson has been the one getting swamp coolers in the hallways in the classrooms to keep things cool enough. While Sunset is the last school in the district without any AC in classrooms, it's not the only one dealing with problems.
We have 3 schools that we're having to kind of treat this way.
Another is Clearfield High School. Parents telling Fox 13 the start of school was rough with high temps plaguing students.
We had some issues at Clearfield High this year with some rooms that were above what we would want to see as a temperature. And so we went out and worked with the staff, worked with our maintenance folks, and found some remedies that we could use to fix the building. And right now Clearfield is working very well.
Swamp coolers and fans will never be as good as full air conditioning.
Certainly it's not the fix that we want, but it's something to get us by here.
Which is why Davis School District has put forth a bond proposal. In it, Sunset Junior High, along with another school, would be completely rebuilt, as well as air conditioning projects across the district, among other things. At the end, all schools would be completely cool with AC in every room in every school. But in the meantime, Davis School District will work to keep cooling down with tech in every classroom to make sure they know the temperature accurately.
Every year we learn something new about what we can do to make the schools better and more efficient.
But the hope is for a long-term solution to make sure it doesn't get too hot with temperatures continuing to soar.
We have to be aware of the temperatures.
Spencer Joseph.
And aware that if people feel comfortable, they can learn better.
Fox 13 News, Utah.
Definitely something that wouldn't be very comfortable while you're in there trying to get your education and learn to also be dealing with feeling the impacts of the heat. All right, we're going to head into yet another event all focused on schools. This time, going to take you out to the White House. As I mentioned ahead of our break, First Lady Jill Biden is participating in a meeting in the White House. She's all focused on ways that they can improve and strengthen the teaching profession, especially helping schools when it comes to the vacancies that they have open for teacher positions. So let's go ahead, get into that meeting right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Secondly, we have to treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And third, we have to improve working conditions. So that's kind of the fundamentals that we all agree on. The American Rescue Plan directed over $130 billion to help our school districts meet this and other challenges. And it's had some impact. The number of schools that have been able to increase the capacity of social workers relative to prior to the pandemic, that has increased some 54%. Counselors and nurses are up 22%. But too many students still don't have sufficient teachers and staff to provide all the support and the education that they need. And so today we brought together critical leaders from across the spectrum to discuss the challenges and the ways the public and private sector can work together to get more high-quality people into the classroom. We're grateful to have senior administration officials, obviously Dr. Biden, best of all. Thank you. My friends and colleagues, Secretary Cardona from the Department of Education, Secretary Walsh, from the Department of Labor, Governor Murphy. We're grateful to have you here. He's now chair of the National Governors Association, as well as a first-rate governor of the state of New Jersey. We're grateful to have the Tennessee Commissioner of Education, Penny Schwinn, with us on behalf of the Council of Chief State School Officers. We have leaders from higher education, Lynn Gangone, president of the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education. Got Randy Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers, Becky Pringle, president of the National Education Association, and leaders from the private sector, Ian Siegel, the CEO of ZipRecruiter, Maggie Hulse, the senior vice president of Indeed, and Garrett Lord, CEO of Handshake. And we're grateful for everybody's efforts to bring together actions in response to the president's call. So we have AFT and NEA with the Governors Association and the Council of Chief State School Officers working together to expand high-quality teacher preparation programs like apprenticeships. And ZipRecruiter, Indeed, and Handshake are leveraging their platforms to draw more Americans into roles in our schools. So together, as evidenced by the group assembled here, we are working to meet the call and meet the need, and we're looking forward to a robust conversation. And with that, Dr. Biden, I'm honored to be able to hand it over to you. Everybody knows not only an amazing First Lady, but a hero in the classroom as a community college professor. Heroine, I guess.
See how all of you are like so conscious of your grammar? But it's so fitting, I think, that this happened today because yesterday was my first day back. I went back into my classroom. I didn't have students, but it was just, so great to be back. And those of you who are teachers know the feeling, when you walk back into your cubicle. And of course, it still had my May calendar from when I last left there in May. But you still, and I think Randy and Becky, you know this. I mean, you still just feel that excitement, that anxiety of the new semester and what it's going to bring. And no matter, gosh, I've been teaching 38 years, and I still have that feeling, I just think, but it's a good thing. Yeah. But, so I really want to thank, Susan, Ambassador Rice, Secretary Walsh, Secretary Cardona, thank you all for being with us today. Thank you to the press. We really appreciate your hearing our conversation. And so when I was on the campaign trail a few years ago, I met this young guy. He was like in his 20s, and we were sitting around talking about education in New Hampshire. And he told me that both he and his wife were educators. And when he talked about his class, I could tell that he was the kind of teacher who students remember forever. So we all have those teachers, every one of us. And but he told me that even though he loved his career, he confessed that he had real doubts about his future. And both he and his wife were still paying off significant student debt. And he said to me, Dr. B, we want to start a family. We want to have kids. But, we can't afford it on 2 teacher salaries. And, there are so many other future educators out there who want to teach, but decide against it or decide to leave because so many obstacles stand in their way, and we've seen that this summer. And if we want to draw more bright, talented people into the field, if we want educators to be able to do what they do best, we have to give them the pay and the support that they need. And we've heard so much about teacher shortages after COVID-19. But Becky and Randy, like I said, we know that this has been a problem for a long time. And that's why Joe had the foresight to anticipate the challenges that we're facing right now, and why he's put schools and families at the heart of his work, as I always knew he would. And today we're proud to announce new commitments to strengthen educator profession and support school districts in need of teachers, which we see everywhere. So our unions, AFT and NEA, along with the National Governors Association, state school chiefs, and other education leaders, have come together to support better, smarter practices and career paths. And I want to thank the business partners here today, and I'm really excited to hear from you, who have responded to the President's call to action and are making it easier to connect educators with the schools that need them. And this is just the start. This is a powerful coalition, and we are all ready to get to work to make sure that our students have the teachers they need and deserve. And let me say to the teachers right now, today is our Public Service Loan Forgiveness Day of Action. And so all of you teachers have until the end of October to apply with the waiver that allows more people to qualify. So, Miguel, right, we have to tell them, like, don't be like our students and put it off until the last minute. You know, it's just human nature. And the President will never stop working to ensure that everyone who wants to teach can, and that they can have the support we need to do what we do best for years and years to come. So thank you again for being here. I look forward to this. And now I'm going to hand it over to Miguel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr.
All right, and as we continue listening in here to this meeting, we are going to step away for a brief break, picking things right up right here where we're going to be leaving off when you return here in just 2 minutes.
And we're fortunate across the country. Thank you, Dr. Biden and Ambassador Wright. Colleagues, Marty, good to see you, and colleagues around the table. Look, this intentional collaboration that we have here is how we need to moving forward if we're going to raise the bar across the country. That's the bottom line. It's intentional collaboration. So I'm really thrilled to be with all of you. I'm not speaking to you today just as Secretary of Education, but as a father. As a father and a lifelong educator who knows firsthand how passionately teachers and other staff want to make a difference in the lives of children. I'm in a great mood. I started my day off at 6:45, dropping my daughter off for her first day of school.
Oh, great.
And I know those butterflies, that feeling, it's such a great feeling, and that's what we're trying to protect. And it breaks my heart to see where we are right now. You know, this teacher shortage crisis, including in critical areas like bilingual education, special education, STEM, CTE, at a time where we need more of that. These shortages look different across different districts across the country, but we know, much like the pandemic, it's hurting communities with students from low-income backgrounds and students of color the most. We know that. It's exacerbating the issues that we had before the pandemic. It's a symptom of something that we've had going on before the pandemic, a crisis of respect. And it shows in how educators are paid. Average weekly wages of public school teachers increased by $29 when adjusted over the last quarter century. Wow. Other college graduates earn on average 33% more than teachers. Those are the facts. If we're serious in addressing the teacher shortage issue, we must first address the teacher respect issue. And that means, first and foremost, paying our teachers a livable and competitive wage. We're doing our part to put more money in the hands of teachers through the historic student loan relief we are providing, including, and I love the way you cheered for it, public service loan. If you didn't hear it the first time, public service loan forgiveness program. The flexibilities through October 31st. Please sign up before October 31st. And there's improvements also to Teach Grant programs. Listen, we want to support our educators. We want to make sure they get the benefits they deserve. Then we need to back that up with stronger teacher preparation programs and improved working conditions, leadership pathways, increased teacher engagement, and authentic use of teacher voices as we reimagine schools. They literally need to be at the table. I was excited about the conversation we were having, Lynn, about what we could do to continue to support our teacher preparation programs and evolve them to address this need. We must also take much more serious and significant strides to make sure the diversity of the profession better reflects the beautiful diversity of our students. Thanks to the President's leadership, we have a powerful lever to make this happen, the American Rescue Plan. And I want to take a moment just to reflect on what we would be talking about today if the American Rescue Plan didn't happen. Right. The feeling that I had this morning might be replaced with frustration because there are not enough teachers to open the school. We might be talking about teacher preparation programs that are closing because there's not enough funding. So imagine the headlines if the American Rescue Plan did not pass. Our students deserve more now, not less. And our students and educators need us to raise the bar and take bold, immediate actions to create sustainable change in education. Sustainable. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, the dollars are there. Now it's time for us to act, to invest, and to rebuild. Let's raise the bar for how we recruit and prepare teachers. That includes making new dollars available to diversify the profession. And it includes efforts like Iowa's First in the Nation program, funded by the American Rescue Plan, to prepare 500 teachers and paraeducators for the next step in their career. Let's raise the bar for how we retain teachers by giving them livable, competitive pay, better working conditions, and opportunities for our best teachers to lead beyond their classroom. And let's raise the bar on how we support educators. Here's one powerful way to do it. High-quality, registered apprenticeships for teachers. These apprenticeships won't just help recruit people, they'll give them the sort of on-the-job training that'll prepare them for success, while building in the mentorship and support that'll make them more likely to stay, because that's another thing. Retention is something we have to think about. I urge state leaders to consider leveraging apprenticeships, including scaling up teacher residencies and grow your own programs. I know Secretary Walsh has more to say on our work together, but let me emphasize this. Our collaboration with the Department of Labor is a shining example of the intentional partnerships that we need. Look, if we could do this at the federal level, it can be done and it should be done at the state and local level. Each and every one of you around the table has a role to get this done. Our teachers, our students, our school staff, they're counting on you. And they're counting on us together to raise the bar. We know that bold actions such as public-private partnerships we have around the table today can create long-lasting, sustainable change. Those partnerships are at the heart of what we are announcing today. And I want to thank state leaders like Governor Murphy. I want to thank Penny, Randy, Becky, Lynn. I want to thank Ian, Maggie, and Garrett for your partnership. And I know that this is going to continue. And what I want the country to see is that we're modeling we could do it here. And if we could do it here, we could do it in every state. More work lies ahead. But working together through intentional partnerships like these and the same sense of urgency we had 2 years ago when we were trying to reopen our schools safely during the pandemic is what we need. I know we can make a difference, and I know we're going to get it done. So thank you, and I want to turn it over now to my favorite Bostonian, Secretary Walsh.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And as Secretary Cardona said, Madam First Lady, he's very excited to have an educator, his partner. I like having a labor guy, my partner too. So I'm very excited. You know, this, as the Secretary was talking, and as you were talking, it brings me back, and Governor Murphy identified this, to being the mayor of Boston. And being the mayor and thinking about, we pay our teachers pretty well in Boston. We have a problem recruiting teachers of color. We have a district in Boston that is predominantly Latino, African American, and then white and then Asian. And many of the teachers in our schools are white. And we think about the same challenges we have when it comes to counseling and nursing in schools as well. Attracting talent of color to go work in our schools. It makes a difference. It makes a difference for our kids. It makes a difference for the families. It makes a difference for the outcomes as we continue moving forward here. So the work that we're doing here is really important. I want to thank the businesses here as well. Because when you think about education, when you think about teaching, what we've done here in this administration for the last 2 years with the infrastructure bill and the CHIPS bill and all the investments we're making, there's an opportunity to really win the future, as the president says, and winning the future means creating pathways into those opportunities to hire people. You're seeing it every day when you try to hire, creating opportunities. We can hire anyone we want, we can educate anyone we want, but if we don't do it at home first with our educators and create a good pathway for our teachers and create opportunities, we're not going to be able to win the future. Even though the investments are there and all the stars aligning and things are moving forward, it really is about creating opportunities to create better staff. It's about building equitable pathways for teaching careers, for students and for young people, and creating that opportunity for them to get there. It's a win-win opportunity. It's a win-win for every community in this country. And we need to make sure that the community, the classroom teachers reflect the community, honestly. And I can't stress to you the importance of that, being the mayor. We talk about these achievement gaps all day long. It's not about achievement gaps. It's about how do we make sure we educate our young people. But if we don't have those educators to do that in the future and treat them the way they're supposed to be treated, you know, we treat, there are people in the private sector making, we've heard this before, incredible amounts of money. And there's some teachers, when Randy and Becky call me about some of the past contracts you've had, when you think of $40,000 a year for a teacher, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's baffling that we don't respect our teachers. So anyway, enough of that. Today, the Department of Education and the Department of Labor issued a joint letter to state and local educators, labor, and workforce leaders. This letter that we put out there encourages to take a series of actions to address the teacher shortage and school staff shortages in our country. This was not created by the pandemic. It was happening before the pandemic. The pandemic just shined a light on it. I'm not going to go into everything that the Secretary said about paying teachers more and educators a livable competitive wage, or collaborating across education and workforce systems to create seamless pathways into careers. I want to focus on registered apprenticeships for a minute. Registered apprenticeships in the building trades. People usually think building trades when they think registered apprenticeships. If you want to take a look at the building trade model, that model is, we have the most qualified, educated, prepared workforce in the country. When somebody gets a chance to go in through a registered apprenticeship program, they're able to work in the field, and then when if they don't have a job, they still have the ability to do work on the side to earn a living and raise a family. When you think about registered apprenticeships, I think about, it's a powerful model that we believe in deeply in this administration to expand that, and we're investing in. Apprenticeship combines with classroom instruction with hands-on experience. I've had a conversation with both these leaders about this opportunity, what we have in front of us, to create an opportunity to kind of open up that door for people to get a little glimpse of what teaching really is. And apprenticeship gives you that opportunity. You guys will love it as well when we get moving there. It's designed to operate with partnership with employers. Employers need to be at the table. Because that's, if you don't have employers at the table, then you have one piece of the wheel missing, and that's a problem. Apprenticeships demonstrate the necessary skills and that people need, and guaranteed jobs. That's the beauty about this thing. It's a guaranteed job at the end of this, and eventually a career. Most importantly, apprenticeship breaks down the barriers to good jobs and pays a living wage as you build your skills. You go through a process. It allows us to celebrate and create equity, grow talent, and create a more diverse community opportunity to get more people into the fields, and to achieve diversity in our education workforce. We're expanding apprenticeship work with a wide range of industries. We're looking at education as a real opportunity to do it. We did it when the president, we had a shortage, a shipping supply shortage, a trucking shortage. We're expanding our registered apprenticeship when it comes to trucking. Yep. We're looking at IT, tech, all these other areas. There's no reason why we can't have successful apprenticeship programs in the United States of America. They do it in Europe all day long. I was at Volkswagen about 3 months ago in Germany, and I was talking to some of the apprentices, and they were high school kids. And they were in Germany at Volkswagen learning about productivity. And these young people will eventually be able to work in the company in high school, not in college, not after college. So it really creates a pathway. Tennessee, you have a great example of a strong program in Tennessee. It provides multiple high-quality pathways for teachers for the last 1 to 3 years. I don't want to go take too much out of this because you might be saying this. He's cheated off me, I'm cheating off you. So I won't go too much into it, but this administration has invested over $383 million in apprenticeships already in a very short period of time. Our next round of apprenticeship funding will be over $100 million. We're going to prioritize education, the education sector, as an opportunity for those funds to help address a national need and quite honestly a crisis and open up educational opportunities around the country. I do love working with Secretary Cardona because in the very beginning of this administration we talked about how do we partner together to really create and make a difference in people's lives. So the key to this work is building strong partnerships. You have it here in this administration with the First Lady, with the Ambassador, with the Secretary, with a bunch of us. You have with the governors. We need to make sure that our local school districts have it as well, and elected officials and unions, they all collectively working together with employers and higher education institutions. And all of our apprenticeship partners at all state and local levels need to be at the table. And these partnerships will continue to exist. I'm going to stop talking right now, and I'm done.
Speaking of partners.
That's a wrap.
All right, so once again, we're having a little insight into just some of the conversations surrounding trying to help schools all across our country. And one way we can help our schools is by trying to continue to make them a safer place for students and staff. When we come back after this 2-minute break, going to take you out to Michigan, where officers now are being equipped with a key fob to help with situations when they arise. We'll give you more details on that coming up here in just 2 minutes. Police officers in Michigan being now equipped with a key fob that will help alert authorities, also help them in emergencies. Let's go ahead and listen into this press conference here on Live Now from Fox.
Not be the issue that we'd be concerned about.
And what's the best, I mean, does that go on your keychain?
Goes on your keychain, yep. For those of you who may have this entry and how you get into your own workspace, how you get into other spaces. And the beauty of these is, we were thinking about chain of custody, right? And that notion of, well, what happens if an officer leaves the force? Well, every police department, every fire department has a very strict protocol on what that looks like and what you have to turn in. Now, let's say you lose one of these, so you let the station know that you did, and our team can turn it off in a second. It's done. So it's not like a master key that you lose and, oh boy, it's out in the world. The ability to regulate and monitor these are very strong.
Could you hold it up for us?
Sure.
Does each fob open every single door in every building across the district, no matter what city or township you're in?
That's correct. So with an electronic exterior access system, then these have the ability to key in, if you will, to every single door that we have in this district.
What do you hope this prevents?
So really, Kim, the piece on that is that what I wanted to prevent is the unnecessary harm done to anybody in any of our buildings. Our police officers, our first responders, our firefighters go through an intense amount of training. None of that training makes a difference whatsoever if they can't use it. And if they're standing outside trying to find how to get into a building when the worst thing is happening, they cannot do what they're trained to do. And so that notion of, and it might sound trite, but that idea of just a second, could be the difference between harm happening to somebody and not. And so that is the big piece of it. That is the bottom line of this, is we don't want in Northville any officer to have to think, how do I go and do what I need to do right now? We just want them to be able to get in and do what they're trained to do and protect our kids, protect our staff.
I'm just trying to think of any criticism or any problems. Do police and firemen go through the same background checks that all school employees go through?
So I think that's a great question for the wonderful people behind me. But what I know is, somebody asked me, they said, well, what do you think about giving this to the police and so on? And my response was, well, if we can't trust the police, I think we have a bigger problem. And so their background checks, Todd Muchler, who's the township supervisor, was adamant to make sure that there are protocol for turning these things in once an officer leaves the force. I'm sure that there might be some wonderings about officers or people having that kind of access, but again, they are sworn to protect us. And that's the place that in Northville we're going to start. We're going to start with hope, optimism, and the notion that we believe in everybody wants to do their best job in the best moment, and we're going to start there. And that's why this piece here is so important. And again, I'm so proud of the Northville team for making all of these, getting them ready. They're actually labeled individually, so Judy Huggins, our person, did all this. They have the officer's name on it. It's right there, and our people who lead these folks are going to walk away today with a big old envelope full of key fobs. So starting right now, every one of the people they lead, supervise, and believe in will now have the access they need to protect our kids.
Where did this idea come from? Are there other school districts, either in Michigan or in the country, that utilize a similar system?
On that part, Dave, the piece is, the idea really just came from, and this is where you just have to sit down and have a cup of coffee with people and listen. So as I am new here and introducing myself, and what I was hearing from our township brothers and sisters was, could we find other ways to get access? And we talked about some things. And then it just simply hit me, and I said, if we could do this, would that be helpful? And unequivocally, they said it would be immensely helpful. So there are certain decisions that we can make that we don't have to wait for the legislature to mandate anything. Townships, cities, and schools are born problem solvers. And my encouragement would be, from around the state and the country, rather than waiting, let's go ahead and work together to do the things that we can do, that are low-hanging fruit, if you will, The cost structure on this and things like that are not at all exorbitant. This is something that's already part of our system. So that idea was just simply born out of a conversation, Dave. And I think that it's also a great illustration of when people just get together and talk with each other, like good things happen. Good things happen. And so that's where we listen, we talk, and we find out how we act, or how to act. Anything else?
Want to hear from police?
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and offer up some folks up here. Anyone wants to pop up?
Can I get the mic from you?
Oh, yeah. And then also, perhaps before that, Rebecca packing Mike's off as well after Chief. Why don't you go up with Chief Hilden, Mike and Rebecca? So, if I could, this is Chief Hilden from the township, and I'm going to have flanking the Chief, Miss Rebecca Peck and Mike's off from the Novi, I said, oh, scratch that. I'm going to have Rebecca Peck and Mike Zopp from the Northville Public Schools, who have been part of our security protocols for the past few years, and they can answer questions about things that we're doing as well prior to me getting here.
Great.
All right.
Well, come on up. Okay, so my name is Scott Hilden. I'm the Chief of Police here at Northville Township, and I'll be happy to answer whatever questions you guys have.
Talk about how this helps police respond if there is an emergency.
So I think it was said very well by Mr. Weber. Seconds matter they're incredibly important in an active threat situation, and we cannot afford to have any type of delay in entering the school. And so by having the electronic access fobs, it's going to let our officers immediately get to the threat and immediately stop it. So that's critical for the safety of everybody.
Have you guys had anything in the past where you had to respond and it just took a little time to get in? Even if it wasn't tragic, it was a challenge.
So I can't speak to any specific incidents here in this school district. We've got a great partnership.
I've been here 12 years and we've not had an issue like that up to this point.
I was
Hopefully we never
of, like,
do.
medical emergencies or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, but as you know from some of the horrific events that have happened around the country, there have been delays. And so this is a proactive attempt to look at all the possible scenarios and situations and make sure we don't have any roadblocks that are going to inhibit us from immediate entry into the building.
Does this impact how the chain of command works at all? Because everyone's going to have the access. Because we saw at other schools, sometimes it wasn't necessarily the access, but the chain of command combined with it. Does that make sense?
I think I understand. So, and tell me if I'm off base on the way I answer your question, but our officers and all the officers from these agencies that you see behind us have been trained in a single officer response. The first officer on scene immediately enters the school. There's no worries about chain of command or getting permission. And so this will not inhibit that at all. In fact, every officer has the freedom and actually the requirement to enter that school immediately. And they will do so as a single officer if need be.
Do does this replace the current or former system of ways of getting in the Knox boxes and everything, or is this an enhancement to your toolbox?
Mike, do you want to answer that?
Sure. We'll still have the Knox boxes, but this will really be a supplement and I think probably a more efficient way for the officers to gain access.
Can you talk about background checks? Do first responders
Sure.
have the same background checks that school employees are required to?
I'm not completely familiar with the school background check, but a law enforcement officer and fire personnel go through extensive background investigations, and it's mandated by the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, and it's extensive and about as thorough as it can be.
What's the feedback you've gotten from your officers about this, if any?
So, I mean, it's absolutely positive. Every officer that responds to a critical incident does not want to be hindered by some sort of entry problem. You know, the men and women of all of our departments are committed to the safety of these students. And there would be nothing more frustrating than being at that front door and not being able to get in. So it's very positive.
Have you received, I don't know how many people in the community know about this yet until maybe we talk about it, but have you received any negative feedback from anyone?
I have not, none whatsoever. So, yeah.
So these will set off an alarm when they're used, so there's no chance that you could use it to sneak into the school, is that right?
No, and so the electronic fob is, you know, it's monitored and tracked by a software program, so any access by any of the fobs is immediately tracked on the system. So if there was an unauthorized entry or some sort of use of the fob that we wanted to question, it's all tracked in the software, and the school district and all the schools have video camera systems. It would be very easy to determine if something was used inappropriately.
So you can see where they tag it, and then you can see the camera and see the person walking.
Yep. As soon as that is swiped at one of these access points, it tracks it and indicates which fob and who that fob is assigned to.
Can you talk about how this might be useful in things other than active shooter, worst case scenarios that so many people are concerned about and have on their minds right now? It seems like this could be useful in other situations as well.
The electronic door system?
Yeah, being able to get in.
Well, the electronic door system, from a regular day-to-day security standpoint, is very effective at limiting access into a building. And one of the big concerns for all schools and a lot of businesses is unauthorized access and just free-flowing entry in and out of buildings.
All right, police here also speaking about these new key fobs, how it's going to assist them in these emergency situations. Live Now going to be stepping away for a brief break for some viewers right here watching with us.
Who wants entry or whether they've been granted access or not. So it's a really good system, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this system, they are able to lock all the doors simultaneously in the event of an emergency, or unlock all of them with a push of just a single button into the system. So it's very important that you're able to do that if you're going into a lockdown, and very important if you have an emergency response to the building to unlock all the doors so that first responders can get in. Then we wouldn't even need to use the fob. So.
Can you talk about just anything else that's been going on behind the scenes as we see these incidents in schools, that's different to make sure that students are safe? Any new policies or training that's on top of this?
Well, the police department, and I know the school district also, we work very closely together, and we're all part of a school safety committee. And so we work regularly to discuss safety issues, concerns, improvements, physical security controls that can be used in the system. We talk about preventive measures. And so we take a very holistic approach in looking at school safety, and the team and the committee comes together to brainstorm and to look at new ideas and new ways of doing business. So the school district's done a tremendous job of that. And you may want to talk a little bit about that yourselves, but in hiring a safety consultant, in addition to working closely with the entire public safety department, including me, I sit on that public safety team. So we are truly at the front end of very proactive efforts to not only try to prevent these type of activities, but know how to respond to them when they do occur, and then also have discussions about what happens after something happens. So it's a before, during, and after holistic approach as we look at the best way to do business and the best way to secure the safety of everybody here.
And I think I could speak a little bit more without compromising our safety. There's a few things that we've done over the years with our township, with our city, with Novi. One big area of response was our emergency communication system, and that came out of conversations that we had with our first responders. It's very common in large buildings and buildings made out of the materials that our school buildings are made out of, that when first responders come into our building during a crisis, they lose communication access with their dispatch and their team. We partnered with our police departments, and we wrote a grant for the federal government that was approved about 3 years ago, and we placed in, and I don't know the name of the system, but it allows all of our first responders to have access 100% of the time in every spot in every one of our buildings. So in the event that there is a response that needs to occur in any building, our first responders will not lose that important communication with their folks. The other area that is on the preventative side, and Chief Hilden talked a little bit about our consultant, which is a great consultant that we work with that gives us common sense advice. And one of his pieces of advice was we need to train our first responders that are in our buildings. And our first responders are the folks that are manning those desks and allowing people access into our buildings. So last year we went through a pretty comprehensive training of all of our front office staff, all of our principals, anybody that is monitoring and supporting access into the building. And we had a great training that really talked about looking at folks and observing behaviors before you choose to let them in our building. And reinforcing that fact that we are the gatekeepers of the building and it's okay for us to say no for somebody to come into our building. Most of the time we're saying yes because that's the nature of our business, but we now have some training and some follow-up training that will occur on making sure that we understand some of those things that we can look for as people approach our building.
And then, if I could, there's a really unique piece of Northville and Novi. So if I could have perhaps the mayor and Chief Zinser come up, because there's a place called Noville. Not a lot of people know what Noville is. Noville is Northville and Novi where those borders meet, and it's an interesting border. It's kind of jagged in there. So I would ask the mayor and Chief Zinser to come up with anybody to answer questions as well. That would be great. Alan, our chief too.
Welcome, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here representing the community. My name is Brian Turnbull, the mayor in town. We've always had a special relationship with the school district. Dr. RJ Weber and myself, we meet almost weekly to see what we can do better for the community. Our police, our community servants, we try to interact each and every day. We have initiatives on Riverwalk and Ford Field and Farmers Market. This is the most important initiative we can do. And this came up from RJ many weeks ago in our discussions. Absolutely, we would support this. So from our standpoint, it makes access easy. Time is essential. And we move pretty quickly out here in Northville, and RJ is even moving quicker than we normally move. But this is outstanding for not only the school district, for all the community. And Northville is that community. Northville Township, we have pieces of Novi and Salem in the school district, so we represent all those will have access to our buildings. We want to do everything we can to work together in the future. And we as a city will work with the school district, not only today, but into the future for the next generation. We're getting ready, and we have to protect that next generation. That's the most important asset we have in the community, is our children, isn't it? So from my standpoint, Chief, anything from your standpoint? Good. Any questions you have, how we interact back and forth. But again, RJ and I try to meet weekly to see what we can do better in the future, how we can work together. I will donate as much as my time here, and the chiefs are out here in the school district. We are working together for the betterment of not only the community, but southeastern Michigan, and really the state too. Any questions you have today? Great. I have to go to a board meeting at 10:30. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, everybody.
All right, so Michigan really trying to get a jump on keeping students and staff safe when it comes to going back to school. Really important thing at that, especially when we have had some recent incidents happening. I know that that's been a big concern for parents all across the United States, is sending their kids back to school when we have seen a lot of issues inside of those school buildings. So great to be hearing from those police officers. Of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on other press conferences surrounding back to school right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, take a look. It looks like some of my temperatures not showing up, but we do have quite the heat wave impacting people all across the United States. So out in California, they are definitely feeling heat. They're going to be seeing some warmer than usual temperatures through the weekend, and then, of course, into also next week as well. So we are going to be hearing in a little bit from California Governor Gavin Newsom. He's going to be addressing the heat wave and talking about also ways that the state is going to be trying to help by setting up cooling centers all across the Los Angeles County and elsewhere in the state. That's just one of the ways that they're going to try to help residents get a little relief from that heat. Well, also talking about heat, there's farmers who are preparing for the heat wave. Let's go ahead and get more with Fox's Dave Alley.
It's a nice, cool, breezy day on the Central Coast, but that's about to change.
There's a heat wave coming, and we're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s and potentially touching the triple digit.
A concern for farmers like Tony Whalen of Tally Farms in Arroyo Grande.
We could have a crop wipeout and potentially lose an entire crop due to high heat and water stress.
So preparations are being made ahead of the hot temperatures.
We want to make sure our irrigation systems are in working order and that the crops are well irrigated.
When the heat arrives, watering may be slightly altered to earlier in the day or later in the evening.
We will adjust our irrigation schedule, so maybe we'll have fewer days in between irrigation.
While farmers are making sure their crops will be able to weather the heat, they say first and foremost are the people that work these fields.
We do what we can, to protect them first and try and make their jobs a little bit easier, as difficult as it is.
Heat-related protocols are being checked, making sure everyone is trained properly on required safety programs.
If we see a hot spell coming, we go through and we make sure everybody is on board and knows what they're supposed to do in the event of heat stress.
And other measures are put into place: additional rest periods, water availability, and shading.
Everybody's got a pop-up that when it does get hot, they'll have a place to, shades go up, and everybody has to put their shades up at 80 degrees, no exceptions.
All done to make sure everyone stays safe when the heat is on.
And definitely we're going to be feeling the heat again into this weekend and into next week with some very high temperatures. Live Now from Fox will keep track of that, especially if there are some storms associated with the heat. You know that just makes for some more severe thunderstorms. So we'll keep an eye on also our Fox weather team's coverage as well. As I mentioned, we'll be waiting for a press conference with California Governor Gavin Newsom. Also going to be bringing us into a White House press briefing a little bit later here this afternoon. And we do have a Pentagon briefing coming up a little bit later here today as well. So Live Now from Fox, we'll step away for a brief break. More on top stories and press conferences coming to you from across the country when we return. And you are back here live with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to give you more of these press conferences coming in from all across the country. I'm going to take us out to Michigan, where we did have some officials giving us an update on the homicide of a transgender woman. Let's go ahead, bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
About a very important subject. Bias crimes in Michigan are on the rise here in our state, and they're also on the rise across the United States. The citizens of the LGBTQ community are the second most targeted group when it comes to hate crimes of victims, by far, second only to race, ancestry, and ethnicity. This, of course, is highly unacceptable. It is beyond concerning that this is the second murder that I'm going to talk about of a transgender woman of color within just a few weeks. These cases do not, the two that I'm going to talk about, do not appear to be related. However, we have seen this happen before, and we sincerely hope it will not continue to happen and that it will not be a pattern. I think I should pause here and just talk about a little bit about why FAIR Michigan, and there's information about that in your release, was formed. Back in 2016, there were 6 murders of transgender women of color in the Palmer Park area in Detroit, and nothing was being done about it. And this is really the first time in my long career in criminal justice that I really couldn't sleep at night thinking about these 6 women and their families. I called now Attorney General Dana Nessel, and she was a practicing defense attorney at the time. She worked with me in the prosecutor's office before that, and told her what was going on, and that I feared that these lives were going to go unnoticed, untouched, and not investigated. And within 24 to 48 hours, she came up with the idea of Fair Michigan, and we've been working on cases for this community since 2016. Jaleesa Abad is to my right and your left, and she is the advocate for this project, and Cam Towns on my left and your right is the special assistant prosecuting attorney that's going to be handling these cases for Fair Michigan. I also want to say very clearly before I get into the facts of these cases that we must strongly reject tropes labeling LGBTQ citizens as groomers and pedophiles, because that is precisely the reason why this crime is escalating. This is the kind of language that's unacceptable and leads to more fear, more disrespect, and more hurt coming to this community, and makes their lives more in danger. Today we are charging Devontae Antoine Close, age 31, of Detroit. And we are charging him in connection with the fatal shooting of a 33-year-old transgender woman of color from Ohio. Her preferred name was Dee Dee, and her dead name is D'Angelo Ricks. On August the 27th, 2002, at approximately 3:39 in the morning, Detroit police officers were dispatched to a residence on the 2530 block of Manistee in Detroit for a reported shooting. Upon their arrival, the officers located the victim, Dee Dee, lying on the ground, unresponsive, with a gunshot wound to her right back and left chest. Medics arrived on the scene and pronounced her dead at that moment. It is alleged that defendant Close produced and fired a handgun, fatally wounding her, and the investigation by DPD, the Detroit Police Department, led to the arrest of him, the defendant, later that same day. We are charging him today with 1 count of second-degree murder and 1 count of felony firearm or possession of a firearm during the commission or attempt commission of a felony. He was arraigned yesterday on August the 30th, 2002 in the 36th District Court and was given a $500,000 10% bond. If released, the defendant was to receive a GPS tether, yes, you heard that right, and will not be allowed to possess firearms. Now, we wanted to talk about this today because we have another case that we want to tell you about today. And that is the murder of another trans woman of color, Hayden Davis, who was found dead on a Detroit street on July 25th, 2022 of this year. I want to strongly say that these cases do not appear to be related. They do not appear to be related. Her body was wrapped in a blanket, and she had been shot several times. Her case remains unsolved to this day. And I wanted to take this opportunity to say this. If anyone listening has any information about Hayden or the murder of Hayden, please call the Detroit Police Department Homicide at 313-596-2260. Detroit Homicide at 313-596-2260. Or please call Fair Michigan at 877-432-4764. Either Detroit Police Department Homicide, 313-596-2260, or the Fair Michigan Justice Project at 877-432-4764. I cannot end my remarks without saying that this defendant, Mr. Close, is presumed innocent until proven guilty on the case with Dee Dee. I'll take any questions you may have. And we will be providing the pictures of the victim in this case, Dee Dee, the defendant in this case, Mr. Close, and also that of Hayden Davis on the unsolved second case that I talked about.
When we talk about the LGBTQ community, it is about living your life in your true self. And in these cases, we are seeing this marginalized community fearing being able to do that. So what is the message that you want to send that, I know you made an arrest in one case, you're still working on this case, and that's a message in itself, but what is a message that you want to send to this community to say, hey, be who you are, we have your back?
We are here for them. That is the precise reason why Fair Michigan, the Justice Project, was started. We started in 2016, and to date we have done over 30 cases of varying crimes with a 100% conviction rate. We work with a special prosecutor. We work with Jaleesa, who is a fabulous victim advocate and can do things and say things in her community that helps law enforcement bring these cases to fruition. We think, and I can probably let her say this, but we also think that because we are doing this work and because her community and others know that we're doing this work, they have at least lessened their fear about reporting to law enforcement and lessened their fear about coming to the prosecutor's office to report. And if necessary, we will find a separate and distinct place that is outside of the prosecutor's office and outside of the police department to meet and try to solve these cases. And so a lot has been done. I'll let Jaleesa say a few words.
So yes, like Prosecutor Worthy said, the LGBT community experiences a lot of violence. The trans community specifically is most marginalized, right? So since 2016, we have made astronomical strides with changing the respect level, with bridging the gap with police, and also my community. It has helped so much that my community has even come forward and reported crimes that are not LGBT related that we have been able to solve. Like Prosecutor Worthy said, we have over 30 crimes with a 100% conviction rate. We do work really close with DP liaison Corporal Danny Woods, and if they don't feel comfortable going to a precinct, and I do have connections in precincts, all of them have been trained and are culturally competent, we can meet with them at community centers so that they can feel safe, come testify, and continue to have this project work like it's been doing.
Do you have a lot more people who are maybe not a part of the LGBT community? Are they coming in and offering tips too, or is this coming from within the community itself?
Of course, it's from all communities, and one is having conversations like this and ending the stigma and just letting all Michiganders know that you are going to receive justice, we all should have the same quality of life, and we all should be safe.
Just a quick question. Do you know the pronouns preferred by the victims?
Correct. So Dee Dee is she, her, hers. The defendant would be he, his, him, and Hayden Davis is she, her, hers as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
As it relates to these kinds of homicides that you started off your remarks talking about what these 6 homicides in Palm Park 2016. Between then and now, do we have a sense of how many of these kinds of murders are occurring in Wayne County?
No, we are thankfully going to be launching a digital system very shortly. And one of the reasons why we've got this digital system, because we still have paper and files and all of that now here. We're still operating in the very cold days now. And so we want to be able to track those kinds of things. We want to be able to track many things, not just how many trans women of color have been killed, how many trans citizens have been killed, but how many black citizens are arrested by the police, all kinds of things we're going to be able to track. And we're going to be able to interface not only with the police departments, but the courts. So we've been working on this for a while, and we have our go live date, I believe, on September 26th. But again, it's a new project, it's massive, there are going to be some bugs, but that's precisely the reason why I've been fighting to get that for almost 15 years, because I want to be able to push a button and get the information that we need instead of having to make 10 phone calls to get the information.
Now, do you have a sense of the rationale behind what's leading to these murders? Not to say that obviously these any kind of murder, it's hard to rationalize, but is there a particular context in which these occurrences are happening? Is there a specific MO? Has the defendant expressed, anti-trans rhetoric, things like that?
Well, we can say in Hayden's case we don't know because that remains unsolved. So we just don't know about her. And in Dee Dee's case, we can speculate based on the facts that will be presented in court, but I'm not going to say that at this time. It will all come out in court as to what the most likely motive was.
A lot of times we see a lot of that rhetoric manifest itself online, on social media. Is there, through Fair Michigan or through DPD, is there a discussion about let's try to curb what's being said online so this doesn't manifest into something that happens out in the street in the neighborhood?
I'd like Jaleesa very much to comment on that, but let me first say, and I must say this because it's very, very true. We have been, frankly, blessed because when we went to the Detroit Police Department, and this happened under James Craig, and then it was heartily endorsed by Chief White as well, to give special attention to these cases, and they did not hesitate or balk, and they've been very, very helpful. In fact, they do have a liaison, as Jaleesa spoke of. There is a corporal, I believe, Danny Woods, who has been working and interfacing between the Detroit Police Department and this community for quite a while. So as far as your specific questions, in almost every case we have these days, as you can imagine, there's a social media component sometimes that we also look at during the investigation. So again, in most cases that we do overall, not just these cases, there usually is a social media component in some kind of way, or at least that we check and that's checked and investigated through the investigating authorities. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you said it.
All right, so our officials here in Wayne County going over this most recent homicide of a transgender woman, saying this is the second one to happen recently. They don't think that the two incidents are connected, but of course they want to put a stop to any hate crime that could be happening there in their county. Live now from Fox, going to be stepping away for a brief break, but we are expecting coming up here in just a bit a White House press briefing. Plus, we'll go over the top stories of the day right here for you in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are on top of always the latest trending and top stories happening all across the country. We do have some top stories that we want to go over for all of our viewers, starting off with something that many people have been talking about ever since the raid had happened, and a new filing by the Department of Justice is giving us now a closer look at some of the documents taken from former President Donald Trump's estate, Mar-a-Lago, that happened earlier this month. Now, some of them containing markings with top secret and secret. The FBI had seized boxes and containers holding more than 100 classified records during its August 8th search of Mar-a-Lago and found classified documents stashed in Trump's office, according to a filing late Tuesday that lays out the most detailed chronologically of the date of months of strained interactions between the Justice Department officials and Trump representatives over the discovery of government secrets. Now, the filing offers yet another indication of the sheer volume of classified records received from Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. It shows how investors conducting a criminal probe have focused not just on why the records were improperly stored there, but also on the question of whether the Trump team intentionally misled them about the continued and unlawful presence of top secret documents. Though it contains significant new details on the investigation, the Justice Department filing does not resolve a core question that has driven public fascination with the investigation: why Trump held on to the documents after he left the White House, and why he and his team resisted repeated efforts to give them back. In fact, it suggests officials may not have received an answer. Now, Mr. Trump maintains he declassified these documents, so the raid was unnecessary. A Florida judge set a hearing for Thursday afternoon to consider former President Trump's request for an outside party to go through those documents. We'll, of course, keep track of the latest on that here for you. Also, a new reformulated COVID vaccine that targets Omicron could soon be available to Americans. Now, today, the FDA authorized its first update to the COVID-19 vaccine. Health officials hope the new improved vaccine can lessen a potential winter surge, giving people antibodies to help fight those various variants.
Vaccine, the bivalent BA.4/5 vaccine that's just been authorized, differs from the original vaccine because not only does it contain the sequence for the antigen that makes the original vaccine that everyone has been taking, it also contains another component. It's still the same antigen, but it's been adapted to match that of the currently circulating BA.4/5 variant. This provides an opportunity for people once they get boosted with the vaccine to generate antibodies that can neutralize both, original variants and the Omicron variants, but also the variants in between. If you remember, we had Beta, Alpha, Delta, etc. And so it really provides the broadest opportunity for protection against COVID-19.
Now, the updated booster targets both the original virus and the Omicron variants. Of course, LiveNOW going to stay on top of those booster shots. Information right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox. And finally, millions around the world are taking time to remember the life of Princess Diana today, 25 years after she was killed in a tragic car crash. We do have Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams giving us details on her legacy and how her life of service is still being honored.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I want it to be a day filled with memories of her incredible work and love for the way that she did it. I want it to be a day to share the spirit of my mum with my family, with my children who I wish could have met her. Every day, I hope to do her proud.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Thank you so much for more on that report. I'm sure the time, while it may make it a little bit easier to talk about Diana's legacy, of course, there's still, as you heard Prince Harry mention, missing her each and every single day. That's a look at just some of the top stories. Also want to mention that we're also keeping track of some press conferences still to come. We're going to be having a Pentagon press briefing as well as a White House press briefing. So while we're waiting for the White House press briefing, that's scheduled to take place in about 15 minutes. That depends on if everyone's running on time or not. We did have Philadelphia city leaders meeting over Zoom. Now they're discussing ways that they can continue to try to have some more meetings surrounding anti-violence efforts that are happening in their city. They're all preparing for what could be a very busy weekend for police in their city as we are getting prepared for Labor Day. Let's go ahead and bring you that press conference right here to you on LiveNOW from Fox.
Stronger gun laws. Enhance the visibility and messaging of programs, services, and resources that already exist. Investment in our educational and city infrastructure, particularly for vulnerable neighborhoods, and just stronger, more just government, and less restrictions on our funding. Next slide. For our stronger community engagement, it's really about rebuilding the trust with community and police, which is one of the efforts of this listening tour. Increased funding for community orgs and nonprofits, more community-based programming into what's happening in communities that people can walk to, get to very quickly. And the amplification of youth voice in solutions and conversations. And last, with safer and healthier community neighborhoods, it's a stronger and swifter coordinated law enforcement and police response, and livable wages. And I will like to say thank you to Commissioner Outlaw and her leadership and the captains in the districts that attended the meetings with CJPS. We did this as a team. Next slide. As I mentioned before, CJPS continues to our listening tour throughout September. These meetings will be an update community members of what we found out in the first meetings, and discuss what happens next with regard to violence prevention in the city and what it looks like. For this next level of the listening tour, all of our meetings will be in person. Our next meeting is on, next slide. Our next meeting is on September 8th at New Hope Partnership Education, New Hope Partnership for Education at 2601 North 11th Street. We do provide food for all members who attend. And for more information or to register, or if you're interested in hosting a listening tour, you can email cjps@phila.gov. I look forward to continue to connect with people in our communities, especially those who attend our meetings, and making their voices heard. With that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Outlaw for our law enforcement update this week.
Of summer season here in Philadelphia. And before the unofficial end of summer arrives on Monday, the city will once again take part in the Made in America Festival, or MIA. Some road closures took effect on Sunday around the Art Museum area, and these road closures are expected to last until Tuesday morning. If anyone needs more information about the road closures, they can go to the City of Philadelphia's website, which is phila.gov, for more detailed information. As it pertains to the Made in America event itself, we will be working closely with the Office of Emergency Management, the Philadelphia Fire Department, and the event's private security to ensure the safety and security of concert goers. To make sure that all event participants, visitors to the city, and residents remain safe, we will also be assigning plainclothes and uniformed personnel in and around the event. Again, the safety of everyone is our top priority and is paramount. From all of us here at the PPD, we wish everyone a safe, healthy, and happy Labor Day weekend. Our officers will be on hand throughout the city as we celebrate the end of summer, and we will see you all out there. I will now turn it to Deputy Commissioner Joe Dales, who's the Deputy Commissioner of Patrol Operations, and he's going to discuss our recent crime trends and what we're seeing in our pinpoint grants. And then he will be followed by Chief Inspector Frank Venor, Chief of Investigations, who will provide updates on some cases that we wish to highlight this week. DC Dales.
Thanks, Commissioner. Can you pull up the slides, please? Okay, next slide. Okay, I will start with the citywide homicide and shooting victim stats. Looking at the top of the chart, year to date as of August 28th of this year, Philadelphia had 361 homicides and 1,579 shooting victims. In comparison to last year, homicides are up 3%, 361 this year versus 351 last year. And the shooting victims are also up 3%. 1,579 this year versus 1,531 last year. As of yesterday, homicides are up 2% and shooting victims are up 4%. Looking at the bottom left of the chart, it shows the motives for the homicides. The top 3 motives remain the same. Number 1, arguments. Number 2, drugs. And number 3, domestic. And the current clearance rate is now 44%. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the 2022 citywide homicide stats for the cause of death in reference to our homicides. Looking at the top of the chart as of August 28th, we currently have 352 homicide cases. In addition, we also had to add 9 delayed homicide cases to the 2022 homicide count, meaning that the date of assaults occurred prior to 2022 and the victims had succumbed to their injuries this year. So therefore, the delayed cases are included in the 2022 count. The year of the assaults range from 1993 to 2021. Looking at the bottom of the chart, the top 3 causes of death are number 1, gunshot wounds, which is at 324. Number 2, blunt force trauma, which is at 17. And which is at 17. And number 3, stabbing, which is at 18. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the 28-day comparison for shooting victims and homicides citywide. The blue bars represent the previous 28-day period, which is from July 4th to July 31st. And the orange bars represent the current 28-day period from August 1st to August 28th. So looking at the left of the chart, it shows the shooting victims up 6% citywide, 198 versus 210. And looking at the right of the chart, it shows homicides down 19%, 54 during the previous period and 44 during this period. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the homicide stats in the pinpoint grids. The orange bars represent homicides in 2021, and the gray line represents homicides in 2022. Year to date, as of August 28th, the chart shows homicides at 0%, which were at even 241 this year as well as last year in the pinpoint grids. So in comparison to 2021, from the week of June 6th through the week of August 22nd, the chart shows a consistent decline in homicides and a slight increase at the beginning of the week of August 29th, which is at 0%. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the shooting victim stats in the pinpoint grids. The yellow bars represent shooting victims in 2021, and the blue line represents shooting victims in 2022. Year to date, as of August 28th, the chart shows shooting victims down 7% in the pinpoint grids. In comparison to 2021, from the week of January 24th through the week of August 20th.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then what we will do is monitor when this White House briefing gets going. We'll bring that to you, but when we come back, we'll take you out to Houston, where we're talking about the future of space and space exploration. We'll have it for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Houston, where we're getting an update on the future of space and space exploration.
Of space flight. We're very excited to be a part of that future. Being a part of this facility allows us to collaborate with the brilliant minds that are using the Houston Spaceport incubator, from local startups to universities. Together, we'll create next-generation technologies and products for spaceflight that don't exist today. It's that spirit of collaboration that brings us here today. And speaking of collaboration, I would like to welcome and thank our esteemed guests and partners, including Senator Ted Cruz, Congressman Brian Babin, Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, members of the Houston City Council, Houston Airport's Director Mario Diaz, Houston Spaceport Director Arturo Machaca, Greater Houston Region State's Legislative Delegation, and leadership from the Bay Area Houston Economic Partnership. We also have several different offices which are represented here today, from the office of U.S. Senator John Cornyn, U.S. Representatives Paul, Green, Weber, Fletcher, Crenshaw, and Nels, the office of the Texas Governor Greg Abbott, the Texas Workforce Commission. This wouldn't have been possible without support and collaboration from all of you. We are very, very grateful for that support. Now I'm pleased to welcome everyone here today, and especially the leaders from Texas and Houston that have joined us. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Senator Ted Cruz, who, in addition to being Senator for Texas, is a tremendous leader on space and aviation issues in Congress. His role as ranking member of the Senate Aviation Safety, Operations, and Innovation Subcommittee. Senator Cruz is from Houston, and throughout his time in Congress, he's been a strong advocate for in Congress for NASA, the Johnson Space Center, and our nation's human spaceflight and exploration program, which Collins is proud to partner with NASA on through our work on activities such as the International Space Station, the Artemis program, and our science, commercial, and national security program as well. I also want to recognize the Senator, along with Congressman Babin, for their tireless efforts to extend the life of the International Space Station to 2030, which was recently enacted into law and will continue to serve as our test bed in space for human spaceflight, and to serve as a test bed for human exploration, science activities that will ultimately enable us to return to the moon and eventually Mars, and will also allow us to maintain the United States leadership in space. Senator, we're grateful that you took the time to be with us today. Please join me in welcoming Senator Cruz to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Phil. Congratulations to Collins on winning the bid to design the new spacesuits. And it is exciting to be here for this ribbon cutting. It is exciting to be here to celebrate not only the new jobs that this is bringing to Houston, but the continued American leadership in space and the continued leadership of the city of Houston. I'm a lifelong Houstonian. Even before Neil Armstrong said, "One small step for man," even before that, the words, "Houston, the eagle has landed." Our city echoed out from the very first instant man landed on the moon. And Space City has continued front and center ever since. I've been proud for the past decade to lead the fight to continue American leadership in space. I've said many times that the first boot that lands on the surface of Mars will be an American boot. And it may well be an American boot designed by Collins and produced right here in Houston, Texas. We're at a time where there's a lot of partisan disagreements and bickering in Washington. But I'm proud to say one area that has been largely immune from that has been space. For a decade, we've seen bipartisan cooperation on ensuring America's continued leadership in space. In 2015, I launched the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act that was signed into law by President Obama. In 2017, I authored the NASA authorization that was signed into law by President Trump. And just this year, I authored the latest NASA authorization that 22 days ago was signed into law by President Biden. We've seen now 3 major pieces of legislation signed by 3 successive presidents, continuing America's leadership in space and continuing in particular Houston's central role in manned space exploration. The 2017 NASA authorization I co-authored with then Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat from Florida, and for a lot of years in the Senate, the Democrats listened to Bill and the Republicans trusted me, and if Bill and I could come together and reach an agreement, that bill would pass the Senate and pass into law. One of the elements of that 2017 Cruz-Nelson authorization that we passed was a mandate to NASA to bid out the contract to design a new spacesuit rather than using the spacesuits that had been used for 40 years. And so I'm pleased today to see the culmination of that legislation we passed 5 years ago manifesting in hundreds of new high-paying jobs here in Houston, Texas. And Phil, as you noted, just 22 days ago, President Biden signed into law the latest authorization that, among other things, codified the Artemis program for America to go back to the moon as a way station to go into Mars. And it also finally extended the International Space Station until 2030, something I've been fighting a lot of years to do. There were some foolish voices in Washington that wanted to mothball that $100 billion investment. In my view, we should get every ounce of use out of that investment as long as it is scientifically possible and safe for our astronauts.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us as we wait for the White House briefing as well.
To the innovators, to the scientists who will be here helping continue America's leadership going forward, I'm proud to be with you. I'm proud to stand with you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator. I'm now pleased to invite our next speaker to the stage, who not only represents Texas's 36th district in Congress, but has also been a key leader in the House of Representatives since the start of his time in Congress as the chairman and ranking member of the House Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee. Dr. Babin is a lifelong resident of East Texas, and since 2015 has represented NASA's Johnson Space Center, and his constituents include many of NASA's employees, contractors, and astronauts. Like Senator Cruz, Dr. Babin has been a champion for human spaceflight and exploration programs, including the International Space Station and the Artemis system, like the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft, which are currently on the pad, scheduled to be launched on Saturday. It's those missions, as Senator Cruz mentioned, that will carry the astronauts and the next generation spacesuits to the moon and beyond to Mars. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Brian Babin to the stage as our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Phil. Appreciate you, and great to be here with you today. It's always a tough act to follow when you go
when you come behind Ted Cruz. But celebrating this grand opening of the new Collins Aerospace facility here in Houston at our Spaceport is a tremendous honor for me, and actually part of my new district. We got redistricted this past year, and this is going to be part of my new district, District 36. I'm very, very privileged to be here as your representative in Washington, D.C. I want to thank Collins for inviting me here to be part of this very momentous day. And a special thanks to everyone here for the important work that you have done to make this happen. Additionally, I want to thank Phil Jasper. Thank you so very much. Peggy Gergis, right there, she's right on the front. Thank you very much. Of course, Phil is the president of Mission Systems Collins Aerospace, and Peggy is senior director of the Space Systems, which is the new site leader, Houston site leader for Collins. I want to thank you both for your leadership in the defense and aerospace industry, both here in Houston and everywhere across the country as well. And one last thanks to Tom Culligan. Where's Tom? Was here a second ago. There he is right there. I want to thank Tom. He's been a tremendous asset for me and for my entire staff for many years, ever since I've been serving, and I'm in my 8th year. So appreciate you very much. For many years now, the role that Collins Aerospace and its parent company, Raytheon Technologies, have played here in Texas has been a key in expanding our country's defense capabilities and our aerospace technologies.
All right, we did lose that shot right there, and we have now a live look here at the White House. You're watching live now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as always. You could take a look at the market right there, down about 225 points there in the red, as the White House briefing should be coming up pretty soon, and we'll go to it as soon as it happens. But it looks like I did get that shot back there in Houston going back.
Collins has been a leader in that collaborative effort for those decades with the Johnson Space Center on many, many programs, like the International Space Station that the Senator just mentioned, and the fact that it's going to be with us until 2030. That's a wonderful, wonderful bit of information that I hope you all are as happy as I am about. They've also helped with our space launch system, which is sitting on the pad. I spent a couple of days over there with my fingers crossed, and unfortunately we'll have to wait a few more days to see what happens there. I want to thank the Orion Crew spacecraft, Gateway, and Aeronautics Research and Development. And now we'll be designing, Collins that is, and building the new XEVA spacesuits. Those are, we can't use the spacesuits we've been using for 50 years. We got to have something new. And so we're really looking forward to some innovations there, and looking forward to looking around this place as well. This contract will support our astronauts in low Earth orbit and the Artemis exploration missions that will be going to the moon. In fact, Collins has provided our astronauts with spacesuits for 50 years, serving a vital role in some of our country's proudest achievements. And as we prepare to send Americans back to the moon, Collins, alongside their partners Oceaneering and ILC Dover, will once again be there to provide our astronauts with the very highest quality spacesuits to ensure successful missions in the future. And what better place to be developing these suits than right here at the Houston Spaceport? I think you ought to give them a hand. Let's give them one more hand. Thank you very much. Where these great companies are working on state-of-the-art technologies every single day. The opening of this new Collins Aerospace facility will help not only to grow jobs in this region, but will drive investment in Southeast Texas and across our whole state. For Houston to team up with the world's largest aerospace and defense company and the second largest commercial aerospace company means that this region will continue to lead in human space exploration, in science and aeronautics research, and in the development of all the above. I just came from Florida earlier this week, where Artemis 1 is gearing up for their launch. And while it has been temporarily delayed until Saturday, I'm looking forward to a successful mission, which will be an incredible feat made possible by literally thousands of people who have spent years working on this program, including the folks, the good people here at Collins. The American people are excited about space exploration, and I would just second what Senator Cruz said, because in the last couple of years, we've seen some tough times in the United States of America, and not really great news coming forward on a daily basis. But in space, it has been just the opposite. We've seen some really great strides in space, and some of the things that have occurred over the last few months or will occur in the next years, several years, are very, very heartening for the United States of America to stay the #1 spacefaring nation in the world, which is so very important. So with that, I want to thank you again for having me, and I look forward to seeing all that this company can and will achieve in the future of space exploration. So with that, I will say thank you and looking forward to the afternoon. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome the Mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner. Mayor Turner is a long-life Houstonian. He still lives in the Acres Homes community where he grew up. His fascination with space also began in 1969 when Houston helped put a man on the moon. All these years later, and Mayor Turner is now supporting the latest space technology, the latest space race, as a pivotal player in creating the Houston Spaceport. In just a few years, the Spaceport has generated about $300 million of economic development opportunities. And today, as Collins Aerospace extends its reach, so does the city of Houston. Mayor Turner, thank you for joining us. I welcome you to the stage.
Bill, let me just say good afternoon and to you and your entire team for assembling us here today. And it's with great pleasure and excitement that I joined Collins Aerospace and the Houston Spaceport in charting its next course. And we are witnessing history here at Elton Airport today. More than 100 years ago, in 1917, farmers watched the U.S. Army carve these runways through rice fields so the nation's first pilots could train for World War I. Decades later, NASA chose this site to train for the Apollo lunar landing. 55 years after becoming the space city, Houston continues to soar. And before I dive into our future, I'd like to again acknowledge our distinguished guests, Senator Cruz and Congressman Babin, and our city council members who are here today, Councilmember Sally Alcorn, Councilmember Abby Kamen, and I will be remiss not to acknowledge the Mayor Pro Tem David Martin, even in his absence. I'd like to also acknowledge Mario Diaz, the Director of Aviation for Houston Airports. This is a man who looked up at the stars a decade ago and dared to dream. Mario, it is with your vision and your team's relentless spirit for excellence and achievement that we are here today. And before I go even any further, please, if you will, acknowledge Mario Diaz. Collins Aerospace and its state-of-the-art 8-acre campus is blazing trails for other aviation and aerospace companies. Collins is aligned with our vision to create a focal point for space exploration and innovation. It's through companies like Collins Aerospace that we will lead the nation from a government focus to a commercial-driven space program. The future of space is here, right here in this city, and the future of space is right now. We're talking about out-of-this-world opportunities that are re-energizing and expanding our workforce. Houston is already home to more than 500 space, aviation, and aerospace companies, and with that comes one of the highest concentrations of engineering talent in the country. more than 23,000 aerospace and aviation professionals call Houston home. With Collins opening the doors to this sprawling 116,000 square foot campus, Houston will continue to attract the world's best mathematicians and mechanics, scientists, and engineers.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going out to the White House briefing where it is just underway.
Our efforts to support the people of Jackson and the state of Mississippi. The president spoke with the mayor of Jackson this morning, and the FEMA administrator also spoke with the governor. The president last night also immediately approved the governor's emergency declaration request, directing his team to surge assistance to the state. FEMA has personnel on site in the State Emergency Operations Center and is coordinating with State Emergency Management Team to identify specific resource requirements. The Environmental Protection Agency is deploying a subject matter expert to support the emergency assessment of the Jackson water treatment plants and is working to expedite delivery of equipment needed to repair Jackson's water treatment plant. We are committed to helping the people of Jackson and the state of Mississippi during this urgent time of need. We are saddened by the tragic loss of life and destruction as a result of the severe flooding in Pakistan. We send our deepest condolences to all the individuals and families impacted. The United States stands with communities in Pakistan as they experience severe flooding and landslides. Yesterday, USAID announced it is providing an additional $30 million in humanitarian assistance to support the people affected by the severe flooding. With these funds, USAID partners will prioritize urgently needed support for food, nutrition, safe water, improved sanitation and hygiene, and shelter assistance. A USAID disaster management specialist is also in Islamabad to assess the impact of the floods and to determine additional humanitarian assistance that the U.S. government may provide. The United States has and will continue to be a strong supporter of the people of Pakistan. We are the single largest humanitarian donor to Pakistan, having provided over $33 million in humanitarian assistance. We will continue to closely monitor the situation in Pakistan for further needs following this horrific tragedy. Also this morning, we announced new public and private sector actions to strengthen the teaching profession and support schools as they address teacher shortages. The new efforts include commitments from leading job platforms such as ZipRecruiter, Indeed, and Handshake to make it easier for Americans to find teaching opportunities. They include new initiatives from teacher unions and organizations to expand high-quality pathways into the teaching profession. Secretary Cardona and Secretary Walsh also sent a letter to state and local leaders outlining a series of actions they can take to support teachers and schools. And earlier this afternoon, First Lady Jill Biden, Domestic Policy Advisor Susan Rice, Secretary Cardona, and Secretary Walsh met with public and private sector leaders here at the White House. They discussed short and long-term strategies to address the teacher shortage and the actions the president has already taken to address long-standing staffing challenges facing our schools. This includes the $130 billion the president secured through the American Rescue Plan for school districts across the country to hire, retain, and support teachers. We are committed to addressing the teacher shortage and giving students, families, and educators the resources they need for a successful and safe school year this year. And lastly, I want to take a moment to recognize International Overdose Awareness Day. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than 107,000 Americans tragically died from a drug overdose in 2021. Today, the second gentleman and Dr. Gupta, the director of the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, will meet with families from across the country who have lost loved ones to deadly drugs like illicit fentanyl. For far too many years, the overdose epidemic has been destroying American lives and causing pain and heartbreak for families across the country. As the president said in the State of the Union, beating the overdose epidemic is a key part of his agenda. The president's strategy expands access to high-impact public health services while reducing the supply of illicit drugs like fentanyl. As part of that strategy, the Department of Health and Human Services announced today around $80 million in grants to support prevention and treatment for substance use and overdose prevention. While this funding will help communities across the nation, we need more resources to match the scale of the problem. That's why the president's fiscal year 2023 budget proposed a significant increase in funding to beat the overdose epidemic and save lives. With that, hello, Chris. Good to see you back in D.C.
Yeah. Last night, the Justice Department released a photo of top secret documents found at Mar-a-lago. Has President Biden seen the photo, been briefed on the photo, and does White House believe that there is national security at risk by having these documents there?
So, as I've said many times, and I get how you're asking the question. I hear you, Chris. We're just not going to comment on the investigation, any underlying pieces of the investigation, any content of the investigation. This is an ongoing, as you all know, investigation that the Department of Justice, an independent investigation that the Department of Justice is doing. We are not going to politically interfere. We are not going to comment on anything connected to the investigation, and we're just going to keep it there.
Sure, but not the investigation, not the legal process, the FBI, but as the president's role as commander-in-chief, overseeing national security, you have top secret documents, some potentially involving human sources there. Is that something that the president's keeping tabs on, or that's part of his intelligence briefings?
So as far as top secret materials or classified materials, look, the president has said he believes, he said this very recently, in the importance of properly handling classified materials. But in regards to the specific case, again, we're just not going to comment from here. We want to make sure what we're doing is like out of abundance of caution, right? To not comment on an ongoing investigation, not to politically interfere. This is an independent investigation that the Department of Justice is doing, and this is something that the president has talked about during his campaign, making sure that they have that independence, the Department of Justice has that independence as it relates to investigations, and we are just not going to comment any further.
And on tomorrow's speech, does the president plan to talk specifically about Donald Trump in the speech tomorrow? And does he feel like, what he's talking about, the battle over democracy in this country, does it feel like things are moving in the right direction, the wrong direction? What can you tell us about what the president's been talking about?
So I don't want to get ahead of the president's speech. It's not a good thing to do, as you know. But the president thinks that there is an extremist threat to our democracy. The president has been clear as he can be on that particular piece when we talk about a democracy, when we talk about our freedoms. The way that he sees is the MAGA Republicans are the most energized part of the Republican Party. This is an extreme threat to our democracy, to our freedom, to our rights. They just don't respect the rule of law. You heard that from the president, they are pursuing an agenda that takes away people's rights. So, which is what the president said last week on Thursday. You all heard him. This is what the president said yesterday, and that's what he's going to continue to say. And here's the thing, the president's not going to shy away to call out what he clearly sees is happening in this country. And, again, MAGA Republicans are this extreme part of their party, and that is just facts, and that's what he's going to continue to lay out.
On the speech tomorrow, can you explain a little bit the decision to do this as a primetime event?
The president takes what he's talking about. Again, not to go into specifics about the speech, but as you know, we're calling it the soul of the nation. He takes that very seriously when it comes to our democracy. As you might remember, the president laid out his thesis, right? The foundation for what he calls the soul of the nation, fighting for the soul of the nation, the battle of the soul of the nation, in an Atlantic op-ed back in August of 2017. And again, that is the thesis, that is the foundation when you read that article. And that's what he talked about during the campaign. That's what he talked about during his inauguration day. And not only are we fighting for the soul of the nation, but we need to continue to be vigilant. And there's a clear through line if you read that article and you look at what the speeches that he's made. So that article talked about Charlottesville. You think about January 6th. I mentioned inauguration. You think about what we're seeing today. You think about the battle that continues. And so, but what the president believes, which is a reason to have this in prime time, is that there are an overwhelmingly amount of Americans, majority of Americans, who believe that we need to continue. We need to save the core values of our country.
And on last night's filing, you have said in the past that the president was not briefed ahead of time on other aspects of the investigation. So just to be clear, was the president briefed on this latest development?
The president has not been briefed on this latest development. He has not been briefed on anything that's connected to this particular criminal investigation, which is we're not going to comment. Again, it's an independent investigation. At this time, we're just not going to comment on it. We're going to let the Department of Justice continue its independent investigation.
Karine, the president yesterday weighed in pretty forcefully about threats to the FBI and FBI agents. Is he satisfied, is the White House satisfied that FBI agents are getting the protection that they need as a result of these threats?
So, just like the president, just want to say this, and the president spoke to this very forcefully and very clearly yesterday, as you all heard him. He's rejected defunding the police. He rejects defunding other law enforcement, including the FBI. The president has called for boosting police funding through the COPS program and hiring 100,000 additional officers. He also included over $10.8 billion for the FBI in the most recent budget. And so the way that he believes this, and we have said, is that the men and women who bravely serve in law enforcement to keep us safe, to keep our communities safe, to keep our country safe, deserve the resources and support they need to do their jobs and not seeing their budget slashed. So he has provided additional funding, and he wants to make sure that they are kept safe. I cannot speak to what specifically what they're seeing and how, what they're seeing at the FBI. I would refer you to them specifically on what potential, what's coming in as far as their protection. But clearly this is something that's important for the president, which is why he's included in his budget.
Okay, on a separate topic, what additional assistance is the White House planning for Ukraine, and will you need congressional approval for funding that additional package?
So as you know, $40 billion was approved by Congress, which in a bipartisan way of assistance not too long ago. We announced, under this president leadership, we've provided unprecedented amount, about $13.5 billion in security assistance. And the assistance that most recently was announced last week, I believe, will begin in the next several months and continue over the coming years. It's intended to support Ukraine's defense capabilities for the long term. So you've already seen our commitment to Ukraine for the long term as it's related to what we announced last week, which is about $3 billion, which was the largest once tranche that we've announced. And, we're going to continue to meet both the urgent and the long-term needs, and that's what you saw from the most recent announcement. Look, just that announcement and the announcement prior to that, it's about 19th presidential drawdown of security assistance. That was the one before the $3 billion. That was the one before the $3 billion was the presidential drawdown. That was the 19th. So you have seen consistent support for Ukraine. We have always said we have been incredibly impressed by their bravery and what they've been able to do to fight for their freedom, to fight for their democracy. And that's important for folks to know. This has been a bipartisan effort, and all because of an unprovoked, brutal war that was started by the Kremlin. So you're going to continue to see those efforts, and we are in daily conversation with the Ukrainian government on what else their needs might be.
And lastly, will the U.S. send a representative to Mikhail Gorbachev's funeral or do anything else to commemorate his death?
So I don't have anything to preview or to announce at this time on that piece.
Just back to yesterday's speech from the president, he obviously was critical of some senior lawmakers, he said, for saying things to the effect of, if such and such happens, there will be blood in the street. He was obviously also very clear that any threats, attacks on the FBI, law enforcement agents, that those were not acceptable. Given all of that, I'm just wondering whether the president would be open to having direct conversations with some senior lawmakers, some of whom he has known for many years, to tell them to cut it out.
So I don't have any calls to preview or any conversation on this specific subject. As you know, we try to keep our conversations with lawmakers private, and so nothing there to preview or to add. Look, we have been clear that when the Department of Justice independence, that the Department of Justice and the FBI, as I just said, like we need to not attack our brave men and women who protect our country and who protect our communities. And you just heard me lay down what funding this president has put forward and has announced, and to do just that. So, the president was just re-emphasizing that violence or threats of violence has absolutely no place in our society, which we should all agree on, regardless of the point of view. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle that you're sitting on, we need to denounce that. And so when you are inciting violence or when you are making comments, the way that we've heard over the weekend from some leadership and some members in elected office, that's a dangerous thing. And the president's not going to shy away from calling out those types of comments.
I guess just without previewing specific conversations that may have happened or could happen in the future, if he believes this kind of rhetoric is potentially harmful or dangerous to law enforcement, does he feel that he has a responsibility to do everything he can? Actually, I think he made that very clear yesterday by, for example, again, reaching out to some of these members directly and having that conversation with them.
Look, MJ, I hear your question, but all you have to do is turn on the TV and hear from the president directly on how he feels about what he's hearing. And he's been very clear about that. And again, he's not going to shy away. He believes, and I have said this a couple of times at this podium at this point, is as president, he has the obligation to speak out against threats against our democracy, against violence. It is he believes as president you have the strongest platform, if you will, the strongest voice, and that's what he's going to continue to do. Again, he's not going to step away from it. He's not going to shy away from that. I think any of those legislators or any of those elected officials, all they have to do, I'm sure they have seen the clip over and over again from your network and others about what the president has said yesterday and how forceful he was, how passionate he was, and that is going to continue. One last one.
Yeah. Just given that you all have billed it as being related to the battle for the soul of America, which is something that he obviously ran on back in 2020, the threats to democracy that he obviously saw as being very real 2-3 years ago, does he believe that those forces are very much still at large now, or does he believe that there has been some progress since he came into office?
Look, he believes that it continues. He believes that we need to continue to fight for our democracy. And he's been very clear. You look at the extreme wing of a party, the MAGA Republicans, it's not stopping. It is continuing. And we heard it over the weekend, as you're asking me about the president talking directly with legislators. And this is an important time, and he's not going to shy away from it. He's going to continue to lift that up and what he sees and what he's going to call out. And you know, he believes that there are a majority of Americans who disagree with that, who disagree on the attack of our core values as a country. And he's going to speak directly to them tomorrow. That's what you're going to hear. Okay, Nancy, and then I'm going to come to the back, and then I'll come in.
Thanks, Corinne. Over the past week or so, we've heard many Republicans argue that this president ran as a uniter, and now he's calling MAGA Republicans, which is a very large swath of the American populace, semi-fascists. He is arguing that they're a threat to democracy. Does the White House believe that this is a fair criticism by Republicans, that this is not unifying language?
So I'll say this, Nancy. Sadly, there are more examples than I can count on how we have seen recently armed attacks on federal law enforcement. There are a couple of things I just want to say here. You have Representative Paul Gosar has posted videos depicting him attacking the president and members of Congress. You have Representative Majority Taylor Greene has publicly expressed support for shooting prominent Democratic elected officials and suggesting physically assaulting transgender school officials. You have Representative Madison Cawthorn has said falsely, if our election systems continue to be rigged and continue to be stolen, then it's going to lead to one place, and that's bloodshed. And just last week, you had Governor Ron DeSantis suggested that Dr. Fauci should be physically assaulted. And former President Trump has done the same many, many times. Look, and many of your colleagues have actually talked about and reported on this dangerous trend that we're seeing. And for example, the New York Times headline from this month, as right-wing rhetoric escalates, so do threats and violence. And so these are things that we have to call out. Again, I can't remember who just asked me the question. I was talking about Soul of the Nation. This is something the president has talked about since 2017 when he wrote that article in The Atlantic. And he's called it out then. He called it out January 6th. He called it out Inauguration Day. He called it out last week. He called it out yesterday. So there has been a consistent call out from the president about what he's seeing from an extreme part of this party, of the Republican Party. And historians, I would argue, would say the same.
I have a question about Jackson, Mississippi. You talked about the help that's coming from FEMA and the disaster declaration, but clearly Jackson is going to need an entirely new water system. They've been having big problems even before this latest crisis. What kinds of federal resources are being dedicated, can be dedicated to what could be a $1 billion price tag to provide Jackson with an entirely new water system?
So a couple of things. As we said, the administration is committed to helping the people of Mississippi during this urgent time of need. And so we're going to prioritize that and making the long-term infrastructure investment needed to ensure all Americans just across have access across the country, but clearly in the state have access to clean water. So that is something that we're committed, that long-term need. So just a couple of things just to list out that we have provided and that we are doing from the federal government. $450 million was provided through the American Rescue Plan for water upgrades across the state. The city has allocated $20 million of its ARP, that American Rescue Plan funds, for water and sewer infrastructure needs. You have $75 million through the bipartisan infrastructure law to support the state to provide clean and safe water this year, with an additional $429 million available to the state over the next 5 years. There is $30.9 million through the EPA's revolving loan loan funds for treatment and distribution system improvements for Jackson, Mississippi specifically. For long-term support, earlier this year we announced $300,000 as part of the administration's Justice 40 initiative for the Army Corps to conduct a validation study to reduce flooding from the Pearl River in Jackson, Mississippi. So we continue to work with Mississippi's congressional delegation to improve the projects moving forward. But as you can see, we are committed, and we're going to continue to help the people in Mississippi. I'm going to go to the back, and then I'll come back up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Karen. On Iran, the EU's foreign policy chief said this morning that he expects a deal in the coming days. Is this also your assessment, and is this maybe the reason why the president had a call with Israeli Prime Minister Lapid today?
So let me give you a little bit about Lapid. We'll have a readout momentarily on that. So the president spoke with the. Oh, is that right? Okay, there we go. You guys are ahead of the game. I think I'm thinking about something else. Okay. The president spoke with Prime Minister Lapid this morning to consult on global and regional security challenges, including threats posed by Iran and Iran-backed proxies. The president expressed appreciation for the warm reception during his July trip to Israel, a visit that illustrated the unbreakable bonds and friendship between our two countries. He also committed to sustained coordination to implement the announced trip deliverables. The president further emphasized the importance of concluding the maritime boundary negotiations between Israel and Lebanon in the coming weeks. As it relates to the EU, and look, we have said many times from here, we're just not going to negotiate in public. As you know, last week we conveyed our feedback about Iran's comments on the EU's proposal directly to the EU, and so we're not going to say more than that. We're not going to negotiate from here, and we're not going to go into details on contents or our response. So we're going to keep it there. Okay.
Yeah, so the International Energy Agency summer report shows that the Russian revenue from oil exports increased 40% from last year. It seems that the sanctions are not cutting off revenue to the Russian president.
So this is exactly why I think you've heard us say this before. President Biden and the G7 leaders have directed relevant members of their team to explore mechanism to set a global price cap. You heard us talk about that when the president was in Europe most recently in Germany, and this would be for Russian oil, and starving Putin of his main source of cash and forcing down the price of Russian oil to help blunt the impact of Putin's war on the pump. So it will be discussed further this week at the G7 finance ministers meeting. This is happening on Friday. The U.S. has already taken strong action on action to ban Russia oil, and U.S. allies have announced plans to wind down their own imports of Russian oil. But again, Putin, as you've heard us say, has continued to try to find new markets for Russian oil. This is the most effective way, we believe, to hit hard at Putin's revenue, and doing so will result in not only a drop in Putin's oil revenue, but also global energy prices as well.
Well, why not signal a policy change for long-term support to open oil production here in the U.S. or natural gas pipelines here in the U.S. to undercut the Russian supply of oil on the global market?
I mean, look, we think that working with our allies and making this announcement, this price cap on Russian oil, is going to be very effective. Again, you've heard directly, you heard the president speak about this very recently. We'll hear more on Friday how this is going to work. And it is not just us, it is also a partnership with our allies, the G7. So again, we believe this is going to be a way to really hit Russia financially. And so that's kind of the process that we're going to take moving forward. And also, as you know, we've also taken actions already that we think has had an effect. But again, as we know, as I just stated, Russia is always looking at other markets, which is why doing this particular piece we think will be effective.
Those other markets are China and India. Is the president then going to use his relationship to stand up to China and India and say stop buying oil from Russia?
Look, we've been also very clear about that. I don't have anything more to add. But again, we think by doing these price caps is going to hit Russia in a way that is going to be the most effective. So again, the G7 finance ministries are meeting on Friday to talk more about that, and we'll have more to share.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
When it comes to voters, how does the president differentiate between the ultra MAGA folks who he sees as an extremist threat to democracy and the average GOP voter?
So, can't talk about voters from here. As you know, I get you. Not gonna. I just need to say that, right? Just to be clear. I mean, the president has been really clear about the leadership, right? The MAGA Republicans in leadership. They're the ones who have the platform. They're the ones who, again, the extremist part of the Republican Party. They're the ones who, folks listen to in their own party. And by inciting violence, by trying to take away, they're the ones who are the legislators and trying to take away our rights, trying to take away our freedoms. And that's who the president is speaking to, right? He's being very targeted in that way and calling that out and saying, we can't allow our democracy to be attacked in this way. And they have a responsibility, right? They have a responsibility in how they're doing their business on behalf of their constituents.
So for folks sitting at home, when the president is talking about preserving the soul of the nation and his threats to democracy, he's not referring to those individuals. He's talking about Republican leadership.
Well, let me be very clear. It's not just Republican leadership. It's not just that blanket, right? He is talking about an extreme portion, an extreme part of the party. He's been very, very clear about that. He was just in Maryland, as you all know, and he talked about Governor Larry Hogan and talked about how he is a conservative Republican who is not in that bucket, right? He was very clear, and he was very purposeful in saying that and being respectful to conservative Republican who are not part of that extreme. So again, want to be very clear here. This is not a blanket statement. This is calling out what we have seen for some time. Since 2017, as the president wrote about in his article, right? When you are supporting an authoritarian figure, as we have seen, who is currently leading the former president, and saying inciting the violence that you are, or wanting to take away our freedoms, we need to say something. He's not going to shy away from that. Okay. Again.
Now that the FDA has authorized this new COVID booster, can you say whether the administration is confident you'll have enough of these new boosters for everyone who wants one?
So to answer your question, yes, because we have planned for this, but want to say a couple of things about the FDA. So the announcement is an important step to getting updated COVID vaccine boosters, which we expect to provide additional protection against the variants of COVID circulating in the U.S. to the American people while we wait for the CDC to make its clinical recommendations. So there's still another step, so we want to be very clear about that. We've been working for months to be prepared for this moment and to get shots into arms this fall and through the end of the year. So we are prepared to do that. So with FDA's authorization, doses can be shipped now to tens of thousands of sites nationwide, and shots in arms can start as soon as possible after CDC issues its recommendation later this week. All states have ordered doses already, so there has been some orders that have been done. And to make sure vaccines get to communities quickly, primary care providers at community health centers and rural health clinics across the country are able to order vaccine directly from federal government, and long-term care pharmacy networks can also order vaccine directly. And as we work to ensure that our highest risks Americans get protected. Teams have already started the process of packing and shipping doses across the country, and pending, again, CDC action, we expect shots in arms to begin in earnest starting after Labor Day weekend. We've been working with providers, clinicians, local health departments, and other critical groups to vaccinate for vaccination efforts, and we've been doing all of this preparation despite the lack of funding from Congress, but we have been prepared for this particular moment to make sure that we get shots in arms.
So even given that lack of funding, you feel you'll have the supply, you'll be able to get enough doses to get to everybody who wants one?
Yeah, so again, despite the Congress failing to provide us with funding that would have bolstered our campaign, clearly, we're not, that would have happened. We've been preparing by working closely again with local departments, clinicians, and other groups. Look, we're still leveraging a comprehensive public education program, as I've just stated. But look, the bottom line is, despite a failure by Congress to act, as we've been asking, as you know, for the past several months, we've prepared with resources so we can meet the moment with these boosters.
And if I could just follow up real quick on the student loan announcement from last week. We've been hearing from some loan servicers and advocacy groups who are concerned that there's not going to be enough time in this 4-month period to get everybody's applications processed and their balances adjusted before repayment starts. I guess, could you kind of respond to that concern? And then is there anything the White House could do, maybe extend the pause if all those balances haven't been adjusted by January 1st?
So just want to reiterate that this is a priority for the president. This is a priority for the Secretary of Education. You've heard them both say that. And look, we've got experience here. They've got experience with this. The Department of Education has already canceled $32 billion in student loan debt for over 1.6 million borrowers, which has never happened before, which is unprecedented. That has happened the last 19 months. And so, the administration will be launching a simple application just to go down through the process by early October for folks who don't know. If you would like to be notified when the application is open, you can go to the studentaid.gov to sign up for notifications. Once a borrower completes the application, they can expect relief within 4 to 6 weeks. That's what we have determined. Borrowers are advised to apply before November 15, so there is a deadline there in order to receive relief before the payment pause expires on December 31st, as you all know, of this year. The Department of Education will continue to process applications as they are received, even after the pause expires on December 31st. But again, we are encouraging people to do it before November 15th. We are going to do everything that we can. The Department of Education has been committed to doing this, and there is precedent for them doing that for 1.6 million Americans previously. Go ahead.
On the speech tomorrow, will the president be outlining any new policies or proposals designed to safeguard democracy, protect voting rights?
So I'm not going to go into details into his speech. I will not get ahead of the president. I talked a little bit about the soul of the nation, of what he's talked about before, and I'm just not going to get into further details of the speech itself.
Mississippi, does the president have any plans, or is there any discussion about him going down there to personally meet with people who are affected by this?
Nothing to read out or preview about a trip to Mississippi at this time.
Will he speak to the governor personally?
As I stated, the FEMA administrator spoke to the governor, I believe, last night. The president this morning spoke to the mayor, as you all know, and we're just going to be in close touch from our administration to theirs, to local governments, local folks as well, to make sure that they have the need, that they have the resources that they need. Okay, Peter.
Thanks, Corinne. There's a big problem now that rainbow fentanyl, which is designed to target children, has been found in 18 states. What specifically is the president doing about this?
So we just talked about the overdose awareness day that we are observing today. I just laid out what the second gentleman and others are doing within this administration, we are going to continue to focus on the steps that we're taking, that we have taken. You have the $80 million that DHS just announced today on drug prevention, and the president has taken many steps. He's made this a priority to make sure that we attack a very dangerous drugs, serious drugs in this country.
But 300 overdoses a day now. We know how the fentanyl is coming into the country. It's coming right across the southern border. The DEA administrator says so. So when is the president going to do something?
So I will say that you have seen a 200% increase of fentanyl seizures, which means that we are doing the job of catching drug traffickers. 200%. Hold on, 200% increase. Just
and
again,
Americans' life
seizures.
expectancies are going down at a rate not seen in a century, and part of that is being driven by drug overdoses. So what is the president going to do?
And we agree. We see those same numbers as well. But the fact that we are securing the border, the fact that we are securing record levels of funding from DHS so they can stop illicit drugs from entering into the country, the fact that it's not just drug traffickers that we're dealing with as well, we're stopping financiers. This is what's happening with this under this administration.
It's not being stopped. 300 overdoses. This is being designed to target children. Drug cartels in Mexico want to kill American kids. What is this president doing about it?
I hear you. I just laid out 200% of increase of drug fentanyl seizures. That is a dangerous drug that we are taking off the street. We are going to continue to focus. This is an important priority for this president. And I just want to talk about how you're saying that they're just the border, right? And how the border, whatever you just stated, I just want to clear this up. Migrants
who coming in, fentanyl's coming in, people are dying.
Hold on. So migrants who attempted to enter the country illegally are taken into custody by Border Patrol agents. That is how it works. That is the process that we are taking. They are then either expelled by the court order under Title 42, transferred to ICE custody, or monitored through alternatives to detention program as they await further processing. We have made 3,000 arrests in the first 3 months of launching an aggressive campaign to combat the multi-billion-dollar human smuggling industry. When it comes to what's happening with drug overdose, this is something that the president cares about. This is something that the president has laid out a plan to make sure that our kids, our babies, our young Americans here in this country are not continuing to suffer from that, are not continuing to be given or access to drugs. This is something that's incredibly important to this president. So to say that we're not doing enough, Peter, is just falsely, categorically wrong, especially on a day that we are observing what needs to be done. And we have announced, DHS has announced $80 million to prevent that. So we are doing the work. And here's the thing, Peter, if Republicans want to help us stop overdose and stop our kids getting overdose because of these dangerous drugs, because of these fentanyl that we're seeing in the streets, we're happy to work with them. But they're not. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Good.
Corinne, who's the audience for tomorrow's speech in Philadelphia? How are people selected to be?
The folks in the room. I don't have that information for you. Clearly, it's going to be folks from the Philly area who will be clearly participants. That's normally how we do events. We invite local leaders. We invite local residents to the event to watch the president speak. I don't have a full list or a full way of our process, but that's normally how we do our events. As you know, you've attended some of our events, and it's usually people connected to the party, or people, not party, but connected to elected officials locally and the state as well.
And on the CDC booster, specifically as it relates to the president, if the CDC director, as the new boosters, if the CDC director signs off on the boosters as expected tomorrow, and they do start rolling out next week, can we expect the president to get his booster shot next week?
So I don't have any dates to announce yet on when he will get it, but obviously the president was just infected with Omicron and is really well protected, as you all know, right now against COVID. So CDC has always provided that guidance on timing for boosters as it relates to prior infection, and they'll do that here as well as it relates to the president and your question. But he will absolutely get his updated booster, and will encourage eligible Americans to do the same when he's able to.
Okay. Thank you, Corinne. Just on Jackson again, just to follow up, I know you've been asked a couple times about it, but in a January speech, the president singled out Jackson, Mississippi, as well as Flint, as two communities that could be benefited from the infrastructure package, and specifically mentioned their water system. Does the administration still believe that Jackson, through the infrastructure package, can receive the funds that it needs to actually fully replace its water system? And just a follow-up to that is, what is the timeline? I know the money's on the way. You guys have released statements saying the funding is on the way, but what is the timeline for residents on the ground to actually start feeling the impact of that infrastructure package funding?
So the impact, when it comes to them getting, the residents getting their water back, clearly we want that timeline to happen as soon as possible. And so that is our hope, sooner rather than later. And so we're going to continue, we're committed to work with the people of Jackson and the state of Mississippi during this urgent time of need, as we just said, on making that happen, because that's imperative and important for people to have clean water and running water. Look, I just listed out a number of items from the American Rescue Plan, $450 million. 20 million of that was given to the city, and that was through the American Rescue Plan, and that was for water and sewer infrastructure needs. So already that funding was given to the city to deal with that imperative, that really important need. 75 million, as we talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law, 75 million was given to support the state to provide clean and safe water for this year. And so with an additional $429 million available to the state over the next 5 years. So you see that long-term commitment that's coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law. And as it relates, another piece of that, which is coming through EPA's revolving loan funds that we see for treatment and distribution system, that we saw $30.9 million going to Jackson specifically. So we are committed. The funds have been provided. We are going to continue to work with the cities, and we're going to continue to work with the state. As you know, Mitch Landrieu is the coordinator for the bipartisan infrastructure law. He is a former mayor, as you all know, from New Orleans and Louisiana, which is very close to Mississippi. Clearly, he is committed to this. He's traveled around the country, meeting with electeds, meeting with folks on the ground on how things are going and how we can be helpful. As far as a date or a timeline, I don't have that for you, but clearly I just listed out our commitment and where the fundings and the money has gone to the state of Mississippi and Jackson as well.
When residents in these communities hear those numbers, they're going to be wondering, why does this keep happening then? So, I mean, has the administration identified any impediments, whether it be the formula-based funding or the actual state process of implementing these funds, that actually prevent the impact from being felt immediately?
It's a very good question, and if we were in the community, we would be frustrated as well, which is why the bipartisan infrastructure law, as I just laid out, there's an initial funding and it goes for the next 5 years, right? That is a long-term investment that you are seeing from this administration to the folks in Mississippi and to the people in Jackson. So again, we're going to continue to work with the local elected officials to see what else we can do to be helpful. We are remaining to want to assist the community as they're going through this really tough time. But you have seen the financial commitment. You have seen how the funds for the infrastructure, as you were asking specifically, has been allocated, and not just that, the American Rescue Plan as well. Again, we're going to continue to have that conversation.
I just have a quick one. Is there a specific date for when the application opens for student loan relief at this point, and why the kind of lag time, the delay in actually having a system set up, given there was a lot of time taken to deliberate over this decision?
So as I just stated just moments ago, we're going to have more from the Department of Education to be notified when the application is open. And again, we have a website that people can go to, studentaid.gov, to sign up for notifications. So those notifications will go up, and borrowers will have to complete that expectation, and it'll be within 4 to 6 weeks, which is a good amount of time to make sure that they apply before November 15th. But it doesn't just end there, right? We have said that the Department of Education will continue to process applications even as they are received, even after the pause expires on December 31st. So we are going to continue to work with borrowers, but we do have to put a plan in place so that folks know how the process works. Again, they can go to the website and apply, get those notifications, and we have been giving out information on how the process can work. This is not not the first time. We've done this before, right? With this, in this administration, that $32 billion in student loan debt that we were able to cancel. So the Department of Education, there's a precedent here. The Department of Education knows how to work this through, and we are committed to make sure that folks get the information and get the need that they get the need.
There's no date yet, though. There's no date yet.
For the application?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a date here to share with you, but that's something that the Department of Education is following through. We've laid out our process. We've laid out the timeline. We have said we're going to continue to process application even after the pause on December 31st, and we're committed to that. Again, this is not the first time. There's precedent for this. This particular administration, Department of Education, has done this before. I'm going to continue. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, yeah. On the event yesterday in Pennsylvania, the president explicitly campaigned for certain people, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was an official White House event, not a campaign event. Can you share some context on your thoughts on that? Because he was very explicitly saying, please elect certain people. So,
the president can say a lot, can go a lot further than I can from here. He does not have, he is not bounded by the Hatch Act the way that we are. And so I'll say that first. I don't have much more to add because I've always, even myself, I try to be very, very careful from here. But again, he is in a different category than we all are here. And I'll just leave it as that.
It was an official event, correct?
It was an official event. Tomorrow night will be an official event as well. Go ahead. I know I was supposed to call you last time and I didn't. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. So yesterday during his speech, the president reiterated what he sees as a serious need to pass an assault weapons ban. This is, of course, something he said before. That's not new. But as he continues to push for this, how does he expect that to happen realistically with the way things are in Congress? And what specifically is he doing, if anything, to help change that?
So I'll say this. Look, the president's going to continue to call on Congress. As you know, when it comes to the assault weapons ban, that is something that is important to the president. He was one of the leaders of that 30 years ago, the assault weapons ban back in 1994. And again, he has been trying to work on bringing back the assault weapons ban after its sunset in 10 years after. And he's done that as vice president, and he's doing that now. A couple of things that I do want to say is when it comes to actions that he's taken, he's had more executive actions dealing with gun violence than any other president at this time. When the bipartisan law passed to deal with gun violence just recently, just a couple of months ago, many people said that wouldn't happen, and it happened. So many people have said we couldn't get things done, and we got it done. So the president, as you heard him say, he is determined to do that. He's determined to make that happen. He's going to continue doing the work that he has done for the past 19 months and having those conversations with Congress, congressional members, in calling for them to take action. And we have seen the House takes action, which many didn't think that was going to happen either. And they took action on the assault weapons ban. So we are a lot further, we would argue, on this administration dealing with gun violence, even dealing with pushing further the assault weapons ban than we have been in 30 years. And so I think that says a lot for this president's leadership, and that says a lot for what his commitment in making sure that we protect our communities, we protect kids going to school, right? We protect people from going to grocery stores, right? And not feel like their lives are in danger. It's a first step, and there are many steps to take.
With all the attention on the former president's handling of classified information, not asking you to comment on that specifically, but can you say with certainty to the American people that President Biden, in his time as president, has not mishandled, improperly stored, done anything improper with classified information?
No, and then I'm going to move on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. I have two questions, one on the speech tomorrow and one on COVID. On the speech tomorrow, President Biden said in his victory speech in November 2020 that he sought this office to restore the soul of the nation. So where does the White House believe the country is in that restoration process?
Look, he has said this before, that it's going to take some work. You've heard him say that. You've heard us say that. But what he is not going to do is shy away, again, from calling out extremism that he is seeing, these MAGA Republicans. He is not going to shy away from that. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. Do we have to continue to protect our democracy? Yes, we do. That is the reality that we're in. Protect our freedom, protect our rights. And that's what he's going to continue to do day in and day out. And you're going to continue to hear that from him, not just Thursday, not just yesterday, but that message is going to continue.
COVID, many employers have robust return to office plans that will begin after Labor Day. And just yesterday, some Wall Street banks announced that they are going to be ending entirely testing, vaccination, masking requirements. How would the White House respond to those companies?
I leave it up to the companies to decide what's right for their employees. Clearly, there's CDC guidance that we always recommend people to follow, but I leave that up to the private organization. Go ahead, Maria.
Anita. I have a domestic question and an international question. First of all, how does the president plan to commemorate 9/11 this year?
That's a very good question. Don't have anything to preview at this time, and when we will, we'll share that.
And then moving on to Venezuela, a U.S. citizen detained in Venezuela has said on the record, quote, "Our government has abandoned us." So how does the administration respond to a statement like that? And what is the administration doing to try to get the 10 Americans who are detained in Venezuela out? Is a prisoner exchange possibly in the cards? And how are you working?
You're talking about, the person is talking about our government. Right, not the Venezuelan. Okay, I have not seen that reporting. I'll say this, we're very careful in not negotiating in public and being mindful of not putting any lives more at risk. So I'm just not going to share anything further from here at this time. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're going to go around. Okay, go ahead, I'll go. And then I'll come back, guys.
Thanks, Ren. Can you talk a little bit, in regards to tomorrow's speech, can you talk a little bit about the timing? You've said a bunch of times that this is a theme that he's discussed for many years. So why now is the time to do it in such a prime time fashion?
Because he thinks our democracy is at risk. Because, when I talk about taking away our freedom, June 24th, the decision from the Supreme Court Justice on the Dobbs decision. That was a decision to take away our constitutional right. That was an important moment for our country. It put women's lives at risk, and it's not just reproductive rights. It's going to be other rights as well, as we heard from Supreme Court Justice Thomas. He made that very, very clear. And then after that, we heard from leaders of the Republican Party saying they wanted a national ban. So we have seen recent efforts to take away our rights as Americans from an extreme part of their party, those MAGA Republicans that you'll continue to hear us talk about. And so that is continuing, and it hasn't stopped. And I just listed out what recently leaders in Congress have said about attacking law enforcement individuals who protect us, attacking their own colleagues from the other side of the aisle. That's dangerous. Again, the president's not going to shy away from speaking up, from speaking out. And it is very important for him to speak directly to the American people. As I have said, and this goes into Phil's question, he believes majority of Americans want to protect our democracy. He believes majority of Americans wants to protect our freedom. That's where he believes the majority of the country is. But we have to keep talking about it. We cannot shy away from it.
Can you give any color of how he's preparing for the speech? The guidance, the schedule today seemed not so full. Is he spending much of his day, going through drafts with staff? Is he practicing? What's kind of the process?
So,
if you don't mind?
as you know, this is an important speech for the president. We're talking about a theme, to your point, that he's talked about since 2017. So, yes, he's working through the speech with his senior advisors, with his staff. He's continuing to do the business of the American people by meeting with staff on issues, on items that are critical and policies that we continue to work through to make sure that we do the work. He always going to continue to do the work of the American people. But yes, to your point, he's going to look at drafts. He's going to write his speech, and you'll hear directly from him tomorrow. Okay. Good.
Thank you. Corinne, Angola just had a very peaceful and well-organized election last week. Mm-hmm. And as you said, the U.S. was following, and the results are there. So the president, João Lourenço, was re-elected, and I would like to hear the view of the White House on the Angola elections.
Yeah, so don't have anything more to add. And to your point, we congratulated last week on Friday. We congratulated the people of Angola for making their voices heard as we're talking about, democracy. As we're talking about elections, this is an important moment for the people of Angola. We continue to observe. We're going to continue to observe the process. I know I've said that last week, but I just don't have more to add. The United States supports the democratic process and through our ongoing democracy and governance programs by observing the election as we've done, and we share a partnership with the country of Angola. I don't have more to say to what I just added.
My other question is, as you know, President Biden announced a big investment for Angola. Mm-hmm. So last time he just told me that the reason why is because they are seeing some progress in the country. Can you elaborate a little more about the view of the U.S. in Angola in the last 5 years?
So, as I was just saying, that we see a partnership with Angola. We will continue to work with them, with the government closely. Whoever, the chosen government that the people elected to deepen our cooperation and shared priorities. So we're going to continue to do that. And again, including democracy, as I've been talking about, including economic and investment growth, global health security and public health, and climate and energy goals to create a better future for all Angolians. And that is a commitment that you'll hear, that you have heard. I think that's what the president was saying to you on Friday. And again, we commend the people of Angola for you making their voices heard, and that is important, that we see a democratic process happening there. Okay. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I called you.
On the subject of the COVID booster shots, we're now 2.5 years into a pandemic. Lots of people are really tired of thinking about COVID. How will the administration convince people to get yet another booster shot?
Look, we have learned, we have a lot of lessons learned from how we started this process very early on in his administration with the comprehensive strategy that we had in getting shots in arms. We know it works. I talked about a little bit about that already, which is working closely with doctors and clinicians, making sure that we're educating folks on the ground on why this is important, why this campaign on getting people this booster to folks, and again, shot in arms. And one of the things that we have seen that worked really well is the trusted voices. That is also an important thing that we have seen. But just a reminder that before we entered office, less than a third of adults wanted to get a shot, and more than 87% have at least one today. That is the product of the work we've done to reach folks through trusted messengers and build access. Those are two key factors that we cannot forget. First, we're planning a public education campaign, building on lessons we've learned, as I just stated, and focusing on those most at risk. That's always important here. This will include leveraging deep partnerships, as I mentioned, across sectors to meet people where they are. And just as a reminder, to do this, HHS tests messages weekly, surveying at least 1,500 people who are on the fence about getting their booster shot and tracking shifts and trends, and works with trusted messengers to communicate with the public. And so we have a plan, and we're going to ultimately use that plan. We're going to leverage what we know worked before, and we believe this is an important moment for the American people. But again, FDA made the decision. CDC still has to make their decision, so we don't want to get ahead of this. But we are prepared. Orders have already been made, and we're going to make sure that we get those shots in arms. One more. Oh my gosh, who have I not called on in a long time? I've never seen you in the room before. Go ahead.
Hi, Sophia with Axios.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll ask about the Hill and White House priorities on the Hill. Democrats have managed to pass the Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS, among other big bills. Student loan forgiveness is costly. I know the White House has not projected an estimate yet. But many take this to see that, right? Like there may not be many more priorities that involve Senator Manchin's support. And what do you make of this? And if that's not true, what is the White House priority for the next legislative plan?
So Sophia, welcome to the briefing room. Happy to see you. So we're focused on working with members of Congress of both parties, and on government funding bills that would invest in our communities and people reduce costs for working families and help grow our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, as you hear us say. So that's something that's coming up that we'll be very focused on in this administration, and clearly with congressional members. We're working with leadership in both chambers toward an efficient, straightforward September work period, and we know Democratic appropriators have been working hard to prepare for that particular legislative piece, that the government funding bills, and we're going to press ahead with confirmations. Don't forget that. That is also very important, including judicial confirmations, continuing to put well-qualified judges on the bench that are devoted to the rule of law and that represent the diversity of our nation, as you have seen historically done by this administration. We're also implementing the landmark laws we have passed, as you just mentioned, for the middle class, which is including the Inflation Reduction Act that's already creating manufacturing jobs and will lower many of families' biggest cost. CHIPS, as I'm sure you're thinking about, to bolster our competitiveness with China, and also keep bringing jobs back from overseas and more. So there's a lot to do. Judicial, there's the government funding bills, and there's also making sure that we're implementing these historic pieces of legislation that were passed early on. Okay, we gotta go. But I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, White House briefing wrapping up there, as spent a lot of time talking and previewing a little bit about President Biden's primetime speech that will be happening tomorrow. Of course, we will have full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox when that does happen. But we are going to continue on right here on Live Now and really just showcase some of the top stories right now that we are working on right here. As the big story here is the DOJ continues to focus on obstruction allegations in the Trump document investigation, as a new filing by the Department of Justice is giving us a closer look at some of the documents taken from former President Donald Trump's estate at Mar-a-Lago earlier this month, some of them containing markings with top secret and secret. The FBI seized boxes and containers holding more than 100 classified records during its August 8th search of Mar-a-Lago and found classified documents stashed in Trump's office, according to a filing late on Tuesday that lays out the most detailed chronology to date of months of strained interactions between Justice Department officials and Trump representatives over the discovery of government secrets. The filing offers yet another indication of the sheer volume of classified records retrieved from Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. It also shows how investigators conducting a criminal probe have focused not just on why the records were improperly stored there, but also on the question of whether the Trump team intentionally misled them about the continued and unlawful presence of the top secret documents. Though it contains significant new details on the investigation, the Justice Department filing does not resolve a core question that has driven public fascination with the investigation: why Trump held onto the documents after he left the White House and why he and his team resisted repeated efforts right there. All right, we'll continue to follow that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a new reformulated COVID vaccine that targets the variant could soon be available for Americans. Today, the FDA authorized its first update to the COVID-19 vaccine. Health officials hope that the new improved vaccine can lessen a potential winter surge, giving people antibodies to help fight various variants.
Our new vaccine, the bivalent BA.4/5 vaccine that's just been authorized, differs from the original vaccine because not only does it contain the sequence for the antigen that makes the original vaccine that everyone has been taking, it also contains another component. It's still the same antigen, but it's been adapted to match that of the currently circulating BA.4/5 variant. This provides an opportunity for people once they get boosted with the vaccine to generate antibodies that can neutralize both, original variants and the Omicron variants, but also the variants in between. If you remember, we had Beta, Alpha, Delta, etc. And so it really provides the broadest opportunity for protection against COVID-19. Our new vaccine.
And we continue on with our top stories right here. Hard to believe right now that it has been 25 years since the death of Princess Diana. Take a look at this.
An off-duty doctor who responded to the crash that claimed the life of Princess Diana, remembering that tragic night 25 years later.
I didn't realize that the young lady was the Princess Diana, and I didn't expect that she died so quickly.
Diana and her companion Dodi Fayed left their Paris hotel on August 31st of 1997, pursued at high speed by the paparazzi. It would be their final ride. The car's driver lost control and crashed inside of a tunnel not far from the Eiffel Tower. The news of her passing stunned the world.
For her to die in such tragic circumstances at such a young age, I think really came as a massive shock.
Marrying into the British royal family in 1981 when she was 20, she was instantly thrust into the global spotlight. Diana built a legacy, changing the way people viewed the monarchy and working with more than 100 charities, including HIV/AIDS patients at a time when many wouldn't, and focusing on landmine removal.
Because she transformed the institution during her lifetime, but in terms of her legacy, she's continued to transform the institution through the figures of her two sons.
At the time of her death, the 36-year-old mom left behind Prince William and Prince Harry, who are carrying on the legacy that earned her the title of the People's Princess.
I want it to be a day filled with memories of her incredible work and love for the way that she did it. I want it to be a day to share the spirit of my mum with my family, with my children who I wish could have met her. Every day, I hope to do her proud.
The brothers who had a falling out will both continue honoring their mom's work, but will separately grieve after 25 years without her. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
We are tracking some breaking news right now. This is in Memphis, Tennessee, right here, and we are learning about Horn Lake. A fellow officer transported the injured officer to this hospital here in critical condition. The suspect responsible is described as a black male occupying a silver Infiniti QX40, dark tinted windows, and a chrome license plate TN2X455F8 there. So we'll be tracking this story here, just breaking here in the last couple of moments. So we will keep an eye on that and take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we are taking you out to Jackson, Mississippi, getting an update on the water crisis there, as no water for the residents to drink or flush toilets, as rising floodwaters over the weekend breached the city's main water treatment facility, bringing it to the brink of collapse. We are hearing updates from officials right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.